much business experience and talent that I just love to share. So we were talking about this around. You are in for a real treat. I should also mention, this is the reason why you study interior design in New York City. And this is the reason why you study at the New York School of Interior Design, because we can bring you programs like this, and we have relationships with people like the fabulous folks at Kravet. So first off, I have to thank Kravet. Let's start with Kravet Inc. Let's start with the Kravet family, Carrie, Lisa, Scott, and Ellen. Scott's in the back, Ellen's here in the front. Thank you. And I guess there are the non-Kravets who work at Kravet, like Karen Lerman, who I know you're here in the room, who, there you are in the back of the room. Can everyone please turn around? Karen, raise your hand. This event is truly your baby, so I want to thank you for working on this and bringing it here to the college. I want to thank all of the participants who are are going to be participating in today's event. And when you look at the list, I'm so pleased because so many people are on it are friends of the college and in some way are associated with it. So I'm thrilled with that. We also have a number of trustees, NYSID trustees who are participating. Betsy Ruprecht, David Scott, Courtney McLeod, Young Ha, and Alexa Hampton was at our kickoff last night, the kickoff event, the reception. So I'm really pleased. So I know you didn't come here to listen to me talk. So I'm going to pass the microphone over to Ellen Kravet, who, as I said earlier, is, you might hear the name Kravet, Kravet Inc., Kravet family. I'm also really pleased to say that Ellen is the chairman of the board of trustees here at the college. So I am so honored and pleased to introduce you. We are so lucky to have you as the leader of the institution here at the helm. So, Ellen, the microphone, you're on the floor.
David, thank you very much for those kind words. Wow, a nice crowd here. Great. Thank you all for participating. I really appreciate it. Before we begin with Nate and Michael, whoa. Gene, I won't touch you. Sorry. Okay, I did it. Actually, I wanted to start with you, Gene. I wanted to thank the Kravet IT team, consisting of Gene Cordy. Gene has been here since Thursday. Gene jumped into this program, this project late in the game. And he has, if you like the lighting, if you like the temperature in the room, if you like the music today, if you like everything about the conditions, the PowerPoint, he and Karen Poliski from NYSID have worked really hard to put this presentation on. So thank you, Eugene, for all you've done.
Thank you.
Of course, Karen Lerman. Karen, you disappeared. Where are you? Thank you for everything you've done to put the entire project together for months and months. You've done an outstanding job with the assistance of Pamela, the Kravet marketing team, with the supervision and guidance of Suzanne Cohn. I know you're here today. Appreciate all that you have done to support this project. And Lena, thank you, and also Megan Lane, thank you as well. The IT department and marketing department, well, NYSID, you have been terrific, so thank you very much. I hate to read people's bios, but I apologize in advance. Your bio is very long and impressive, so I'm going to go on and read it. Everybody knows Nate Berkus. really a household name in the design industry and beyond the design industry. Nate is one of the world's most influential interior designers. Since his first appearance on the Oprah Winfrey Show, everybody knows that, in 2002. Has it been that long? Wow, time really does fly. His elevated yet deeply personal appearance of design has cultivated a very loyal following. Nate's expertise, approachability, you'll see that today, and signature style have made him a beloved household name and a trusted resource for more than 21 years now. Since starting his interior design firm over 25 years ago, Nate's design expertise and his philosophy that your home should tell your story has extended to television, a number of thoughtful and accessible home collections. One with Kravet. Don't miss it. His current home collaborations include a sleep collection with Beauty Rest, roller shades for the Shade Store. By the way, the Shade Store is one of the sponsors today. A furniture line sold at Living Spaces, and I mentioned his fabric collection with Kravet. Nate is also an avid collection of vintage furniture and decorative accessories, and his curated collections are available through his stores on First Dibs, Cherish, and at Showplace in the city. Nate Home, a collection of bedding, bath, and organizing essentials, is also available. Launched in just now, 2023, in partnership with M Design. Interiors designed by Nate and his design firm, Nate Berkus Associates, have been featured in Art Digest, Elle Decor, House Beautiful, Vogue, In Style, and Harper's Bazaar. The firm continues to be noted in AD and Elle Decor A-List and AD 100. I hope all of the students follow those as well. And Nate has been, you have two books, Home Rules 2005 and Things That Matter 2012. I think we have both of those books today. Those are probably the books that are up on the stage there. Throughout your career, whether through your TV makeovers, his product collections, or the interiors, Nate has always sought to empower people by giving permission to live with what they love and to always live well within their homes. Nate, I think that gives a good introduction of you. We can't wait to hear you speak in person. And your very dear friend who is standing next to you, Mike Hainey. We understand you've been good friends for a while. And Nate, you have requested to chat with Mike today, which is wonderful. Mike is the author of New York Times bestseller memoir, After Visiting Friends, which you're adapting into a film. When will that be available, Mike?
I'll let you know.
All right.
I'll come back for that.
All right. Mike is currently a writer at large for Airmail, and prior to that was the deputy editor of GQ and the executive director of editorial of Esquire. He is also the co-host of the Morning Meeting podcast, and we can't wait to hear the two of you chat. So please come on up. Take it away.
All right, well, many things we left out of that intro, so where do we begin?
This is my dream come true because I get to ask questions and you answer them. We're going to have a lot of fun. And I think Nate and I spoke earlier, and we want to make this, as you see on the board, about influences, inspiration, and make time for sure for questions from you. So please have questions ready. I hate when I say, "Does anyone have any question?" and it's like church, and everyone just looks, just looks somewhere else. Like, "Oh, I was just praying. I didn't really know." So let's just start like we're in a psychological session, Nate. Let's start
Thrilling.
Let's start at the beginning. Because one thing is, knowing you across the years, that I think is so inspiring about you is your path into this profession. And it's not traditional, and I think that's a part of the power of it. So how did you start out? And let's go back to that when you decided, I'm going to start my own business.
Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome, mate.
Thanks, Mike. I was a very tall child. I started the firm. Is this mic too hot, or is it okay, guys? It's okay. All right, great. I started the firm because I graduated from Lake Forest College in Chicago, and one of the things that I was watching the older students do was take a ton of internships and get a lot of work experience in the real world, and I was sort of trying to figure it out, working at the Gap, folding sweaters with that little board, and bussing tables in Chicago on the weekends, and trying to understand sort of where my place could be in life. And I was offered an internship through a friend who was working full-time, who had graduated from school at an auction house. And it was the most interesting world that I had no connection to at all. I grew up with a mom who's an interior designer, so the industry was sort of always around me, and my job was to help carry those wallpaper books, which back then weighed like 700 pounds, from her trunk to her home office, which I hated, of course, helping. I still hate helping. What?
That's why you shrank?
Yeah, that's why I'm 5'8". But it was, the auction house opened up a world for me that I think was, for the first time, I looked at sort of the history of furniture and decorative arts as something that there was a lot to know about. And I was insatiable in trying to understand really almost every category, like what made silver really good silver, and what made textiles really beautifully woven, and what made this furniture so valuable, but this furniture, which was made just 50 years before or after, not valuable. And it appealed to sort of a collector mentality that I always had as a kid. And then it was the first time where I felt like I could join this sort of idea.
Wow. It's like a rap song.
Yeah, exactly. You guys, my single is coming out soon, so thank you. It was the first moment in life where I realized that I could be a part of this world by bringing all of these storied, interesting things from all these different eras and different countries into people's homes. And in the short version, I was Leslie Heineman, who I worked for, who's brilliant and was a brilliant marketer. She put me in charge of a series of monthly auctions of their junk. Because if you work for an auction house, it's usually, they say it's like the 3 Ds: death, divorce, and debt. And that's how you get the good stuff to sell. And when you got the good stuff, you had to sell all the sort of upholstery with stains on it and the silver-plated trays, and because the bankers and everybody wanted the whole estate to go. The auction house didn't know what to do with all the stuff that wasn't very valuable, and so Leslie said, I want you to tell all the young people in Chicago, all those people that you're out drinking with every night, I want you to tell them that they can buy a sofa at my auction house for $50. And I'm going to train you to be the auctioneer, and you're going to run the monthly sales, and you have to make $100,000 a month, except for like 1 month in the summer. And if you make your budget, then you get to keep your job. And everybody in the whole company is going to hate you because you're going to make them work weekends, and you're too young to be the boss of anything, but I'm making you the boss of this. And I loved it. And then I thought, part of what within my job, I'd recognize the people who had some money and would come to every sale and be shopping for the better things and pulling out the treasures, because there were always treasures. And I would go to their homes, and they'd invite me for a glass of wine or for dinner, and I'd say, well, yeah, I think if we pulled all the furniture away from the wall like 2 feet, we could do that beautiful bookcase that I have coming up in the February sale. And so it was a very organic way to get into design. No degree, except for my honorary degree from this place, which is a great honor. But there is, I was a sociology and French major. I just love things, and I love assembling a space that really tells the story of the people that are occupying that space. And I've always loved the idea of taking what I've learned along the way from all these different countries and cultures and furniture makers and then combining that with what's somebody's. I like to try and dream a bigger dream for somebody than they have for themselves when it comes to assembling a space for them.
So you get that start with Leslie, and you clearly have an affinity for it. You develop, you've got this hunger to do it, but then you decide you want to step out on your own and just declare yourself a designer, right?
Yeah.
Again, with no degree, but just a taste and a passion for it. How old are you? Do you have a backer? What's it look like?
I have no backer, although my father would disagree with that statement. I really started out with nothing. I graduated from school with no debt, which I felt very grateful and very lucky for. But my father had said to me, "Look, you've got to go out and figure it out." Mm-hmm. And so figuring it out to me at that time, I was 23. And figuring it out to me was going to this place called the Ink Spot on the north side of Chicago. And I think for $80, I had 500 business cards printed that just said Nate Berkus Associates. The accountant.
There were no associates, though.
No, there was no associates. Okay. It was just me. It was me and my 9 personalities. And I remember my father said to me, "You're never going to pass out 500 cards. So you probably should have just ordered the 250 for $40. But I just thought I would take a chance on myself. And there really wasn't anything else that I felt like I could be good at or that I wanted to do. The Philadelphia Eagles weren't drafting me. I sort of knew I didn't want to work for someone else for the rest of my life. I kind of felt like my personality was, I knew myself well enough to know that I wasn't going to make it on time to the 8 a.m. staff meeting. And so I thought I should really try this and I should expand it. I had the support of Leslie, who immediately started referring me to all these clients and people, whether it was one small space within a beautiful grand apartment or a friend who had just bought a house, and started a network. And Chicago at the time belonged to Bruce Grega in design. He was really the only national designer getting press everywhere, and I thought, I'm going to try and figure out how to do what he's doing. So I started meeting with all the writers and the people that worked for the Chicago Tribune and for Chicago Magazine, inviting them to lunch and inviting them to coffee, and it was really a good time. I think the timing to start the firm in '96 was really a good time.
Back in this day?
Yeah, that's me at the auction house.
That's you at the auction house just after college?
Yep. Yeah. And actually, everything you see around me. So Leslie was a brilliant boss. I've always had a really strong kind of visionary woman somewhere in my lifetime being like, you can do it, and let's figure it out. But Leslie was the first one. And she realized that when I started setting up all the sales for the monthly auctions, that I could create these interiors and these environments in the showroom for the major auctions as well as for my junkie auctions. And so that was me quite proud of using furniture from 25 different estates and trying to pull it together so it had some sort of point of view. And then that's really one of the reasons why I started the firm too, because I was working 60 hours a week.
For someone else?
Yeah, for $9.
Right.
Yeah, and I was like, this cannot be that hard to make more money than this. I've got to figure this out.
But what I'm hearing is, which I think is probably instructional here is, when you're in that showroom, it's the importance of learning by doing. That was really sort of your studio space to be. And my question is, how did you then start to develop your style as a designer and find your language, and did that come all at once, or inspirations, or how did take us through how you start to find your voice and style as a designer?
I mean, I think what's interesting about finding your style is that you're always finding it. and it's always evolving, and it's always shifting, and it's always changing, and the more places you go, or the more books you read, or the more imagery of other people's work that you're digesting and sort of chewing through online, the more you start to shift, and the more your style starts to evolve and change. And when I look back on the original projects, I was doing it to pay the rent. I mean, one really lovely lady was one of my first clients in Chicago, and she wanted her entire house to be purple and silver leaf and black lacquer. And to this day, I haven't touched any of those three. But we did it, and by we, then I ended up hiring somebody that worked
Your
with me.
associates?
Yes, well, I had an associate at that point. I was like, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to need help. But who was a coworker at the auction house who came in with me, like Jerry Maguire. But when I look sort of at the evolution of style, I think it's our job as designers to always keep our eyes open and to always be open to beauty and to how to incorporate that kind of beauty. And it's one of the reasons why I think I've always been, as a designer, vehemently anti-trend, because I've always felt that trends are designed to like force us into caring about things and that we might not care about. And I don't like it. I think it's a little bit tricky. Like it's designed to sell people things that make them feel bad about what they didn't have last season. And I don't really believe that doesn't really dovetail with my philosophy of home very well.
Were there particular? Is this back in the day? With
That's my first apartment, you guys, in Chicago, and I rented it. It was like that's when I worked for the auction house, and it was exactly 3/4 of my monthly income. And I remember my mother said to me, "You cannot rent that apartment." And I was like, no, but that's where I have to live. It's so beautiful, whatever. And so what's funny about this photo is that I didn't have a sofa, but those are Regency chairs that I bought for $20 at the auction house that nobody wanted. And I couldn't afford a sofa, and I begged my mother for a sofa from Jennifer Convertibles. It was $700, and she said, no, we told you if you wanted to do this, you had to figure it out. So, but yeah, everything in there is from the auction house. Everything. The rug, like it was a rainy auction. This is pre-internet. I think it was $10. But that's what started me in that was my real first home alone.
One of the things I think when I look at your, I mean, even then, like from your style, I can see it, and knowing you across the years, is that the layers of, you love classic, you love modern, you love different cultures across the world. I see the ingredients sort of coming together early on. Would that be fair to say that you always had those inspirations feeding you? Definitely.
Yeah, and I think I credit my mom for opening up the world of shopping to me, because that's really what she loved to do. In fact,
it might be opening up the addiction of shopping.
Yeah, it could be that. It is that.
Right.
In fact, the family dynamic is me, then our brother and my little sister. And my brother famously said once, one family Thanksgiving, in our family, it's either sort of shop or be left behind. And he was totally right. But my mother, even though she was in Minneapolis, she had a huge love of vintage and the hunt and auctions and antiques and antique shows and fairs and all of that. And so where most of her contemporaries at the time were just going to this showroom or that showroom and buying all new things for a home, she would go to the fabric showrooms and reupholster a set of French chairs that she found for a client or for us. And it was a really interesting way to kind of enter into design. The auction house then taught me that the value of things on the secondary market. And still to this day, I'm very sensitive when I'm spending other people's money, regardless of the budget. I don't like to buy things that are worthless the next day. And it's something that it really has always been like a tenet of the firm. If there's a vintage option, I'll do it. If there's something that I know is just going to sit there for a few years and then the client will move on, then I'll maybe reach for something new or reproduction. But I don't really use a lot of new things in a space. And I think that's where the classic kind of thing started.
I think one thing I think is maybe helpful here in this setting with the students is, you think about, I always think about when I go with you and Jared to vintage stores or auction houses, you have such an educated eye, and I know this is a very difficult thing. It's like, how do you do that? How do you educate your eye to see things? But you have the ability and the talent, and I think it's always, I would say it's such a democratic eye, because you don't have a snobby eye of like, I only like things that, as you say, either trend or like they all have to be of a certain value and a certain provenance. You have the ability to discover, the gold needle in the haystack of something. And it might be impossible, like asking a musician, how do you do something? But how can one learn to educate their eye to be open to find the discovery and then bring it in and know that it's going to be part of a room you're putting together, and it's actually going to be the piece that is probably the most powerful?
Wow, what a great question. No one's ever asked me that before. I would, educating your eye is almost, I guess the only thing I can relate it to in design and in the early years is scale. And it's a little bit practice makes perfect, and it definitely is a lot of trying and trying and trying. And still to this day, when Jeremiah, who's sitting right there, and I, buy something for our own home, we buy it because we love it, and invariably it never goes where we thought it was going to go. And the pressure's off. It's not the client's money. We haven't presented it to them, so we can just say we hate it, or say we love that, but now hate the rest of the room. And the experimentation just never ends. But I think, developing an eye, you're right, I've never been a snob about the provenance, about where something comes from. I'm interested in it. I feel like it's my job to sort of know the best quality in each category. And I think that that's how you are able to find the needle in the haystack, the golden needle, because if you try to educate yourself on what the best quality in that category is, then when you see things that are similar or that are made the same way, they jump out to you, they jump off the shelves, they jump out of those locked cases that you have to go ask for help to unlock, and I just want to see that one little box. But it's my favorite part about this business is the search and the hunt, and I will never tire of it. I remember I went to France the first time with my mom many years ago when I was in college or high school, and everyone said, well, what did you see culturally? And where'd you go? What museums did you see? And what restaurants did you eat in? And I said, we didn't see one thing. What do you mean? And we didn't sit down for one meal. Like we just shopped and we ate a sandwich as we were shopping, and we went to the flea markets, and we went to this antiques fair in the countryside, and then we went to see this one chateau, but I kind of spent the most time in the gift shop. I mean, it was, it's been fascinating to see through the Decorative Arts Museums, through the Kravet archive, through through historic homes, through the stories in the shelter magazines and the things like that, like where you see things of the very best quality. And it doesn't mean you have to have them, but at least then your eye knows what you're reaching for.
And I think also when I watch you and your work, but it's like your eye is so, when I say it's not time, it's so, you have such a generous eye, and you don't get, like I say, tied up in only what the top stuff at the auction house is. I think you've learned to see there are so many discoveries, and it's oftentimes those unique, forgotten things that sort of give the most character to something.
Yeah.
The other moment I wanted, is that your first?
It was the first show I did with John Danzer, who owns an outdoor furniture company called Munder Skiles, and he was from New York and I was from Chicago, and he was so scary to me because he was like a fast-talking It's like, we should do a show, and you should represent my furniture line. And so this was the invitation we sent out in 1998 for cocktails at our office, which doubled as a showroom. And that was my first foray into trying to represent other people, which now has evolved into just selling things on First Dibs and Cherish and stuff.
One of the things you touched on a moment ago, and you talk about like getting the piece, bringing it home, and I also would love for you to talk about what I always think when I watch you guys work in an install or just in your home, is that you always bring such a sense of play. And, you know, I tease you about this, Brooke teases you about it, but, you know, you guys are never, you don't just put a room together and then it freezes in amber. You know, it's sort of like, we'll come over, we think, this looks great. We'll come back for dinner a week later. It's like, it's like, what just happened? Oh, we got bored with this. That went back to the mouth. But I think what's great is you don't get precious about things, and you're always searching and wondering. And I think I would imagine that sense of play has existed from the beginning in your career, right?
Absolutely. I mean, when I was first starting out, I would go to people's homes for dinner, be asked to dinner, and I'd just be like looking around thinking, I just want that chest of drawers to be between those windows. And the painting that I saw in the powder room would have been so much nicer over that. And, you know, to this day, my husband and I, when we're sitting there at home, if we're watching Netflix or, you know, playing with the kids or whatever, and I see his eye like just kind of start to twitch and land on something, I'm like, we're going to be pushing furniture around tonight. And it's the same for me. I mean, you know, I think that's what's so playful and fun about design. You know, one thing that I learned early on was that, you know, in a traditional design firm, you know, our process is we show all of our clients these images of all these pieces, and we give them options, and they pick and choose like solitaire, and then they buy that room. But we always have a caveat on when me and the team go to install a project, and we say, look, don't get your heart set on the pieces that you've purchased with us, the vintage things, the antiques, all that stuff, but it may not end up where we told you we thought it was going to end up. And I think it's a really important, you know, that's born from that playfulness that we have at home and that I've always had. But, you know, if you tell a client, like, this is what your foyer is going to look like, and then you get to the installation day and it's weird, or you know that piece would be much better, you've got to give yourself something, warn them in advance that it is a creative process. It's not set in stone. It should constantly evolve, and it may evolve even before they see it for the first time. So give yourselves an out, you know, in your respective talks with, you know, potential clients and with clients. You have to respect that joy and the playfulness that happens, you know, in our house every 3 days, but hopefully on behalf of a client a few times.
One day I'm going to install just like nanny cams in the room, and then I'll just have this live feed, and I can speed it up and put it online and say, watch these crazy people just walk into a room. Speaking of clients, you know, the woman back in Chicago with the silver and purple and gold, obviously when you're starting off in your career, you've got to take what you have. But do you get, you also don't want to work with people who are, you know, going to maybe make things not pleasant for you. Is there a deal breaker that you watch for in a potential client that you think, like, interesting meeting, but I just don't think this is someone I want to work with?
Yep. It was the same. Yep. It was the same deal breaker that I looked at when I was single. If somebody's rude to their housekeeper, or they're arguing with each other, the husband and wife, or husband and husband, or whatever, if the energy is really off and they're not polite, I don't need to walk into a room and have like a carpet rolled out for me, and I don't believe in that version, like the sort of fancy decorator, like, ooh, we're so the hallowed halls we walk, like, that's bullshit. But I do think that if they're missing some humanity, upon your first meeting, there's no world that that project's going to go well. You can kill yourselves for them. You can find them the most beautiful things at the best possible price. You can have 80 people working on that project to make sure every detail is right, and it'll still be awful. And so you got to watch it. You got to watch how they call for a coffee. You got to watch how they treat the babysitter or the, or the person that rings the bell and brings the package, because if they're not nice to them, they're not going to be nice to you. And scarier is the principal. If they're still nice to you, you know they're not going to be nice to your team, which matters more to me. So that's usually, I'm like, you know what a great budget. $40 million for your 3-bedroom apartment sounds terrific, but I think you might be an asshole.
Yeah. Second question then, when you're looking to hire someone on your team, what are you looking for? I mean, and I would imagine non-traditional, but like what are things that you absolutely have to see in them and that you would never want to see in them?
I want to see initiative. I want to see a passion behind the industry. I want to see something that feels like a specialization. Nobody loves everything about any business. Nobody loves everything about furniture or decoration or design. But I'm much more interested in somebody that comes and sits down with my team for a series of interviews and says, I just love pottery, or I just love textiles, or I love fashion, and I collect vintage fashion, or I really love restaurants. I love experiencing restaurants or whatever. I like to see a passion ignited already in someone, no matter what age they are. And I like to see people who are very forthcoming. I think, there's all these videos on Instagram about like what to ask in an interview. They actually work. Like, it's really crazy. Like, I had someone sit in front of me the other day and be like, how will I be judged? How will my performance be evaluated if I take this job? And I wanted to hire them so badly. I was like, what a great question. And they could potentially be an idiot, but they watched that Instagram video and asked really great questions in an interview. But for me, it's really about the passion. And it's interesting because I didn't go to school for design. Initially, I told everybody that works with me across my 3 offices, well, it doesn't matter if somebody has a degree in design. Let's just hire them. Let's just give them, a chance or whatever if we really like them. And my team was like, okay, great. And what happens when they need to run the computer program? And what happens when they're interfacing with the architect and there's a question about a drawing? And what happens? And I was like, okay, never mind. Okay, well, let's hire everybody with a degree. So it shifted. It has shifted, and the industry has shifted in that way, and my firm has shifted in that way. Is it the most important thing? Do I have to have a 4-year degree? No, I mean, but something, the skill set around it, CAD, the things that will be part of the day-to-day job. Because in this market, you have to hire 2 people then to do 1 job, and that's not fair to them, and it's also not really fair to the employer. What I can't stand, and this goes for like potential hires or potential clients or potential friends, is people who take themselves really, really seriously, especially at a very young age. There's a difference between having a great work ethic and taking your job seriously and your responsibilities seriously versus taking yourself seriously. I've been many places. I've met a lot of people. I've hung out with billionaires on their boats, and I've gone to the Minnesota State Fair and had 2-foot-long hot dogs in 15 minutes. You're not going to impress me in an interview with who you know or where you've been or what your family does. Like, I don't need to fill my team with people who think they're fancy.
Right.
That's not the ethos of my company.
Yeah, I think as you said across the years, it's there's the team and you're an individual on that team, but
Yep.
And have a certain degree of modesty. What's this room here? Is that a dungeon?
That's a dungeon. I'd like to invite you there.
It looks very
You and your wife for a vacation.
very cozy.
No, I'll tell you what this room is. This room was my first fancy apartment that I bought in Chicago at the 1300 block of Astor Street in the Gold Coast. And it hadn't been touched since the 1950s, late 1950s. And I went to look at it, even though I couldn't afford it. And the reason that I wanted to include this is a little bit of a lesson when we were talking earlier about, going out and learning about something that really matters to you and that you can be passionate about. This apartment was done by a really well-known architect and designer, Samuel Marks, who worked in Chicago. And if you don't know who he is, you should look it up because he was just a brilliant, brilliant guy. He worked with his sister, Frances Elkins, who is that chair with all the loops. That was her design. We see it still all over the place. But that cabinet was covered in parchment, and it was built into the wall. And here I am, I'm 27 years old, and I'm going to buy this full-floor apartment that has no air conditioning with the original bathrooms and the metal cabinets in the kitchen. And it's so much more money than I could possibly afford. And I looked at that cabinet and knew that Samuel Marks had designed this apartment. And my friend Liz O'Brien, the antiques dealer here in New York City, had just finished a book on Samuel Marks. And so I took this picture on my flip phone and I sent it to Liz O'Brien. And I said, I'm standing in an apartment that I really want to buy that I can't afford in Chicago. And she said, are you standing in the Marks apartment at 35 Astor Street? And I said, yes. And I said, how much would that bookshelf be worth on the secondary market? And would you know of somebody that would want to buy it? Would you sell it for me on consignment, or will you buy it from me if I buy this apartment? And she gave me the number of the value of that bookshelf, and it was the down payment for the apartment. And so I moved in. That was his fireplace, and that's how it came. But he used Coachella's coquina stone, which a lot of the homes, the Addison Meisner homes in Palm Beach are made out of. But there were 3 blocks. I still love that fireplace. I'd love to make that again. It was lined in black granite, and he had cerused oak, and the family, the Block family that owned this apartment before I did, there were all these maps inset into these built-in frames, which I then replaced with Kravet luggage-colored leather. Imagine that. Wow. Baseball stitching.
I want to be mindful of time.
Yeah.
I want to make questions. If I can just raise your hand, and anyone got one? Don't be like church.
There it is.
Over there. Oh, look at that.
So one thing I admire the most about you and what you've done is how your journey into design has been so non-traditional, and you went without a degree and everything like that. Personally, that was a road that I really wanted to take, but unfortunately for myself, I couldn't really see myself taking that journey just because I need discipline, I need the structure. If you put me in my house alone with a book and go online and try to teach myself interior design or build my own, I'm really honestly going to sit in my bed and watch Netflix all day. So when it comes to a student who's in school for interior design, personally I'm really passionate about what you said, building my own firm and not working under anybody, and I feel like this passion is so it's so hard to reach, and I'm wondering what would be your one piece of advice for a student who's looking to build their own firm at such a young age? Where do I start?
You have to start with the world that you know. You have to start with friends of your family You have to start with, former bosses, or if you've ever waited tables, the person that comes in every Sunday. You have to get it out there and you have to ask for the work. You have to say, does anybody around me in my world as it exists now need a new room? Would you let me try to help you design one room? One room. And if it goes well, we could do more together or not. But, everybody, there's nobody on this earth that loves every space in their home. I don't care who you are or how much money you have. I've never met somebody that's like, everything in my entire home is perfect. So if you can get yourself in the door for one thing that you can photograph and put on social media, and you can keep going with that one thing brings to, then their girlfriend comes over and says, I love your entry. When did you change it? Well, I hired this amazing young girl who got out of bed and stopped watching Netflix for 10 minutes to help me pick this wallpaper, and didn't she do a great job? That's how you start. And you've got to do a lot of other things in the meantime. But you have to go out there and advocate for your own chance.
Actually, not too dissimilar to her question, but so a lot of us are, in my class, are career changers. It's risky, and I love the fact that you took that risk initially to start your business. What piece of advice would you give us who are actually changing careers? Because I'd say that's a big risk.
Yeah, it's a huge risk, and I applaud the bravery, and I think that in the end, what everybody really does want, what the universal thing about all of us is that we just want to do what we really love doing every day. Because we're not going to love every aspect of it, but we are going to love in general. We're not fixing cars if we really want to be looking at furniture. And we're not, like I'm not, a linebacker when I'd really rather be, going through the Kravet archive. So I think, the steps you take to position your life for success, business-wise, and really personally, which is as, if not more important, is huge. I would say the one thing that I did okay starting out was that I knew enough to know what I didn't know. And actually, the accountant that incorporated Nate Berkus Associates in 1995 in Chicago still does my taxes for 4 companies today. So, you need to set yourself up for success. You can't be your own IT team if you don't know what you're doing. You can't, be your own accountant necessarily. You might have to for the beginning, but lay the groundwork to grow. And be strong enough and confident enough to know what you don't know and know what you don't do well. I think that's as important as figuring out what you do well. I hope that's helpful. Jeremiah, do you have any questions for me? Oh, and this guy built a whole thing totally independent of me, didn't ask me 1 ounce of advice in the last 10 years. It's like, so I can't decide if I should be proud or insulted. Anyway, both.
If you were to go out to dinner with 23-year-old me, looking back on the trajectory of your career, what would be something that you would say to him, whether to save him from a heartache or a business decision or anything, like life or career-wise?
Wow. What a wonderful question to ask. I'd say 2 things. I'd say 1, which was a Maya Angelou quote, when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. You're not going to change anybody, whether they work for you or you work for them. People really they're telling you everything you need to know as you're moving through different phases of life, and you should really listen to them. And listen to what they're saying and not saying to avoid a lot of sort of heartache and strife and challenge. And then the other thing I would say to myself is good job, because you decided when you started never to lie, never to cheat, never to rob people and mark things up in weird ways. We were always so transparent from the very beginning. And thank God, because that would have been a great news story once I made it on Oprah. That would have been a really interesting People magazine article, or like 60 Minutes. Like, oh, well, actually, the guy was a liar. He would buy these rugs for $80 and sell them to the client for $8,000, and here's 30 people that would like to say that about him out loud. So, stick with your own moral code. And I did, and I'm happy and proud that I did. We still do. We make a mistake, we own it, period. And sometimes it's really painful, but we still own it.
Inexpensive.
Yeah, and expensive.
Hello, thanks for all the helpful advice today. I think you just mentioned something that's really hard to navigate as a new designer is the structure of like how you mark up your products, how you do procurement. I think there's a lot of nuance to that. Can you just touch on like how you figure that out and how it works for your firm over time?
I was so bad in the beginning. It was so embarrassing. I remember, like, I didn't save receipts. Like, I would go to the antiques mall and buy like all this pottery for a client, and then I would go to their house and whatever commission we had agreed upon, I would add that to the receipt and then like throw the receipt away and like go buy a pair of shoes. Like, I was so disorganized. I was a disaster. And thankfully, my accountant, I finally realized I needed help in the beginning and hired an accountant on an hourly basis, the same guy I was talking about. And he came in and he said, well, where's all the receipts of this? And I was like, so, still to this day, I basically had to like ask for help or cheat through every math or science class in my entire school career. But, the thing is that the structure, there's a lot of different ways that people do it in our industry. We always have charged an hourly fee that we deduct from a retainer, and we charge a commission on top of the net price of everything we sell to somebody. And the reason we do that way is that if somebody takes too long to decide or they're really annoying, then we're still compensated for our time that we spent doing it. And then you can decide if maybe this project isn't working out or maybe they'd be better served working with somebody else. But the commission then pays for like should cover like the overhead of your firm, in which case might be your rent and your dinners out with friends or whatever it is. Doesn't matter, but that grows as clients grow. The other thing about having just a set rate of commission per contract in the beginning is that you're able then to share all original invoicing. There's no mystery in anything. And that's really, really important, because you want to be able to always have a paper trail. I learned this lesson young, but had to learn it anyway. You want to be able to have an immaculate paper trail from the beginning of a project all the way to the end. In terms of software and like what programs we use, I don't really know. I work on an iPad and an iPhone. I don't have a laptop, so I'm not sure what programs we've got running. I know I pay the licensing fees every month for some stuff. So everyone seems to like it. Now they're all on Slack. It sounds like a nightmare. I never go on it. Figure if it's important enough, somebody will actually text me. They do. So.
Ever fired a client or been fired?
Where are you? Oh, right there. Scott Kravet. Such a good name to say like that. Like Ramona Quimby. Yeah, I've fired a client and I've been fired, both. Early on, that's a horrible thing. You're just trying to here's the truth. Some projects, they start and you're filling holes. It's like a leaking rowboat. Every 5 seconds, nothing is right, nothing works out. And usually, I've found 29 years in the business, if the leaks start early, they're not going to get better. They're not going to get better. You can't, once somebody starts to lose confidence in you, and mistakes happen all the time, by the way. Nobody's perfect, and this industry is filled with opportunities to make mistakes. But, once the mistakes start happening, then what it does oftentimes is it undermines the client's confidence in you and your firm's capabilities. And then you're working twice as hard to convince somebody that you're doing the job that you're doing for every other project where everyone else is happy. And that's a horrible position to be in. So usually what we do is we make sure they get everything they paid for, and it's all delivered. And even that is always a nightmare, because they're like, this has a chip, and you're like, you chipped it. But that bullshit goes on for, just part of the business.
One last question. Somebody?
Hi.
Out of all of the projects that you've worked on, what was the most difficult or frustrating one, and what did you learn out of that you kind of applied for the rest of your career?
There was a woman in Chicago who was diagnosed with cancer, and she was a friend of a friend. I didn't know her, and she came to our firm, and she said, before I die, I want to live beautifully in my 2-bedroom condo, but I don't really have a lot of money. And I said, okay, we're in. Every year, my firm decides to kind of do something that gives back to either someone or an organization or whatever it is, and that was the year that we thought, I'm going to go to every vendor, and we're going to gut this 2-bedroom apartment, and we're going to put everything new and everything beautiful from the same people that we use on projects that have multi-million-dollar budgets. And I'm going to tell every vendor that this is my initiative, and that they're either going to do it at cost, or they're going to, or not, and we'll move on to somebody else. But I'm going to get my whole world involved in changing this lady's home. And I did. And so what was probably a $400,000 renovation at the time, we got for about $60,000, basically materials only, and everybody was kind of all on board. And the husband, who I'd never met, after everything was installed, went through everything and said, I don't like the quality of this, I don't like this. Look at the way that this countertop hits this backsplash. Why would you put the microwave down there? Because it was a tiny galley kitchen, and they had seen the plans of the microwave and never met the guy. And he was screaming at me. And I walked out the door, and I thought to myself, what is the lesson here? What am I meant to learn from doing this? I rallied my wallpaper installers, my electricians, my custom millwork, a beautiful bookshelf in the wall-to-wall in the family room. What am I supposed to learn? I know what it is. I should never do this again. Because no good deed goes unpunished. That's what I was meant to learn here. This, like, that awful, what a horrible situation I put myself in and everyone else in. It went to litigation, not litigation, but mediation. Because he wanted to push it and he wanted to sue us for, I don't even know what, at the time it was all weird. And I remember the judge said to me at the time, but she has cancer, she's dying. You got to settle with them. And so I had to pay out of pocket to them to get them to shut up. And so what was the lesson? To be honest with you, I think what I could have interpreted the lesson to be is don't put yourself in that position again. Don't ever, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. What I took it as is, when am I going to have the opportunity to help somebody like that again? So, I don't know. It was my worst and my best.
So thank you, Nate and Michael. We have two of Nate's books, and I know all of you have registered. Your names are in official, so.
Who gets to pick? Me? Oh, fun. Can I just say I want to thank Michael Hainey for agreeing to come up here this morning. He's the busiest guy. He hosts a series of talks at the Core Club here in Manhattan. He's like, and it was really nice of you to do this, Mike.
My pleasure.
All right, let me see. Who's the, wow, two of them. Can't pick the one on the top, right? So that's horrible. Okay. All right. G Park. Yay, okay. And Katie Phillips. Where's Katie Phillips? All right, awesome. Well, I love when people are here for it. Here you go. My pleasure. It's so nice to meet you. Thank you.
We're just going to bring in another.
Here you go. My pleasure. All right, we got to get off the stage, right?
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
take this too.
Beautiful.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Helen. Thanks.
I know you're leaving. Pam called you an Uber.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm still mic'd. Hang on one second.
Can everybody here in the lobby come back in? Hello?
It's a tough act to follow. But I promise we'll be fun too.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today? My name is Roger Littman, and I am your Benjamin Moore Architectural and Designer Representative serving New York City. We're really excited to be a part of today's Student Design Forum. Thank you to Kravet and NYSID for including us and being just fantastic industry partners. At Benjamin Moore, we believe that the AAD community is the heart of our business. We're known for our color leadership, premium paint product, and white glove trade service, but just as important is our commitment to showing up for a design community in ways that matter, and including supporting the next generation of emerging talent, all of you today. So for our programming, we're honored to introduce our friends from the award-winning multidisciplinary architecture and design firm Workshop APD. Andrew Klein and Jonathan Perkins will lead us through an engaging and valuable discussion on the anatomy of a project, dissecting design and architecture's collaborative core. They have an incredible presentation prepared for you. I'm delighted to introduce them to you. Please join me in welcoming Andrew and Jonathan.
Ooh, anatomy of a project, dissecting design and architecture's collaborative core. What does that mean?
Tell us, Andrew.
It sounds very complicated. I'm Andrew and this is Jonathan. I'll tell you a little bit about Workshop first and then we'll kind of figure out what that means, the dissecting of this project. So Workshop is a collaborative firm. We're 100 people now. We've grown a lot in the last 10 years, from 35 people to 100. And we work all across the US. We have offices in New York City and Minneapolis. And we do a lot of different things. We are architects, interior designers. We work on architecture, interior design, interior architecture, and product design. And a shout out to Becca, who's here today. We also recently added branding to our offerings. And we work in many different sectors: development, residential, hospitality, and we have a furniture line called Workshop Collection that you should all check out. And so we kind of wanted to talk a little bit about, when Jonathan and I were thinking about this chat we were going to give today, we were thinking about when we were sitting in your seats as students and kind of starting there with what is sort of this intersection that we experience in projects between interior design and architecture.
And so really thinking about it, you're going into college and you say, everyone says you have to pick a major, you have to pick a major. But how many people here, before coming in and said, I want to be an interior designer, said either you had a profession before this and you changed, or you started in one major and then you switched majors to interior design? Which is daunting that people tell you you're going to do this for the rest of your life. You're going to know what you're going to do for the rest of your life. So I was applying to colleges and I said, I'm going to go to architecture school, because in my mind, interior design at the time wasn't a major you went for. You went and you became an architect. So there I was applying, get my acceptance letter, enroll at Pratt Institute, and I'm going to go to architecture school. And then right before, graduation of high school, I'm like, do I really want to be an architect? Is this something I want to do? People are like, you would probably try interior design. And I'm like, I don't know. So thankfully, before classes started, I go to Pratt in the spring and sit in a studio, an architecture studio and an interior studio. And I absolutely hated the architecture studio. It was technical and they were doing skyscrapers.
It's not all technical.
But the interior studio just resonated more with me. It was like, this is something I'm much more passionate about, and I switched. And so it was really beneficial that I was able to do that before going into my career, my degree, and then making the switch. So it isn't, everyone doesn't have that path that you're going to be in this degree and you're going to do this for the rest of your life. Yeah. It's okay to have that winding road, and you make those different stops along the way.
It's interesting how career paths are not linear at all, like you were saying, winding paths, because I felt this intense pressure when I was in undergrad that this major is going to define who I am and it's going to give me this box that I work in for the rest of, quite literally, in interior design, working in the box for the rest of my career. And I actually went to a school that had a foundation year because I was like, oh, let's put off picking that major for 1 year, And then I did fashion and I was like, oh wait, this isn't right. And ended up in interior design. But then there was this weird feeling within me that even that, as an industry that touches so much, felt a little limiting. So I, unlike Jonathan, I then went and got a degree in architecture afterwards. And it allowed me just this feeling that I could touch more things. But what we've found working at Workshop is that we try to break down those barriers between architecture and interior design and even product design, because holistic design is what we're really focused on. And so I call them these invisible lines and breaking the boundaries, because I think as a student, it can feel really overwhelming to think that you're going to be limited in one area or another. And being able to find a creative studio where you can really work past those sort of invisible boundaries that the industry has put on us, or education might make you feel, is so freeing and exciting. And so we wanted to just talk a little bit about Workshop, how we work, and how we try and break down those boundaries. And our marketing team was like, and here you say, we literally wrote the book.
They gave us pointers. So.
Yes. But Andrew Kotchen and Matt Berman, our founding principals, did write the book on architecture, interiors, and the spaces in between. And the spaces in between is something that I think is really powerful. Those areas where architecture and interior design are collaborating and creating magical spaces that are not falling strictly in one spot or the other. And so our process is that we do own architecture and interior design in a lot of our projects. And that can be really beneficial for a designer.
Yeah, especially, it's great to be in a firm where there's an architecture team, an interiors team, a product team, and that interiors gets to really work on the project from day one. This isn't a firm where architecture does their part and then interiors come in. Pretty much from the second that contract gets signed, teams are working together. And that's the great thing of having the architecture studio a floor below us, there's a simple question, I run down to Andrew. If he has a question interior-wise, he runs up to me. And it's, in terms of concept, it's design, it's technical things that I might not know, but that Andrew and his team knows. And they're able to work around it and help us with that.
Yeah, definitely. It's about the holistic vision, having the resources, and then for me, it's just I get to have my fingers in everything, right? I never wanted to be boxed in. I think there's also benefits for the client with that. We like to call ourselves a one-stop shop because there's greater coordination between our teams. It can help early in a project to make sure that we're not putting things in the wrong place. We're sizing rooms correctly. We'll get into all of that later, I'm sorry. But I think that there's benefits for the client. I think sometimes, though, clients can be a little weary of a one-stop shop. Like they've got an interior designer that they've worked with their whole life, or maybe they like the idea of two opposing ideas. And so that's something that we sort of overcome through conversation with the client. But it's kind of interesting, even though we consider ourselves a very holistic firm working on architecture and interior design, all of our projects have an architecture contact and an interior design contact. So we're still sort of following that model of having an interior designer.
And it's always great, we have our client meetings, there's architecture meetings, there's interior meetings. Always within those meetings, something comes up. You're in an interiors meeting and something comes up on the architecture side. And then, so it's great to just be able to always have, you call in the architect. If they have a simple question, the answer is always there. It's not, let me get back to you, let me find out. It's that one team approach that we're all working towards this goal of this great end product for the client. Because in the end of the day for us, it's about the client loving the space and this project that we've worked 2-3 years on and having it resonate with them.
So we thought it might be cool to walk you through our process a little bit, because another thing that was always a little daunting as a student, I remember, is being like, how does this actually happen in the real world? Yeah, we're studying it every day in school, but what's the sort of step? So we'll walk you through a residential architecture and interior design project at Workshop, and we always start with the site. So getting a little architectural here for a moment. We do a lot of view studies of the site and thinking about the solar orientation. I know, snooze fest. But to really put that into terms, though, thinking about having the sun rise at the breakfast table and perhaps having the sun set at cocktail and at the dinner table. So thinking about views from every room. How can we utilize architecture to really sell those views in every space? And then we move into schematic design. And this is where I think our process varies a little bit from if you were just working with an architect and then going to an interior designer, because right now at schematic design, Jonathan will be brought in to do furniture layouts.
And we love that. We love, from the beginning, architecture comes to us and says, is this living room the right size? What furniture want to fit in here? Is this bedroom right? Has the client requested more than just a bed? And so we're really able to then sit with the architects and say, no, the primary bedroom, make it 3 feet bigger. The living room, you can take some size off of it, or the dining room, they're not going to use it that much. So it's not just as an interior designer coming in and saying, oh, we want this layout, but now all this has to change, and it's a little further down the process.
Totally. And it's so important when we're massing that house out to be able to say, like, okay, the living room mass needs to grow 3 feet. There are real life and real money considerations with that. Then we move into design development, which is where we're going to start pulling materials. And a lot of times in Workshop, the kitchens and baths are designed by the more architectural focused teams, but then we are able to pull in interiors to help us pick materials very early on.
And as a part of that, really starting to pick materials for those hard surfaces, interiors, since we are always involved from the beginning, which is great, there's always this design story. What is the story that architecture is really driving and that interiors is going to also tap into to really carry us through the presentation? And so when we first meet with the client interiors-wise, we're building that. It's always this building on top of things that are done in the past between the two studios and departments in a sense, to get this vision to life. And here we're sitting with our clients and we're saying inspiration imagery, precedent imagery, color, materials, really giving the building blocks of all the interiors that really carries us throughout the entire space. As Andrew mentioned, the one great thing we have is we have our product design team. And we're able, from the beginning, able to identify what pieces are going to be bespoke. What are we going to have product design to? And let them get in on the inspiration as well. So everyone is always bringing that point of inspiration to the project from a very early stage.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's really important you bring up that conceptual starting point, because we're not just talking about white box massing with the client. We're talking about creating like a coastal retreat for them that is casual and toes in the sand, you know. And that really has to pull through in every single element, including the interior design and furniture selections. Then we move into construction documents, again, snooze fest, right? But there's so many like real life things that come up that we can get ahead of here. You know, as we're starting to draw electrical locations and J-box locations, Jonathan comes in and looks at it and makes sure that it works with things that he's thinking about.
Or more times than not, I say, no, it's not working, change it, and you guys
and we
don't like it so much.
Yeah.
Or I'm saying, no, I want that area rug to be this size, and you're saying, sorry, but there's an HVAC grill, and I'm like, no, move the HVAC grill.
Oh, but he always wins, right? But no, it's true. At this point, the greater collaboration can really move. We can move around mechanical, electrical, and plumbing at this point. And so working collaboratively and breaking down that barrier is going to give a better product at the end of the day.
Which is then we move into all the sourcing. You know, this is when everyone loves to have fun with it. This is when you really get to show the client, what is this space really going to look like? What pieces are we going to have in there? And it's also great, you know, that we have the architecture team with us, and that, you know, they have a vision for the project too. So it's not just interior sitting, hi, this is going to be the furniture, really sitting with Andrew and his team and saying, you know, how are you feeling about this? We had that, you know, toes in the sand, this is the coastal project that we want. Are you still getting that coastal vibe from this? I think it's very easy to sometimes go into this tunnel vision when you're designing, and that it's important to really step back and really bounce ideas off your colleagues, off of other studios, to get an outside perspective on the project.
And I think this is where, like, my background is kind of different at Workshop, because I do have interior designers directly on my team, because I work on the hospitality projects too, and I've studied both. So this is the part where, like, I really love working with Jonathan, because we'll sit down, we'll go through this, and like I might say, this isn't really working for me, and I know the client because I've been working with them for 6 months now, and she said she hates that kind of thing. And it's that kind of love and knowledge of a project and that collaborative back and forth that can be really special. And then, of course, during construction administration, this is when we're starting to find out some on-site adjustments, or perhaps we get that light fixture, perhaps we get into the space and realize that light fixture is not going to be big enough, right? Because that massive gable end felt so much smaller in plan. But this is where we really get to problem solve together.
And then comes the hardest part of all, but the most fun part. And this is when all of that furniture, you know, architecture comes in, construction is done, and
We're
they come
punch listing,
in, they punch listed, and they're like, the space is yours. They're still there with us, but we are there, you know, with our installers, getting every piece of furniture in there, styling, accessorizing, and everyone coming together at the end as a team and welcoming the client in and giving them the reveal and really saying, welcome home, this is the project, and this is what we are so proud of, and we hope you are just as proud of as well.
And it's funny because people who are more architecturally focused in our team, like, they get really jealous of this phase because they've now spent 2 years of their life drawing, you know, minute details of someone's second bathroom or whatever, you know, that we were working on. And so we've started bringing them to site to help with the installation because it really is like that final magic moment. And when you're working on residences, it's not a space that you can go back and visit. This is someone's home. You know, you may be able to request to come and visit later in the future, and of course we're going to photograph it, but this is a private space, so seeing this all come together is the magical point.
And I sometimes feel like I don't want to detach myself. You've worked on a project for 3 years. It's like, it's almost like you live there. Like this is like you've made every selection pretty much for this client. They've approved it, but it's like almost your second home.
Yeah, for sure. And then it's always important, and remember this as you work through your career, to make sure you get beautiful photographs of everything you do. Because you might not get back, but also because this is the way that you're going to sell yourself to the world. So that's kind of our spiel. The rest is a little bit more casual and downhill, but we did want to share some selected projects with you and sort of speak through moments where we broke down those barriers between architecture and interior design and product design. And this is on the cover of our book. It's a very special project for me, and it was called Courtyard House. And when we started this project, there was no view. We're very lucky to work in Nantucket a lot and Martha's Vineyard, and we have A-plus sites that have amazing beach views, but this was an amazing site because it didn't have a view. It was this interior site where the Historic Commission couldn't see what we were building. So we didn't have to build a traditional Nantucket-looking house because they had no jurisdiction over us. And so we said, why don't we create the most amazing courtyard house and create the most amazing view from every room in the house looking towards the pool. So you can immediately see the integration of interiors and architecture because we're thinking about the views from every single space. So on the left, kids' rooms, in the front and center, kitchen and dining, and on the right, the primary suite. So everybody's immediately getting beautiful glass views out to this amazing courtyard that we were able to create.
And what was great about this house is this was, every client has a different vision of what their house is to be. And this client wanted that coastal, casual, relaxing Nantucket home. So you're seeing there's always the mix of materials that we love to do in the layering. There's the wood, the metal, the woven, woven on the chairs, and always looking at the view, making sure, being able to work with the architecture team, really get those furniture layouts are always focused on the view early and making sure everything that we wanted to fit and capitalize on that.
And it's thinking about how people live, right? So they're coming here in the summer. This is their time to be together with their family and relax a little bit. So creating a room where they're going to live, really live, cook, hang out on something soft, and eat, have a more formal family dinner here. And then on the other side, this is looking the other way in that room, having a lounge space where they can all come together, all in one space, looking out to their beautiful retreat-like pool.
Obviously more images, but seeing the integration of the millwork with the furniture in front of it, it's always this layering, working together, making sure that each space should be ideal as it should be.
And we like to do things like this is a custom sofa, and you'll see this some more custom sofas. But like thinking about trim details and reveal details in the custom furniture that mimic trim details or reveal details in the interior architecture. This, yes, please, give it to me, yes. This house takes my breath away. This was a renovation, so we thought it would be interesting to show something where we weren't changing the exterior of the house, but we completely gutted the interior and worked between interior and architecture to resize spaces, so much that we took out the stairs that were there before and designed our own stairs. But you can really see in this photo that dark wood that we're bringing down the stair and curving around is very much then represented in this beautiful sculptural chair on the left. And the idea of us creating these interior architectural glass fins that kind of helped us with some weird misalignments in the existing plan, but how that then is reflected in the little legs of the stools in that same blackened metal.
And what I loved about this house was this client had a very extensive art collection, and it was a gorgeous art collection. And art is something that plays a very pivotal role in all of the spaces, and it wasn't something that was looked at the end. We actually started with the art very early and said, how is the furniture going to work with the art? Making sure that a key feature wall that had a great painting on it wasn't being covered. And so bringing in the art and also looking at vintage pieces, always making sure that the spaces feel lived in. It's a collection. It's, the vintage, the new, the modern, the bespoke, it all layers together and creates this very lived-in, warming feel.
It's interesting you bring up art because we're working on another project right now in Nantucket with an amazing art collection. And they're buying art as we're doing the initial schematic floor plan. And we were able to take our interior renderings. We haven't selected furniture yet at all, but they're like, put this piece of art in the rendering and tell us if it works on that wall. And so just being able to have that easy flow back and forth, it's not a call to a different office, it's not a, two people coming together and having to have a meeting. It was just like, yeah, great, send us that. We'll put it in. Just some more views of this. We kind of broke the rules here and did travertine in the kitchen. And I just bring that up because there's amazing sealers now. You can actually use travertine in the kitchen if you want to.
And even looking at doing our bespoke furniture, this is a custom bed that our team designed. And really it allows us that if you can't find what you're looking for, you pull all of your inspiration imagery together. We go to our team and we say, we love this leg detail, we love this corner detail, we love this little stitch detail. What are you thinking too? And we work holistically and collaborative with the product design team to pretty much give us that perfect piece of furniture for the space that we have in mind.
And something that's kind of interesting about Nantucket, of course, we talked a lot about always wanting to look out and see the view. And so not being limited by a window at a vanity, but making it, embracing it, designing a custom mirror, to Jonathan's point, having the flexibility to design at all scales so that we can say, you know what, we want his and her vanities in front of mirrors so that in the morning the light kisses their face as they're getting ready. So this is a big guy. And so we're going to talk a lot about scale here. I'm going to let Jonathan talk about scale here.
This house is in the Bahamas, and as Andrew said, it is massive to the fact that the doors that you're seeing on either side of the painting are about, just the door itself is 5 feet wide. And then we have the glass. So from a very early part of this project, it was laying out the rooms, laying out the furniture, because everything is so oversized. And because of that, a large portion of the furniture is custom. You'll see this is a little family room, and there's already 3 seating areas. So it's always important to really start laying out your furniture super early, and that's why we're so lucky we have the architecture team there. So that we're just bouncing, sitting in a conference room, and going back and forth on the plans.
So I just told that we're almost out of time, and we have a lot of slides. So we're going to move quickly.
So this one we can just talk about, we're always talking about the client. You have your client. This project didn't have a client. This was a developer coming to us and saying, here's a blank space, what would you expect it to be? And so you really have fun. Who do you want the client to be? How can you make this amazing that someone pictures themselves walking into the room? So this is, a custom bed by us, custom nightstands, and then this bespoke screen.
When you don't have a client, you do everything custom.
Yeah, that's why behind it. Because it's for whatever you want.
This is another fabulous project. I'll just skip to this image. This image on the left, I think, if we were to just show you one image today of breaking down boundaries between architecture and interior design, I think that does it. Our product design team did a custom table. Our interior design team picking all these finishes. Our architecture team doing a soffit that matches the table. And having that high level of coordination all the way through is something that, is so important to me as a designer and has been one of the greatest virtues of working at this firm. Okay, we have to talk about color a little bit because Benjamin Moore sponsored us.
So this is a project I'm currently working on in Connecticut. A lovely couple, they bought 77 acres. They're building this 13,000 square foot house. He wants the most modern, neutral house in the world, and she wants everything to be whimsical and colorful.
Easy.
And it's like, how do we do this? And it's like, you have to make both people happy. So they pretty much, we came with that. He was going to get his say in the architecture, and she was going to get her say in the furniture. And so we came up with, always these color stories of she wants all this color, making sure that, we always like to say, what's your design story, what's your strategy? And really coming up with these color theories as you walk throughout the house that makes sense. It's your strategic vision of going throughout colors. So as we see, this is the architecture, completely modern, completely neutral, and then we're going to be layering all of the furniture on top with all of the color that she wants. And so you're making them both happy, which is what you need to do at all times.
That's true. And this is our very final part. I know I'm getting yelled at. But I just wanted really quickly, a big part of our practice in the last 5 years, or 10 years, has been bringing in hospitality. And I just wanted to talk, that's a very different relationship because on a hotel, generally you're going to be working with other partners, lots of other consultants. But just wanted to share some of these images. We're usually hired as the interior designers on the hotels that we do, not always, sometimes we're the architect. But working with the architect to make sure that languages from the exterior to the interior, here with like the porte cochere roof and the screens that we did inside the One Hotel Nashville, that there's a cohesive story and language from the moment you get out of your Uber and into the hotel. And so I will end on that. And yes, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Every single color swatch in their line, so we're going to just raffle this one book off. So.
Ooh, I hope I win. I was allowed to put my name in, right? Oh, I will let you do the honors. Oh, okay. Corbett de Giacomo? Sorry, I butchered your name.
Thank you again, Andrew and Jonathan. And we have our next panel, which is section. I'm just going to announce that this panel is going to talk about building your brand, which is very important for all of you. So Benjamin Reynaert, I'm going to let you take it over. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Benjamin Reynaert. I'm so excited to be here, and we're all looking forward to talking about branding, marketing, social media, how it's really affected everything that this incredible group of designers has done for their own businesses. And so our goal is to really help you all learn from like this incredible group's experience and to sort of use all of the tools available to you as you embark on your own journeys. So without further ado, I wanted to just introduce everyone, Katie, Margaret, Courtney, and Hilary, and just quickly mention your firm, where you're based, and it's Design Week after all, so maybe just one fun thing that you saw this week. And Katie.
Katie Curtis Design. I actually used to be a teacher here at New York School of Interior Design. I did go to the Savannah College of Art and Design many years ago, 30 years ago. And I have my own residential interior design firm here in New York City and in Los Angeles. And I haven't had time to see anything this week because we are moving our offices. So I have been around, but I don't know what's happening.
You'll see things today.
For sure.
Yes, exactly.
Hi, Margaret Daniel LLC. I split my time between Augusta, Georgia and here. I have a residential design firm. And there were so many good panels at What's New, What's Next. But perhaps my favorite was last night with Alexa Hampton and Tom Felicia. It was a good conversation.
Courtney McLeod, I'm the principal of Right Meets Left Interior Design. We're based here in New York with offices in the Flatiron District. We are primarily a residential interior design firm, and I think Wexler Gallery was a really great installation. Yeah, really fun. If you haven't seen that at 200 Lex, definitely worth stopping in.
Hi, I'm Hilary, and I'm the principal of Hilary Matte Interiors, and I'm actually located here on the Upper East Side, very close. I'm also guilty of not seeing anything this week. I'm traveling all next week, and we have a bunch of presentations that we're getting put together. So I've been crazy, but I did take classes here at New York School of Interior Design, so it's exciting to be back.
Yes, thank you. Well, yeah, so I guess the hot tip here is to definitely stop by the New York Design Center. So that's really helpful to know. And when it comes to, being an interior designer, I think nowadays, more than ever, it's so important to think of yourself as a brand. And it's oftentimes a tricky challenge because you are juggling so many different elements of your own business, not to mention the design work and managing your clients. So I wanted to just kick things off and hear from the group about how you sort of approached launching your firm and what did branding mean to you then? And I'd love to also talk about what, how that's changed and what it means to you now. But Courtney, I thought maybe we could just kick it off with you and hear a little bit about what were important steps that you had made when you first started out. Sure. I'm thinking about logos and websites and that sort of thing. Sure. But would love to hear really what was kind of a key factor for you.
Yeah. Well, I'm a career changer, so I kind of came into the industry pretty cold, and I struggled in the beginning with having the confidence to be really specific and authentic about who I am as an interior designer. And, because then you think, oh, I'm going to alienate all these clients that would never hire me anyway. So what am I afraid of? And, once I really got clarity about that, that's when I was able to say, okay, this logo makes sense. And so our logo, it's sort of like a firework. And the details on it are construction drawing details. So it's really subtle, but it talks about what we do. The colors of our logo are a really bright pink and a really beautiful deep blue those colors felt really authentic to me. And the name of the company is Right Meets Left, and that's a really succinct way of describing how we work. It's really a blend of the creative and the analytical. And I wanted something that felt a little playful, maybe even a little like cheesy, and that's me, good or bad. But it's a way for people to understand from the very first touch point who you are as an interior designer. So the key is really confidence and authenticity. Don't be afraid to be who you are, because people will be drawn to that naturally.
It's great to hear. And just also curious to know about, what sort of drew you to identifying yourself as like a separate name versus using your own name? And what was your thought process like for that?
Yeah, in the very beginning, I didn't really know if I wanted to just stay a one-person shop or if I wanted ultimately to have a team. But I always wanted it to be a bigger idea than just me. When I approach every project, I don't come from it from the perspective of I'm giving you me. I'm sort of filtering you through my eye. And so, at least for me, I felt like, having the name be a concept versus a person, again, it's just communicating something that they wouldn't get if it was just my name.
Interesting. I love that. And, I'm also thinking about now, it's so important to put your name out there. So regardless, I'm curious to hear from you guys too, like what were sort of important factors that you had to really think about when you launched your business, when it comes to your identity and your brand?
I think consistency is a big one. I started my business pretty young, and so kind of what jump-started me thinking about branding and design actually started in undergrad. I had a portfolio review with Margaret Russell that was coming up, and so from that point I said, okay, I need to bring a graphic designer on board. I need to think about this, because as I start to prepare to look for jobs, I want to be preparing to learn from someone, to learn to understand the components of their style to then inform what I'm doing. And so, even from my time at school, I was thinking about how to pitch myself, the colors I liked, how my interior and fashion leanings translate into typography. And so then when I started my own firm, of course, I wanted to have branded materials to go with word of mouth conversations that were happening, to give people things to reference back to. So from day one, starting to think about website design and every touch point that a client's going to have with me, how my emails are formatted. So not just the visual cues that I'm sending a client, but also the storytelling aspects of the work that we do too. So just taking a lot of time to think through every digital and analog component of what happens in a conversation with a potential client, and then on the website of things too.
And Margaret, that's such a great thing that you had thought initially to engage with a graphic designer. Mm-hmm. And those are such important skills to have. Did you feel you needed, how did you go about finding someone to work with?
So my best friend actually happens to be my graphic designer. I loved Nate's point about working with the community that you already have. I think that's crucial. Mm-hmm. And I knew that I have a vision for what I want graphically, but my time is not well spent trying to execute that. Abby is my graphic designer, and she very sweetly laughs when I try to show her my mock-ups of what I want done. I'll just send her sketches, because if I do it on InDesign, it looks horrible. So for me, that was quite important to say, all right, let's bring someone in early. Let's have them know what we're trying to achieve from day one. And I feel like my website, the work that we do, is constantly in flux. So that played a big role in thinking about it, yeah.
I love phoning a friend.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's, super key. And I'm also just curious, too, from the audience, when the words branding and marketing kind of come up, in one word, does anyone have any kind of thoughts that pop into your mind or questions? Personality. Overwhelming, yes. Advertising. Nice. Any others? Image, yes. Communication, holistic. I love all of these. I think these are all really helpful thought starters, even just for us to think about, especially now that I'd love to get a sense from you guys about what sort of goes into thinking about your content, the sort of materials, like, you know, you had mentioned your marketing materials, but beyond that, I'm also curious about how you put yourself out there, what channels are important to you, how do you sort of, you know, just from the audience feedback, you know, there's so much out there. So Hilary, I feel like, you know, you've done such an incredible job too with, you know, your platforms and managing, you know, all of those different channels. So what's been helpful for you, and how do you kind of juggle all of that?
So,
it is a bit overwhelming.
It's so overwhelming. So I was going to say, as much as I hate it, you might not think I hate it, but I actually hate social media. But I find that it is so helpful in, you know, people being able to see me and my style and what I like. And, you know, I really try to stay true to myself and, you know, my style, which I think is very hard today, to stay true to yourself. But social media is a huge part of branding, I think, and letting people know who I am and what I'm all about. And honestly, networking events, things like this, you know, going to showrooms, talking to other people, I think is like another way that I've really, I think has been helpful to, one, meet people in the industry and also, you know, get the word out about yourself and what you do. But yeah, I mean, I think just putting yourself out there is really important, and as hard as it might be, maybe not for everyone, but for me, but I think it makes a huge difference.
And what social platform has been the one that you've been using most, or that you've seen be most effective for business?
So Instagram, it's really crazy. Well, before I talk about Instagram, I tried out TikTok for a bit, and then I put it to bed. I was like, this is not for me.
Interesting.
I feel like I'm trying to be someone I'm not. I was like, let's just put the kibosh on it. So I'm done with that. And you guys probably love TikTok, but I will not be on it. But Instagram has been amazing. I think it's such an amazing way to share your work, what you're doing on a daily basis, what I'm interested in, what inspires me. And yeah, and I've gotten so much business off Instagram, which was so surprising to me at first. I would say, I mean, I think 70% of my work that I get is through referrals, which is another important thing. Like, your reputation is everything in this business, and I think it is so important to always do the right thing, because that's what follows you. That's another point we can talk about. And then the rest of it comes from Instagram. People reach out to me all the time, and they're amazing jobs, and you would never think it. So I've been more active on Instagram, or at least trying to be more active on Instagram, because I really feel like it helps a lot.
And Katie, I know you also are pretty active on all of the channels as well. What's your experience been like with Instagram, and how do you approach posting? Do you have a calendar that you follow? Do you have a cadence that works best for you?
So we do have a very consistent methodology that we use a program called Later to schedule all of our posts, not just on Instagram, but Later schedules also to Pinterest, to LinkedIn, to Facebook, which to me right now, LinkedIn and Facebook seem super antiquated, and I wouldn't be posting on those platforms, but I've heard from even some of my younger employees are on LinkedIn all the time, which I didn't even know that was a thing. So we are posting on LinkedIn every day. So we have a schedule that we do everything on Friday for the next week, and then those posts go out at the same time every single week. And I am on TikTok. And I was having a conversation with one of my clients about it, because she was telling me, she's in her 60s, she's extremely wealthy. She said all she does is sit on TikTok all day long and buys things. So I said, so we should be on TikTok, right? And she said, no, for your business, I don't think you need to be. And I said, what about house tours? And she said, oh my God, I love the house tours. I can't stop watching the house tours. So I think there is a reason to use TikTok, and we don't have a ton of followers, but I'm trying to post pretty consistently along with Instagram Reels. One thing that we started about a year ago is top 10 things heard at KCD, And that has been super fun, not just from a standpoint of getting a lot of interaction on Instagram and TikTok, but also within our own office. Because I just realized, like, as we're talking all day long, the dumb things that we say all day and the adjectives that I make up to describe things, and it's just ridiculous. So we started kind of writing down the top 10 funniest things that we say every week, and it's been kind of a morale booster in the office because everybody's looking for that funny thing to say, and like put that on the list and put that on the list. And I haven't been as consistent as I would like to be with it because we were doing it every Friday, but that's been a really fun thing. I don't know if it's getting us clients, but some of our clients will say, put that in your top 10. Like we have a client who uses the F word a lot, and she said, Katie, that is fugly. Do you know what that means? Fucking ugly. And she goes, and put that in your top 10. So like our clients are getting into it and they think it's fun.
So they're
but
engaging
we do have
with
to be
you,
careful, like
so.
a lot of things we say in the office we can't put on that. But it is fun, and it kind of boosts morale, and it's like a way to keep everybody engaged.
And I think what you're touching on is so important, which is just finding the story.
Yeah.
And, I've often found and get a lot of questions about, I don't have my work finished, or I don't have a project ready, and, it's a big investment to go through photographing and documenting your work. So it's great to hear and see that there's ways to find other stories to tell that aren't necessarily always your work.
I think that's the beauty of Instagram Reels and TikTok too, is that for, like Instagram Stories, so not all of our projects can be photographed. Most of them we do, but not all of them. So maybe those projects that aren't what I would deem worthy of being photographed have some great details, and while we're on an installation, we can do little videos of those things and show them as if they were this, if you do it right, you can make it look like it's some kind of monumental job that you might not be actually doing a professional photo shoot for. So.
And how do you all balance, this is kind of open to anyone, just curious about how you balance, when we think about our image and our identities and our businesses and our brands, what's worked for you and what hasn't worked for you in terms of balancing like what messages you're putting out? Like, are you ever just like, oh my God, I can't, like we need to take that down? Or like, how do you decide what to actually post and like what makes sense for your story? Yeah.
I think, so I sort of have let go with the only posting professional taken photos on Instagram, because I feel like, one, how many of those can you actually have? It's hard for us to even find time to take, we do, we like to finish a project and take pictures, but it's not always possible. So, and I don't think everyone loves to, I think people like to see beautiful professional pictures, but I think people want to see the real thing too. So I've definitely, I feel like we share a lot more of our everyday to-dos, installs, sourcing fabrics, that sort of stuff. I think that, people can relate to that stuff more than a beautiful, styled, professional picture. So
break down the walls.
Yeah, so I've been sharing a lot more of that stuff, and I feel like I've been sharing a lot more of issues, when items come broken, or they don't fit in the elevator, or the wrong color. So, that's all the world that we're in. We put out fires all day long.
The struggle is real.
The struggle is real, for sure. So yeah, I feel like I've just been more open about sharing that sort of stuff, and that it's not picture perfect, because it's absolutely not. My team can attest to that. So yeah, I think we're just trying to be more real on Instagram.
Yeah.
What about you, Courtney?
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And, I think I approach it as like the people who are following what we do on Instagram, we're kind of taking them on the journey that we're going on. And so what we're posting is like what's actually happening, what we're actually loving in the moment. So if it is a portfolio photo, that's great. If it's a product, if we're doing an install, or I had the chance to go to Paris on a press trip last week, and it was just taking people along for the journey, because it's hard, but there are a lot of fun moments as well. And I think showing the totality of it, show the beautiful pictures, but also show when the thing arrives and it's in a million pieces. And you're like, oh, you know, people appreciate seeing, you know, I think we can all fall into the perfection trap. And I don't know, I don't know if you guys feel the same, but I think we get more interaction when we aren't so perfect. People can relate to it a little bit better.
Yeah, I find the daily moment post, especially stories, get so much more engagement than even the professional photos. And I think too, what's so good about Instagram is it's like a great incubator or just a great platform to watch other people and find out what you like, to kind of watch them test out different things. I was joking with a friend recently that I think Luke Edward Hall is my travel agent. I love seeing where he goes and where he travels, and so I try to think about other designers that I admire and how they approach Instagram, and they give a lot of the behind-the-scenes elements of, like you said, the things that go wrong or the process of installation, but then they also just show snippets of their lives that are beautiful. I think, again, we're trying to be storytellers and to create holistic environments, and part of that is the inspiration that leads to that. It's the travel. And so I try to think too about the clients I want to, or the conversations I want to be having with my clients. When I post about travel, they ask me about it. They want to know where I've been, what I've been seeing that's interesting. They want those little tidbits too. And so that's kind of how I filter what goes into a story as well, doing different collections of stories based on those things too. Inspiration sketches from the office, and then also, yeah, where am I going? What am I doing?
That's really interesting to hear, and I think too, you know, a question that we often get is really about standing out in the market. You know, there's so much incredible design out there, and I love to hear that you're getting more engagement from kind of breaking down the barriers and like opening the back door a little bit more to the process. So, you know, it's really a relief to me too to know that, like, okay, great, like we don't have to be so worried about everything. And, you know, when it comes to really standing out on these platforms, I mean, it is such a crowded market, whether you're a design firm, a brand, or, you know, some other entity in this community. So I'd love to hear a little bit about, you know, how you've sort of found a way to sort of stand out a bit more, or are there things that you kind of gravitate towards, or are there certain pillars that you kind of lean towards when you're thinking about, you know, maybe it's like sending out an email or, you know, doing a social post?
Want me to talk to that?
Yeah.
Well, I think we used to send emails, so I feel like I've been around a long time. So you know, when I started, it was basically the website was the most important thing, and making the real in-person connections. There wasn't Instagram, there wasn't Facebook, so we worked really hard on SEO. We did email newsletters, like you name it. I have tried every single thing under the sun. And this might sound cliche, but Courtney, you mentioned this. In the beginning, I was working with a business coach probably about 20 years ago, and she said, Katie, from this day forward, you are designing for yourself. And I didn't know what that meant at first. Like, no, I have to do what the client wants to do. But then I got it. And what she meant was find your voice. Like, I wish someone had said this to me when I was in school. Find your voice as soon as you can and scream that as loud as possible. And there is a fear around that, for sure. And even I, to this day, when someone calls me and says, you know, I really want everything white, and then it's like, sure, we can do it. You know, sometimes I'll say something like that, but that's just not my jam at all. So it's still a battle, for sure. Like, I'm not always letting my flag fly as much as I would like to, but I think the more you can speak on social media or even in your emails or your beautiful logo to who you are as a designer, that is the only thing you can do to set yourself apart. Because let's face it, the market is saturated, and a lot of people on Instagram, you guys are in school, you're the real deal, you're learning. There's a lot of people who are not the real deal, and how is a client, unless we are posting these behind the scenes and the sketches and the drawings and everything you're doing every day, how is a client to know if we know at school here, you can get a license in New York to be an interior designer, but it means nothing. We can't sign and seal drawings. There's no professional certification. Anybody can say they're an interior designer who doesn't have the education that you guys have. So how do you set yourself?
That's great advice. I love to hear that. Do you guys also have any other, you know, advice in terms of just really thinking about how to stand out and what's worked for you and maybe what hasn't worked.
I think eagerness. Just being willing to reach out to people, cold calling and emailing. It's something that I did when I was in school. I would plan a trip to New York every December, and I would email every interior designer that I wanted to get coffee with, and surprisingly, a lot of them said yes and would let me come do office tours with them, or they'd take me to lunch, and I could pick their brain and ask, every question about their business and what advice they would have for me, and have tried to carry that over into my professional life as well. Definitely emailing architects that I love and developers to show my progress portfolio and say, I'd love to work with you. And that's led to several breakfasts and lunches and interest from them. They want to review drawing sets with me. And so it's led to some amazing work opportunities too. So I think having the mindset of being proactive, I had a boss who said, there are so many people eager to help you, but they just need you to ask. They're not going to come to you with the opportunity necessarily, but if you continue to show up, then the opportunities will present themselves.
Such a great point. And you also brought up a really interesting point, which was about, thinking about, engaging with your clients, but also, your audience. So I'm also just kind of wondering, are there different things that you guys do at your firms to market your clients that you already have versus ones that, on social, it's kind of, perspectives and you're putting out like a different message. Is there any kind of thought there in terms of how to engage with like the different people that you work with?
Yeah, I think that it really starts in the working experience that they have with you. That's your biggest tool. Like you were saying earlier, usually they're excited about their home and they want to show their friends. And, so that if they've had a good experience with you, that's going to naturally come. So I think focusing on doing great work and having a good process for your clients is really important. And then just having periodic touch points with the clients. Maybe that's a holiday gift, or maybe a book came out with your work and you send, just sort of saying, hey, I'm here. Like you were saying, don't be afraid to reach out.
And do you do that regularly or at the holidays?
We always do a holiday thing, but that's one of our, we need to work on it, of getting more consistent. Because it's really powerful, because when we do it, it often does, they're like, oh yeah, my friend Nancy is, building a house, like let me make the connection. So investing the time to get consistent, that's great. Something we're working on.
Well, I'd love for everyone to just quickly say kind of one last piece of advice. I know we're kind of going a little over, so I just wanted to get a sense, like, when you think about your brand and putting yourself out there, what's, one of the biggest things that you've learned over the years?
So I'd say two things. One is reputation. Like I said before, reputation is everything. I think it is so important. Word of mouth in this industry means everything. And so I think it's so important to keep your side of the street clean no matter what, and don't burn bridges. And the other thing I would say is, this might be controversial, not education-wise, but I think fake it till you make it. So, if you come out of school and, you have what everyone was talking about, a brand, like a logo and a website and all this sort of stuff, people really, I think, look to you and will trust you more if you have that all set up.
That's a great point.
I think that's important, and be confident.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Courtney?
It's funny, I remember when I first started, a lot of people would say, answer the question, who's your ideal client? I don't know if you guys remember that.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, gosh, and it wasn't until I realized, like Katie was saying, it's not them, it's figuring out who you are. And once you do that and put it out there, the people who fit you are going to find you, right? The clients need to fit you, not the other way around. So if I could have go back to the start, I would have understood that question differently. And once I really did, our clients completely changed. We had no nightmare clients. We've all had those. But it was so dramatic, the change. So as you're thinking about that, just starting, I would say look at that question from that perspective.
I love that.
Yeah, and I think too, as you kind of home in on your own voice and making that your mark, someone once said to me, you need to make sure that you find joy in what you're doing, because otherwise it's going to get really impossible. And I think that's amplified with social media and the pressure to brand yourself and be showing or creating content all the time. So I think that's one thing I've had to say to myself a lot in the past 2 years is, okay, ride your own ride, keep your head down and do work that you're proud of. Because if you're in this industry long enough, there's plenty of opportunity to find success and then to also like fade into the background. So you just need to make sure that you love what you're doing. And sometimes that means unplugging from Instagram or trying out a totally new strategy to present yourself to the world.
I mean, you heard my biggest takeaway was just find your voice as soon as you can. But I wanted to somehow bring this around to what's going to be super applicable to you guys who are in school, starting out in the profession. Hopefully you're going to go work for someone else before you think about starting your own business. And that whoever is hiring you, the first thing we do in our office is we will stalk you on Google and find your social media. So I would just say, if you don't want a potential employer or a potential client to see what you're putting out there, don't put it, there's a level of realness that maybe isn't appropriate. So
keep the
just
Finsta
think,
alive.
whatever you do is, that is your reputation, and just make sure that it's something that you want.
Such a good point.
It's putting your best foot forward.
Yeah, thank you guys. I don't know if we have any time for questions, but we'd love to field any questions that anyone has. Yes.
So, have you, since you started your branding, and you initially did your branding, have you evolved your branding? Like, do you ever go back and say, okay, like, now that I've had 5 years in the business, I think that this color palette isn't really representing anymore. So what was the process of that, and what did you learn from that experience?
That's a great question.
I think everybody needs to constantly be looking at a refresh, not just because your brand is evolving, but maybe trends are evolving, or you just want a different look and different style. We've had our current branding for quite a while, but it's just developed and gotten bigger in relation to how it's used on our website and how it's used in other marketing collateral. But I think it's always good to take a fresh look. And when I first started my business, I actually didn't use my name as part of the business because, like you said, Courtney, I didn't want it to just be me, and I had actually a publicist make me change the name of my business.
That's so interesting.
Because he said, this business is you. And it's still, 20 years later, sometimes it's a little hard to get your head around that, but, and looking at succession too, I think is a big debate. So I don't, different people are going to tell you different things, and our Instagram reels, what to do today, it's just constantly trying to respond to what you think is best for your business. I think it changes and evolves over time, and that's good.
I think that's a great answer, to just kind of always evaluate, always keep looking.
My question was just how you balance what you're sharing on social media and what you actually intend to have published. How do you find that balance between those two aspects?
I'm struggling with that one right now because I have a job that we just photographed, and I've been putting a lot of video content out there as in the form of reels, and then kind of hiding it so that the editor might not see that it's on Instagram. But it's a really good question, and I don't know, Benjamin, if you could even add input to that, because I feel like the magazines don't. It's an excellent question because they don't want that work to be published anywhere else.
I think I've learned so much from you guys just about being more open and letting your guard down on social media, and I think there's great ways to showcase the work that you're doing, like if you're on site or if you're meeting with a client or you're at a showroom, and you can kind of show the project, but you're not showing final photos. And I think as long as things aren't super polished and finished, and you're not sharing the same photos that you would share with an editor, then, that's a great strategy for making sure that you're engaging with your audience, showing them what you're doing and where you're working, but not necessarily giving it all away, if that's helpful. That's a great question.
Any other questions?
I really loved hearing from you guys and what you said. I think a lot of us in this kind of generation especially love this idea of boundaries and autonomy, and I know you were speaking as business owners with clients and drawing that line even for your own employees and for yourself. I think for a lot of us, we're going to start out, we're going to work somewhere else for a different business. Do you think these principles of what you're saying apply when we're looking at potential employers to work for?
Oh, that's a great question.
I mean, I'd say absolutely, because, excuse me, if you aren't like-minded with the principle of your firm, the culture of the firm, it's never going to fit. So the earlier on that you can figure out who you are, you'll find the firm that makes sense for you. So, you know, I don't think it's ever too early to start having those questions and trying to answer them for yourself. And don't be afraid to let those change over time as you gain experience as well. So, you know, even if you're working for someone else, if you do have that entrepreneurial spirit, you know, it's never too early to start thinking about that.
Anyone else?
I have another question. So, a little bit off branding, but piqued my interest about getting your stuff into magazines and publications. When I think if we're posting stuff on social media, I'm sure that that's not enough to pique the interest of shelter magazines. And so what do you recommend we do to try to get those contacts, to try to get an image in a publication, whether it be like online or print? And is it sort of like just blast out your best images to everybody, or is there more of a constructive way to do it?
That is a good question. I know that's such a hot topic, and I think a lot of other people are going to cover some of that. But as it relates to like how you think about marketing and branding, would love to hear what you guys think about, you know, engaging with, you know, people in the industry, like other ways to kind of put your work out there outside of social.
I mean, we work with PR now, but before, honestly, it's going to events and meeting people, because, you know, it is relationships, and if an editor likes you personally, I mean, real talk, you know, when you send them a project, they're going to respond, or they'll take more of a look at it otherwise. So
They'll remember you.
Or will remember you, and you know, they get invested in your success as well. So you know, networking is not my favorite thing to do at all, but I try to just get out and meet people, because I have seen firsthand what that can do.
It's a great point. And I think it is a good reminder for all of us that, you know, when you have your own business, you are a marketing and branding tool just yourself. So if you're out getting coffee, I mean, you never know who you're going to meet in line.
I also think that the magazines and the editors are so inundated with so much stuff. They have no budgets anymore. They used to go with a stylist and assistants, and you know, everything was shot professionally, and they don't do that all the time anymore. So what I try to do is I have to make that investment. So I make sure the project, the fees that I charge for the project will cover that. And it's, I mean, let's talk real numbers, $20,000 sometimes a day, or for a 2-day shoot for a stylist and a good photographer who's known, because the editors are going to look for that too. And that's the best money you could possibly spend, in my opinion, in your business, because I see in 3 dimensions, an editor sees in 2 dimensions. And sometimes I want the room shot to have like every single thing in it, but that's not what the magazine wants to see. So really investing in those professionals who know what the magazines want. And then I literally work with a media coach. I write the pitch out. I have the 2 or 3 photos just to spark, and I hand it to them on a silver platter, because if I give them everything they need, then maybe the chances are they're going to take that.
That's so kind of you.
And become a resource to them, because a lot, like I have one editor in the UK right now, she emails me every Monday. This is what I'm working on, what do you got? And I just immediately respond before I do anything else that day, and just even if it's just a backlink to my website, at least it's
Did you meet her or him in person?
No, she asked me for something. Like, she wanted an image of mine, and she wanted a blurb. And she said I just responded so quickly, and it was so easy, that she just keeps asking me. And just become a resource, you know, instead of looking at it like, what can they give me, look at what are they looking for now. And sometimes, honestly, I think a lot of the crap that's out there right now editorially is like, you know, what's trending in living room design right now? And sometimes I think, I don't know, this is crap. I don't pay attention to trends, but I just I make it up and put it I mean, that's what people want. If that's clickbait, I'll give it to you, like whatever.
So it's good to be a resource to others.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Absolutely.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Hello, thanks for all the helpful advice. Following up on Carissa's question a little bit earlier, while you're working for someone else early in your career, trying to learn and grow, how do you navigate growing your own brand while wanting to really be respectful that you're working for somebody else and it's their work at the end of the day?
That's a really great question.
I worked for a different firm and then had the offer for a whole house project and said, okay, I have to either, you know, stay where I am and forego that or go out on my own. So that's what I did. I think.
Was that with Miles?
Yeah, I worked for Miles Red previously. And so I think, like one, again, take the opportunity to learn what you can. I used that time to just like file away tons of information from how we were handling social media, how I was watching other designers do that as well. And then, so I didn't post any of like my own work while I was working for him, of course, just what I was doing in my apartment even, I just didn't show that. You know, posting site visits and things. So I think it really is more of a time to learn and be respectful just so that you don't start to like cross those boundaries at all. But again, if you're taking the time to learn and practice those things on your own, experimenting with how you do stories or post, experimenting with how you caption, again, giving people an insight into either the work you're doing, if you're working on your own place, or where you're traveling, that's just a great kind of like breeding ground and time to get you ready to do that on your own afterwards. So thinking ahead, but also being respectful and being primarily attentive to where you are and learning from those that you're working for.
I also think there's no problem with if you have that strong voice that's resonating with who you're working for, that it's just a natural fit. So you may be posting things that you're doing while working for this person that are totally you. And I'm thinking of my friend Lizzie Bailey, who's a brilliant designer, and she worked for Katie Ritter for many years. And the styles were very synergistic, like their styles are very synergistic. So she had all that time to learn, but it was very much her style too. So she was being super authentic to herself. And then after a period of years, when it was time for her to go out on her own, it was just kind of a natural progression. And my understanding is that it was a very amicable split, and Katie was super happy for her, and it just evolved in a really nice, beautiful way, because they were both being authentic about who they were.
Those are great answers. Just being respectful of who you're working for, and then also seeking out opportunities with designers and firms that are really make sense for you.
Sure.
So, great.
So I want to thank all of you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
We have 2 NYSID books. They're heavy, but you know, so we're going to raffle these 2 off. And then we have a really exciting segment. It's a demonstration on hands-on performance fabrics. So we're going to do a little setup that's going to be really cool. Kind of stay near your seats because we're handing out some kits and fabric swatches and things that you guys can work along with. So, yeah.
Lucy?
The first book goes to
Lucy? Lucy Yang?
And the next one, Galen Ross.
Thank you. That was so great.
So beautiful.
I was like listening.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, you as well.
Down here, I'll give you a hug.
I would love that.
How are you, my dear?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. So well. Thank you. Oh, I hope so. I should turn this off because I'm still on.
That was fantastic.
Oh, good.
That was really
Thank
fun.
you, guys. That was great, guys.
Thank you.
Hi. How are you? Nice yours.
jobbers or editors that can give them return.
Right. Because when they buy an order, they're going to purchase enough fabric to cover the cost of our customization. So here's the final colorway on the right, and sort of the inspiration board that we use. This one's we're showing in November at a show down in High Point. And then Jacquard Manufacturing, that's what I'm here to talk about. This is, our mill is over 100 years old. We're the largest in the United States and second largest in the world. We're located in western North Carolina, very, very small town. Our process, we start with a fiber. We purchase this fiber around the world. We turn it into yarn. We make yarn in-house, and we purchase yarn. We dye it, we warp it, we weave it. We have a whole finishing plant, and then we provide a lot of testing results. And testing is going to come up in a lot of your jobs when you spec fabrics.
Can you go back a second?
Yep.
They're the only mill in the world that's completely vertical like this. So most other mills get yarn that's dyed and dropped off. They get fiber in it. Everything comes into the mill white, which is miraculous. And they can have an incredible computer-generated dyeing system. They also spin and make their own bouclés, which is very unique. So they are the best mill and the biggest mill, and you're in charge.
Most days. My world right now is here in raw materials. With COVID, a lot of our yarn vendors closed or sheltered, and they used to bring us portfolios of beautiful yarns to pull from, and they just aren't doing it anymore. They don't have the staff to do it. So I spend a lot of my time working with vendors trying to develop new yarns. Some of it we bring in-house and make, a lot of it we purchase. We have natural fibers, synthetics, and recycled. The world used to be natural fiber, when I first started, but it's really, a lot of it's going into the synthetic area, and synthetics are a lot nicer now. The hand is great, durability is off the charts, and then recycled's coming up strong. We have a new yarn we're working with Kravet on. A new boucle. Historically, we couldn't get recycled fibers to be soft enough or decorative enough, but that's definitely changing. So we're really excited about this recycling area.
Can we think about Sequal later on, or you want to talk about it here?
Yeah, so we have an ocean plastic yarn that we purchased out of Spain, and it's created from ocean waste. So they take it, melt it down. I'll show you an extrusion process in a minute. We're going to have if any of you go to the High Point Furniture Market, we're going to show part of our Kravet collection in one of our showrooms. So it's an exciting, beautiful product, but it also gives back, and we're able to do something with all the trash and the waste.
Water bottles, like it's broken down into flakes. The flakes go into extrusion to a yarn back into fabric. So how many water bottles for a yard, roughly?
Probably 20 to 40, depending on how much is in there. So that's a good use to help clean up the environment. The next one we're working on, and I know it's not quite right to sell yet, we're showing Kravet in a few weeks, but it's a recycled cotton fabric yarn. So we'll take in denim, jeans, and t-shirts. They segregate it by color, they chop it up, they grind it up, and they make a recycled cotton yarn out of it. It's not soft enough quite yet, but it's called Recover, and it's also coming to us out of the company in Spain. So a lot of innovation coming out of Europe. Basic yarn types, we have filament yarns, which are really durable and strong. A lot of our synthetics fall into this category. Long filaments put together to make yarn. Then we spin yarns, cotton rayon, also some polyesters. We don't really sell a lot of acrylic. It's not as durable as polyesters. And then novelty yarns that Scott mentioned. These are chenilles and bouclés, and you'll see those on furniture in a lot of the retail stores right now. Very popular product type. And we have machines that can do this. We just went over to Italy a couple of weeks ago to look at a new machine that can make even softer bouclés and twist different colors together. So this area, I think, is still going to be around for a while.
Second, tell about space dye.
So space dye is basically, if you take 12 inches of a yarn, it'll have 4 different colors in it. So we have, not many places do it anymore. You can do it, you can inject it into the cone of yarn. We're working with a customer now, or a vendor I should say, where we're trying to stamp the color on it. But it gives you multicolor without having to have layers and layers of yarn. So it's a much more economical way.
Going in a machine, you have 4 different nozzles, 4 different colors hit it. When you pull the yarn out, it's all space dye.
Sort of tie-dye.
Tie-dye. The only weird thing is that when you weave some things, it gets a little patterning because it's random.
So that actually is a great lead into dyeing. So in our dyeing, on the bottom left is a dye pot like you would see at home, and you could just dye something with RIT dye. We do it on a much larger scale. So this is our dye house, and these are 100-pound lots, and they go into these vats underground, and there's a lot of steam and heat, and it gets the dye into the yarn. We also have a lab. This is one of our textile 101 classes. Most of our customers bring clients through, and here they're trying to match a shade. We probably have 50 new colors going through every single month. So if Kravet comes out with a book plan and we don't have the right blue, we can dye the blue for them and tweak it as we need, and then we can go to the production environment.
How long does it stay in the dye?
It's a couple of hours, and then they have to dry on these really huge dryers. And so this is how we dye the filling yarn. And then this is extrusion. We bought this equipment a little while ago, but this is, if you slice a carrot and you slice a radish, the carrot is orange all the way through. The radish is red just on the outside. So for extrusion, we take these little beads, we melt them, and we it's like taffy. You pull it out as yarn. So the color is going all the way through the yarn. So you can't, we can put a UV inhibitor in it, so it can be for outdoors, but this is bleach cleanable. Nothing's going to take that color out of this area. And then warping. So these are really large warp beams, and a warp is really the vertical yarn coming off the loom. We can put 3,000 yards of warp on a beam, and then we also dye these beams. So there you can see all the different cones that are going down the row. And then this striped one is a blanket, is what we call. This is what Scott was referring to earlier. So we can have 8 colors going across the width of the fabric. And if we put one color across it, we get 8 colors automatically. And so that's how we get to hundreds of samples to show.
How many yarns are in the warp beams?
It depends.
I know, but give them some numbers.
9,600 for our finest construction, and then we go all the way down to 1,284. And then we have machines that put these in the loom. I have a picture of that I'll show you shortly.
The higher the number, the finer the fabric. More expensive and more yarns.
And if you get into the silk category out of India, it's going to be even finer.
10,000.
Yep.
Look how beautiful the paisley design is.
So this is jacquard weaving, and what it means, these sort of neon chartreuse strings are lifting a warp up or down, and that's basically all it is. If the warp is up, the filling's going to go under it and be hidden. If the warp is down, the filling's going to go over it and show. And so with a jacquard loom, we can control all the different ends of a warp. And I'll show you a dobby loom, and there you put up sets of yarns, so it's a little more stringent. Here you can see this is a tapestry warp we're weaving, and so you can see the orange is coming up, the blue is coming up, and that's giving you that real decorative coloring. Every weaver has a whole alley of looms that they work on, and so these lights tell them if something's happening to the fabric, if there's a defect they need to go fix. And then we inspect every yard of fabric twice. So right off the loom, we look for any mistakes, and here they can actually take the yarns and pull them to the back. And then we look at it after finishing as well. So this is the loom in motion. So you can see the light and the dark warps coming up. And it's creating either the white, or this is actually navy, but it looks kind of black pattern. And we can throw about 800 yarns per minute. So these are incredibly fast when they weave. We have really new equipment. We're very fortunate.
It should be 480 or 500.
Yeah, it used to be half.
These are super fast.
And we can either have a shuttle that carries the yarn back and forth, but with a lot of them it's air. So they'll blow the yarn this way, and then they'll blow the yarn back that way. Finishing. After we weave the fabric, everything you spec into an environment is usually finished. We can put a back coating on it to strengthen it on furniture. We can twist it and wet it and sort of soften it that way because you want the hand to be really nice. We can put a topical finish on it. And then we also have machines for our lower end for Rooms to Go and Haverty's and Lazy Boy, that kind of customer, and they call it needle punching. And needles go up into the fabric and back down, and it just entangles the fibers. Kravet, actually, you just bought your first book of some commercial product. It's looking much better than it used to 10 years ago.
That's for sure.
And we'll probably sell a ton of them. I mean, it's running our looms right now. Dobby weaving, these looms we've purchased from Belgium. They're brand new, and we're just setting them up, but you can weave really simple fabrics this way. It's a lot less expensive to weave this way. We weave a lot of these planes on our jacquard machines. We don't really need the jacquard to do this, but this is Dobby weaving.
What's a loom cost these days, a jacquard versus Dobby?
50 versus 150 to 200,000.
Per loom?
Yeah, per loom. So it's a big capital investment. We're very fortunate our board has approved upgrading our machinery year after year.
They're an ESOP company.
Yeah.
Employees own the company.
We used to be owned by the Shuford family that owned Century Furniture, Highland House Hickory Chair, and about 8 years ago, the employees took out a loan from the family, purchased the company, and we're paying the family off. But everyone that works for us is an owner, so it's a really great story. We made it past the first 5 years, which is always a test for ESOPs. But
how many employees you have?
We have about 800 employees. I've got about 30 in my department, but we run 3 shifts a day, 24 hours a day. It's really expensive to stop machinery and then turn machinery back on, so we like to run it consistently. And our biggest struggle is labor. It is hard to get people to work. I was just telling Scott that. So it's suppliers, we've got the components, we've got the designers, we've got the sales reps. We're always hurting for people to come walk in the door and work in this environment.
I'm going to become a loom fixer.
Yeah, and you can make really good money, especially in the South, in a very small town. Weavers can make $50,000 or $60,000 a year for an hourly job. That's a really good living. But and we have a lot of families, a lot of multi-generations that work in our factory. But so Scott's going to show a little bit about from his travels with other productions.
It's completely different. So the Belgian loom is a completely different setup. There are 3,500 bobbins. It takes 2 ladies 2 days to set it up, and it weaves 4 yards a day. She's weaving 4 yards every few minutes. I mean, it's ridiculous. So it's a completely different setup, but it's more expensive. It's a pile fabric. After they actually weave it, they have to then shear it, they have to brush it, and it's usually linen or rayon. And there's only about 150 looms in the world that can weave velvet, and probably 100 of them are in Belgium. So the Belgian weavers are always credited for velvet weaving. Oh wow, okay, embroidery. So embroideries are all, we'll show this later, it's all done, 90% is done in India, okay, in Bangalore. So there are 2 types of embroidery machines. One is called a couching machine, which is this middle one. So you see it's a little thicker yarn, it's sort of the outline, and there's another one that goes on the inside. So you can digitally print, and then you can embroider on top. And what they do is they take 7 yards at a time, they fold it in half, 12 hours of embroidery, okay? And then they flip it over, another 12 hours, so 24 hours with 7 yards, okay? I'll show you one fabric a little bit later when you come back to the next session, all right? Oh, here it is, okay? This is full embroidery, you can't even see the base cloth. There are 2 million stitches per yard in this fabric. It's actually taken from a doctor's of Bargel. It's from a 17th century original, which I'll show you the hand block. So we're going to pass. Next session, you're all going to come up. We're all going to pass. You're not going to be sitting. So that's embroidery. That's pretty cool. And you can do hand-guided embroidery. I mean, they are literally sitting on the floor. They're over the age of 18, and they're literally doing 6, 7 yards at a time, and they're hand embroidering. That's one way. Then certain regions only men embroider, certain regions are women embroider. Depends on where you are. So here they're hand-guided. They put it in a big circle. That's a Suzani. A Suzani is when you and your daughter are in Istanbul or Turkey or Uzbekistan want to get married. You work on this piece where it's a garment, usually a coverlet, and then when you get married, that Suzani goes away with your daughter. So the nicer the embroidery, the nicer the arrangement, in exchange for maybe a couple of cows and some goats and whatever. So that's a Suzani. And then here's also different thick yarns that they work in an assembly line. You can see they're working assembly. So he's just doing one color. He'll probably do like an orange. He'll do the red or whatever. So everyone's responsible for a different colorway. Yeah. And then printing, there's different types of printing. I'm going to show you some hand block printers later in the next session. Talk about that with Lena, our archivist. So that's very, very primitive. Then you can go flatbed screen printing, okay? You can do rotary screen printing. You can do just tapping from nature's environments, like I'll show you some tablets cloths. Or you can do digital printing, which has really gotten much better the last few years. So we've evolved. It's not great. It depends on the separation and the people who take the design and scan it for how clear it is. But it's getting better. With digital printing, you just literally press a button. You can print 50 yards or 75 yards at a time, whatever you need. With screen printing, you got to go on a table, and hand block is a 60-yard table also. So.
And all these start with a woven ground, but the pigment's on top of the fabric. So if you turn it over, you don't see the image. So we have a quick project. If you open up your packets that we handed out, we've got several swatches for you to identify and a glue stick to put them on this card. So now we've kind of shown you.
Everybody have a packet? Yes, we have plenty.
So just take a few minutes, look at the different swatches, remember what we said.
You didn't study for this test, did you?
And it's messy. Fibers shed and get all over the clothing. So go ahead and glue them on your squares. See if you can figure out which is which. If you have questions, just raise your hand.
Oh, wow.
Little activity, so you're all involved. See what you can do.
Very expensive. This one's really expensive. Well, that was an obvious one. You should get them all right. Oh, there's a trick one in there, huh? You have any neighbors, really? That was a collective project.
Give you one more minute.
You know, there's a back, in case you didn't. There's a back with two other swatches of opportunity for velvet and cut velvet. So, the velvet is, I'll give you a hint, is usually just solid. The nicest one is the cut velvet.
What does that run per yard?
We sell wholesale trade for over $250 a yard. So it's $500 retail, this little guy. Yeah.
For that, what is it, square?
Per yard.
Per yard.
So I can't believe we chopped this up and gave it to you. Who's in charge of that decision?
I think it's a discontinued color.
I hope so. That's what I was saying with the loops. So she asked what a cut velvet is. So these looms that are in Belgium, there's a wire on the loom. And there's different diameters in that wire. When the wire gets pulled out, it creates a petty point, needle point, or grill point weave. There's also a razor blade on that loom that cuts the loop. So it's a cut, yarn, dyed, looped jacquard velvet. So if you look as closely at this one in particular, you'll see someone has plush pile and some has a loop. Yeah. Very expensive. And you can control the size of the loops by the diameter of the wire.
So here are the answers. Just so you can see, the top left is the print. You should know that when you flip it over. The color isn't on the back. It's usually a single layer fabric.
Usually cotton, poly, or linen.
Typically less expensive than a velvet or a woven. Embroidery, it's stitched on top. So
you got that right? Good. Next level, $64,000 question. Keep going.
Dotty fabric, it's woven, it's a plain, so the front and the back definitely have a pattern to it. And then the jacquard is a multi-layer fabric. So you'll see different yarns on the face of the fabric, and when you flip it over, you'll see all the extra yarn hanging out on the back. Velvet is the solid, plush.
Discontinued color. No one buys that color anymore.
And then the cut velvet, the most expensive, that Scott was mentioning. It's areas are cut and areas are left uncut, and it's multicolored. All right, moving on to durability and performance. We test every fabric, and so when you're specifying fabrics for environments, whether they're hospitality or residential, these are good things for you to know. Seam integrity is extremely important. We sew two fabrics together, and then we use weights to pull them apart. The image on the right is a failure, so you see the gap between the stitches, and the one in the middle is passing. And we look at length of stitches, how long before it tears, that you don't want it to pop open on the edge of a chair, edge of the sofa. Testing abrasion, if everybody could stand up just real quick.
Yep.
And then sit back down. So that's called one double rub. So you'll see on the back of the swatches that you use, 30,000 double rubs, 50,000 double rubs. So
We're not going to test it here.
This machine does it. We cut swatches again, and it's just going back and forth and back and forth. And we cut it off once we look at it every 10,000 to judge it. And that tells you how durable the fabric is. But it's an important test.
Right, and everything we buy from you guys goes 30,000 double rubs or more.
Right.
Residential high abrasion considered 15,000 double rubs. So hotels want 50,000 double rubs, 100,000 double rubs.
Yeah.
But basically, if it falls apart, we make good on it. We haven't had a claim with them in 25 years. So they make durable fabrics.
And you wouldn't put an embroidery on a sofa for a family with 5 kids in a great room. So you really have to know where you're specifying your fabrics. Pilling, again, this is a sweater, and you know how you get lint on the surface. This machine, we cut swatches, and it's doing a circular motion, and the whole machine's moving too.
They don't make this. This is just a demonstration.
Just to make sure a fabric doesn't pill. And then what is performance? We spoke earlier. It's durability, cleanability, fade resistance, liquid resistance, stain resistance, kids and dogs. We have a brand we work with Kravet on called Inside Out. This is what we're going to test today, that you can clean with soap and water. Liquid resistance, here you can see the fabric, the coffee and the red wine are beading up. And you just take a towel and you just let the water soak it up. And you can wash the color off, but most of these will take care of that stain very easily. Again, soap and water. These are blueberries here. It'll take care of it. And then 10-to-1 for bleach cleaning. Hospitals, they use 4-to-1, so it's a much stronger solution. UV protection, we put a UV inhibitor. It's just like sunscreen for yarn, so that when the fabric's sitting outside, it doesn't fade. We also test white fabrics to make sure they don't go and turn yellow. So we're going to do a quick fabric cleaning demonstration, so we need 4 volunteers.
All right, come on up. Also, talk about, if you will, talk about Krypton.
Yep, Krypton is another treatment that goes on top of the fabric. We need one more.
It's actually nanotechnology that embeds itself into the fiber itself, and it's permanent. Years ago, the topical treatments would wear off after a while. Like, I don't know how old you are, you're all pretty young, but used to have Z-Pel, then Scotchgard, then Teflon, and then it's a stain resistance, which is Krypton, which is really terrific. It's really perfect today.
So we can take a natural fiber like a cotton or rayon fabric, put Krypton on top of it, and it creates a barrier so the stains don't get through to the natural fiber.
So Krypton is not the fabric
It's a treatment that goes through a double-dipping secret process that nanotechnology adheres to the fiber itself, and it's permanent. As soon as you die, it's gone. It's a permanent process.
So with these are our inside-out products. So you can either just put a few dots of the soy sauce on it, or mark on it with a highlighter. And then you should have a paper towel to bring it up, and you can spray on it with, this is just some...
What happens if it doesn't work?
Yeah, we tested a few before we came.
Okay.
But you can see how it beads up, and you're able just to blot it off. And then you can spray on top of it. I don't have another. Does anybody have another paper towel in their bag? You do? Okay. And then the next step would be a toothbrush. You can go in with like a, and then you can rub after. Yep.
Is it working?
Is your towel yellow? Yeah, you can show your towel. Then you have to let it dry.
What's the solution, Laura?
So it's actually just ivory liquid soap. So here we got the soy sauce out. You show them your towel so you can see all the yellow marker that's coming up off the fabric. You still got some on there? Yeah. Probably need another towel. I only put one in your kids.
Your kid really went to town.
There's 30,000 little rubs right there.
I know, I mean, it's like, it's moving.
All right, good.
So we have some markers for each of you. Thank you for participating.
Don't try it on your clothes.
You probably need a little bleach on it too, or a toothbrush.
So I mean, it's like, I'm trying to be delicate with my rubbing. And they're like, I know, but I'm not delicate.
All right.
Thank y'all very much. This is a polyester.
It's almost there.
Magic. All right, Karen, what do we got?
All right, next, can we go back to the slides?
Okay, sorry.
Yep, thank y'all very much. Give them a hand. And I'll just flip through. These are color trends we're going to show at market this season, just to show you a little bit what's up and coming. We're looking at more golds, burnt siennas, really beautiful warm tones. Gray is sort of on the decline. Really pretty blues paired with cognacs and rusts. Reds are very much warmer, baked clays, hennas, terracottas. And then these silver sort of sage greens, really pretty soft greens. And on the contract side, really more earth tone colors. This blush is a new neutral for the contract environment. Really bright yellows and really beautiful moss and olive greens. And then really vibrant sort of cobalt blues. And then this last slide is just about sustainability. I think that we're all kind of working on this collectively. We look at our processes, our carbon footprint. We look at the content of the fabrics, how much recycled content, how much recycled yarn we can get into a fabric, ocean stewardship with our Sequal initiative, and then our people, how we can give back to our community and support the folks that work for us. So that's it.
We're going to break now for lunch. We have to go downstairs. We have lunch for everybody. 20 minutes only because we're running late. And while you're eating, we're going to spread out our archives. We brought some documents, artwork, textiles from across the world, from centuries ago. And you'll all be able to touch and feel and look up close and personal. So 20 minutes for lunch.
Sure, lunch, but come back.
Come back.
And where are they in school? They're in Washington. Oh, nice. So it's good. Yeah, I know.
Hello. And just to let you know, at the end of the session, at the end of the day, we have certificates for all of you to receive that says that you participated in the forum. So come back and join us.
I was on the stage.
Good. Just wait. Just wait. the business. Our grandfather lived the longest. He got the company. It worked back then. He wants a crazy wife to be a partner. So he was passed down from my dad is the oldest. Was serving in World War II. Medical corps. Wanted to go to medical school. Got there. He was going to Jewish people, so wasn't allowed. You're the oldest. You go to the family business, and someday your younger brother will become the doctor. What happened? So all here goes to my grandmother. My brother's the oldest. They're carried. Brother's colorblind, so job security for me. So he and his wife literally run the company. So they do everything but fabric selection. I'm responsible for all our brands. We have 7 different studios, 35 people picking colors and fabrics every single day. And my job is to make sure we all play nice in the sandbox together. So what you see here, and why it's an interactive, we're going to show you what's on the table, is, no, it's fine. It's archives that we acquired when we acquired different competitors. So Kravet is the parent brand, but we bought Lee Joe for 1995, which is very English-based. Brunswick in 2011, and Baker in 2005, and then Dahlia during the pandemic. So each brand has their own identification, own team of people doing products. They check their egos at the door, and they come and they play nice in the studio. So we do arrange tours for students at 21st Street. We have 20,000 square feet, different studios. So when you get together with your professors or organize it through Ellen, I give the tours myself, or Lena can give the tours. But it's 18 months of advanced work. So it's all about the future. It takes us that long. By the time we finish our collection and send it into purchasing, you have to weave it, print it, or embroider it. It takes 4 or 5 months. Then it has to transport a month, usually comes from Europe, and then it goes to a swatch book another 4 months. So by the time we finish, by the time designers, decorators, and architects get it, it's a full year. So we're working a year and a half in advance. So how do you predict things that are going to sell 2, 3, 4 years from now? Well, the color forecast is, sorry, is Pantone here? I mean, is the guy from Benjamin Moore here? No, it's all bullshit. They pick the worst color, and it's all merchandising marketing. And no one looks at those colors. I mean, you may wear and buy those colors for an apparel, but you change it out. So color is, you got to live with it. You got to love it. Okay? So best-selling colors, what do you think they have? White, beige, cream, ivory. It's all whites, then some blues, then some grays. So you'll find in our lines, no purple, no yellow, no orange, no green. Look, that yellow she shows, the hospitality is like, you got me to get sick and then you can leave that place. I mean, it's not for calming residential. Okay, enough of that story. What's on the table is a bunch of documents that we have. We have 30,000 documents in the UK and 55,000 documents in the Long Island. So it's about, Woodbury's an hour and a half, so make the tours. Okay, hand blocking, here we go. The hand blocks,
You guys want to come over this way?
they're made out of sycamore wood or pear wood, okay? They're originally done in England, all right? About 25 years ago, we moved into Thailand because the Thai are very good carvers. So if a block goes down, we can repair it. We have 35 patterns between Lee Joker and Brunswick that are still hand blocked today, okay? It's a big jigsaw puzzle. They're between 50 blocks to 392 blocks per design, all right? And you work on one pattern your whole life in a 7-year apprenticeship. And you work on one pattern your whole life in a 7-year apprenticeship. It's done by men. Why? Feel the block.
That's wrong. Yeah.
The women block this. The women do this is done in Jaipur, okay? It's a simple block and it's a one block. This is a masterpiece. There are 55 different blocks to block this. So what it is carved wood, and you use it with felt, with wood, or metal. All right. So if you'll open up, if you will, here we go, hand block, right here. Open that pattern, please. It's usually done on linen. It's a 60-yard table. They literally line it up, the linen. They dip it in ink, and they go to a certain section where it is. Right there's the bird. See the bird? Okay. See the bird there? So there's the bird there. They line it up. Okay, put it down, and they hit it. Then they go to the next section of the repeat, dip it again, and block it. Make one pass a day. That's all they can do. And why is a hand block so spectacular? It's dry on dry. If you look at the dye stuff, there's an opacity that goes through the dye stuff. You just can't get that layering done. And it's always off just a little bit. You can see, it's not 100% because it's a real craft. Sometimes they spill it in with their finger.
So wait a second. So they're doing one color at a time?
Each color you see is a block. There are 55 blocks to this one. The way you tell a hand block is by the back of the fabrics, which we like. This is grandma. This is today. Okay? So that's one hand block pattern. I just bought this on, the wholesale is $300, so it's retail $600 per yard. You want a nice 30-yard drape order, $18,000 for one installation. Okay? So I just,
how many yards are available? Like how many yards?
It's 18 months delivery. 18 months delivery. We have 100 yards of everything in stock. If we're out of it, I ask for a favor from the guy who owns the mill. Say, can you put? We have block time. Can you do me a favor? 6 months. But hey, your homes that you're doing, hopefully someday, are ground up. It's 18 months or 2 years anyway. You have plenty of time to order. Just make a decision before. Okay. So this I just bought on eBay. It's Lady Vintage. It's a Etsy. Okay. It's one of our divisions. So this is a 1920s, all this from the 1900s, okay? They're all 1918, 1920, 1930. This is 1920 Arthur H. Lee Joffa. This is a it's a new possession in our archive, but it's a beautiful hand block. It's a sort of a hunting scene, okay? My new favorite. I'm telling you, everything's a cycle. Color's a cycle. So you're going to see this. You can tell it's a hand block because of the backing, and you're going to see this in 2026 in our line.
When are you sick?
I'm working 18 months in advance. Now, I don't have a home for it yet.
You're going to take this exact, or are you going to take
Okay, good question. She said you take it exact. It's Arthur H. Lee. We own the copyright. It's ours. But there's a possibility that Sprouls has a piece of this from the production 100 years ago. So when you get a document, you got to change it 3 different ways: scale, element, or color. Okay? There's another longer story, we don't have time for that. But anyway, there's a 100-year copyright, and then it becomes public domain. So some of our competitors know 1919, 2019, 1920, and 2020. So they know when our expiration is up, and they're copying all my best-selling patterns. Don't be surprised if you see some of their patterns by us. Fair is fair. We fair warned him. Our brother's an attorney, copyright attorney. You know, he knows his business. He's warned them many, many times. They refuse to pay attention. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, it's a great piece. Really excited. I'm gonna do it exact because it's ours. If it was document I knew where it was from, I would definitely change it. Okay? So that's hand blocking, but I want to show you, this is the way the hand blocking was done by Arthur H. Lee, owned their own blocking company, weaving company in Birkenhead, England. Okay? So here you go. This is the way it was woven. It's woven one color. Then the ladies would block it, and they don't know about it until they steam it. When they steam it, it becomes colored. So it's the only mill. Can you read, please? Loud.
Hand block tapestry showing the fabric before it's blocked, after it's blocked, so before steaming, and then the large cut of the sample showing completed fabric after the color has developed under the steaming process. We are the only company in the world that does this or had ever done this process before.
So, yeah, it doesn't exist anymore, but we have a lot of archival pieces that are hand blocked. Okay, so this is another example. You wait and see, young lady.
This is my main purpose passion here.
Okay? So, this is the original hand block tapestry. Here it is, it's woven this way. Okay? Then we hand block, and we get colorways like this. This is 100 years old. It's called strap work. Great selling pattern. Beautiful classic chairs, okay? You see the blocking go in the back? We just made this for the 200th anniversary. 200th anniversary of Arthur H. Lee, the Joffa, and the Johnson and Faulkner, the Joffa part was from 1823. We took two new colorways of every archaic pattern. We made this, but this is woven. This is printed. But feel it. It's on a beautiful heavy linen.
So
This is new. This is first coming out now in the showrooms. That's printed, but it looks like the weave. Right? Okay. Here you go. This is also hand-blocked tapestry, archival piece. Okay? There's only one mill in the world that can make this, so that's hand-blocked, multicolored. Down in the south of Italy, there's a mill that used to weave for the Caserta Palace. The Caserta Palace is bigger than Versailles. That are royal weavers on the property. The royal weavers from generations hate each other, so they're all split. But there's 6 looms here, 6 looms there, and this one mill has made this for us, which is the current production of that. So it's a fil coupe. A fil coupe is 2 layers of cloth, so it's all clipped by hand. It's two warps. You know what a warp is now. It's two warps coming together. So Laura, if she's still here, this is a great textile. Okay, and these are called tissue picks, and they're more expensive the more colors you can run across. So there are 5 layers to that. So yes.
So when you say this is hand blocked,
This woven white, all those colors are hand blocked.
so this is not a yarn color.
No, it's blocked. It's stamped on.
Wow.
Okay. This is also hand blocked Bargella.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so Bargella's
You see this a lot in
right.
like, especially
Williamsburg. You know, it's a very classic design from Revolutionary times, 1700s. So that's also hand blocked and wool. Beautiful. We haven't done that one yet, but at least you'd appreciate how things get done. Okay, here's a hand block. Here, look at this guy. This is also hand blocked. That's the original. Flame stitch. If you guys weren't born yet, 1970s was a really big period for flame stitches. Okay, it's everything's a cycle. Every decade's got their own style. 70s were really great. 80s not so much. But it repeats itself. So like Art Deco, Art Nouveau, Arts and Crafts, Bauhaus, they're all coming through. Particularly Bauhaus was like mid-century modern, very, very strong. So for the leads over customer who inherits some beautiful furniture, they've had your grandparents have passed away, your parents have passed away, you want something. So it's kind of yesteryear. So that's a flame stitch, and then it's a flame stitch, and then today we did it as a embroidery. So where's that embroidery that I just had? Dig here, please. Oh, here it is. Okay, so here it is. This is brand new. That's our embroidery. That's what I told you before. 2 million stitches. 2 million stitches per yard. I want you to count.
So this is the art and this is the new production.
So this is it.
And so like how much is this per yard?
$200 a yard. Trade, wholesale. Basically, you have to ask, you shouldn't afford, you shouldn't, be buying it. I mean, that's the theory. Everything's expensive at least over Brunswick. It's people who have unlimited money, 2-3 homes. They're not going to give you can't give to the children, grandchildren enough. Okay, you can buy it. One last hurrah. Okay. Okay, so that's another piece of that 2 million stitches. So, all right, you guys are becoming experts on that. But here's another colorway, which is really nice. Okay, so you get to appreciate that. All right, let's do this guy. So, Gene, do you want to unwrap that one? Sure. So this is the original colorway. This is the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life design, there's a book underneath there somewhere. Okay, Harry Wern, great designer. 1923, took 2 years to draw the pattern. Okay, took 2 years to cut the blocks. All right. He married the Zubair family, the daughter did the beautiful French virals, so he knows blocking. He did 50 patterns for Baker, GKJ Baker, another company we have over in the UK. The original pattern had a border around it. Okay? It's a pound pour, Tree of Life design. These all come from India. Okay? The Indians on different coasts, Dutch West Indies Company would take those designs and then bring them to Europe. But the French king didn't want to ruin his fabric production. So he murdered 16,000 people who were smuggling these designs in. Okay, but this is a beautiful, beautiful drawing. It's a Tree of Life drawing. Has a base, which we're printing this digitally as a wallpaper, but we're doing it as a hand block, as a fabric. So, Harry Wern says, okay, we want to do the best thing of the kind that has ever been attempted by anybody. I found the original piece of artwork, which was a Baker artwork in their mill 2 years ago. I begged them to send it to us. They finally sent it to us. So Lena and I, it's schmutzig. We're cleaning it with erasers. Took a few weeks to clean it. It's a little bit brittle. We're repairing, taking the old tape off, new tape on. Once we get it done, we're going to scan it. And then I'm going to take that scanned piece on the road. And he's never going to get the original piece back. 392 blocks. Because the block was 316 for that. The base was 61 blocks. And then the board was 15 blocks. 392 blocks. So this just won the award this week as the best textile for what's new, what's next.
Scott, we have it over here to show.
Okay, there you go.
This is the original.
So the artwork that we just got in, she's erasing it with vulcanized rubber. All the color of the gouache has come back. It's magnificent. There's also some details on there. It says, cut as loosely as drawn. we're anxious to hear about preventing it from showing any hardness. There's like little email notes on the original piece of art. We should strike it up perhaps on a blotched ground, maybe a coarse weave, maybe a linen would be nice. So that's one of the original ways. It's all hand blocked. Hand blocked. That's the original. Hello, this is the original too. I have another piece. Okay? So this will have a little calendar finish. The calendar is a cold, big steamroller goes over, gives a little bit of, if you put glaze on it, it'll be a chintz, so it's not quite chintz. Hand blocked. It's blocked. Here's a new colorway. You want to play? Here, this is my brand new one, which we're not in the marketplace yet. This is first coming out next week. You guys are sneak peeking. Yep. There you go. Nice. That's nice.
No way this is actually him.
It is. Trust me, I've been there. There's a video of me blocking this. This is new, so to get the strike-offs took 2 years. And we have 150 artists in inventory. So as soon as that's out, we have block time. But look at the back. The back is great. That's neat.
That is so crazy. When you look at the front, it's like, no way this is actually
It's blocked.
And then you look at the back, and it's like, okay.
All right. So that's that. Can we just take that fabric right there? Okay. This is called a Monti Nipachetti. Who's here? Oh, you guys weren't here when the textile exhibit was here a few years ago. Anyway, in India, there are different caste systems. If you're at the top of the food chain, you're a Brahmin. Okay, then you're a warrior. But if you're at the bottom of the heap, you're an untouchable. Unfortunately, there are millions and millions of people who are untouchables, but have faith in gods. Okay, and this is their temple. This is their prayer cloth. So there's a certain region in India where they hand block this, and then they paint on top of it. So if you want to just open this up, it's about 130 years old. And we show this in an exhibit here.
And Monti Nipachetti literally translates to in front of. So they'll have, behind. So they'll have a statue or an idol in front of it, and then they can come and pray underneath. It sets the scene, like an environment like you'd be in a temple.
That's a good piece. All hand block. Crazy, right? Okay. No, you can put some lights on.
Can we add some lights up here?
You can light up the whole place. We don't
Throw them
care.
all on. Just push them all up.
Okay, so there's the hand block on that guy. I want to show you this guy. Here, now here's what a glazed chintz would be. You know, that's the colorway of that. You see, it's got a little softness to it. It's a new colorway. Also hand block. That's a hollyhock, which is great. Okay, now somewhere underneath there, if you will, there's a. Keep going. Here. So, tapis cloths. If you go to the mat, there's some great tapis cloths. Tapis cloths is mulberry bark that's stripped from the tree. It's soaked in the ocean, and then it's take indigenous plants and they tap the cloth, like they tattoo their skin. They tap the cloth. Each island, whether it be Tonga, Samoa, and Fiji, and there's lots of other islands, has their own signature. So this is from Fiji, and I thought today it's about 50 years old. I thought it'd make nice tapes for trimming. But here's what it is. So it's used for funeral purposes, for cloths, for dress, or for sails. It's not woven. It's pummeled into a parchment. It's literally mulberry bark. So keep going.
So is the bark kind of
From the tree.
some type of pulp item?
Pulp, exactly. Okay?
And then they took natural elements to make the dye.
Right.
And then they stamped
It's all local, so it's either about fishing, or about astrology, or about Christianity came to that part of the world.
It's so interesting. If you wear spinach.
Yeah. So you see the crown?
Yes.
Okay, the crown. So Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip traveled during their coronation. She traveled to all her commonwealths. She visited Tonga, and they walked on a piece, and that piece is in the Museum of New Zealand, except they're missing piece 35, 36, 37, because we have it. Where was the Queen there when she was alive?
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's really cool. We have a lot of tapis. We have about 70 pieces of tapis. So how does this come to us? I've got a picker in Budapest who speaks 12 languages, and he knew a guy in Italy who had a beautiful 130-foot sailing ship. In the 1970s, he visited all these chieftains and bought all these textiles. So these have never been seen by many people. Like, you're like the fifth person to see these things, which is really cool.
Can I say the name of this one more time?
It's a tapas cloth, T-A-P-A-S, tapas. These are from Polynesia. This is from Fiji, Tonga, and Samoa. So this is about 50 to 75 years old. The other ones we have are 100 and some odd years old. Okay, we're gonna move along the table here. Yeah, anywhere along the lines. Okay, this is also hand blocked. This is a paisley design from India. Okay, so it's beautiful, beautiful border. I was told by a professor that the paisley design is not from Scotland, which I knew. It's originally from India, and I was told it was a Maharaja in the 1500s. He literally couldn't read or write, but he went like this and dipped his thumb and went like that, and that's the motif of the paisley. Now, he was a professor of India for 40 years, so I'm listening to what he says. But I'm trying to verify that. But it's a beautiful, beautiful hand-block border piece. So we've got a lot of these. And we have a new collection in Lechofa from Sarah Bartholomew, where she took inspiration from all these borders and made both textiles and wallpaper. So if you guys have not visited our showrooms in Dean Building, shame on you. You need to go see Kravet, Lechofa, Brunswick, and Dangia. They're all separate showrooms. And just tell your students, I'll let you in. We'll give you some samples probably. Kravet, Lechofa, Brunswick, and Dangia. So, moving along in periods of history. Okay? Art Deco. It's 55,000 pieces of gouache in this archive. I bought a lot of them. And here they are, which is pretty great. Okay, and that's what our reproduction looks like. There's the inspiration art, there's the textile. Okay, so that's really good. That's one. Okay? Here's another one where that's the original piece of art. And we reproduce it with an outline of metal on the print, on a velvet. Okay? Now, I've had this art for 10 years in the archive. Okay? This is all from that one mill in Belgium on the border. My guy from Budapest had come to Budapest, buy a lot, 4 days, with 55,000 pieces of art, bought thousands of them. My brother yelled at me, says, go back and buy more, so I went back and bought more. So that's 10 years ago. This velvet I just found in the factory. No one's ever been in the factory. 7 years of dust. I went through 4,000 textiles and found the match. So this is a blanket, like she was talking blanket. So there it is, a jacquard velvet. It's two different separate colors. Okay, so we're going to do that for 2025. We're going to come out with a velvet collection. It takes us this is the first one off. But that's the original. Okay. It's a jacquard velvet. Thank you. So it's woven as opposed to a plain. A plain weaves a dobby. Jacquard's complicated. It's a different kind of head on the machine. I got 5 minutes, I was told. Great. Okay. So there's another one that's the artwork. And there's the blanket. And I think this is going to come back. See this style, which is beautiful. I've had that for 10 years. There's the fabric I just found. Same thing here. Had the artwork. Found it. Let me show you. This one's great. Here. Play banana. Open that one up. Here's the original piece of art, which is done by Sigui. It's a very famous artist at the French Museum. So that's the original piece of art. And there it is. That's a blanket that he has over there.
And that was the original blanket?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, here you go. Here's a trifecta. Artwork I had. This is point paper, Meson card, which is a weave structure for the old jacquard cards. Okay? And there's a textile. So it's the only piece I have where I got all three. Point paper and the textile. That's cool. All right, we're almost done. I know. Again, more matches, which I found the artwork. There's the velvet. I'm a little obsessed, as you can tell. That's a blanket which is with metal threads from 1920. Here's a beautiful Art Deco inspired jacquard velvet. And the looms today cannot make this. So there's the blanket, a mini blanket. You see there's 4 different colors, and there's different fill combinations. You get different shading. Your idea is to pick the one that you like the most. The looms aren't as nice today. The finest, the detail, the density. All right? And then here you go, blanket artwork. This is Dave Berkus design. He picked it from the archive, and that's him. You saw him earlier today, hopefully. And you get the idea. That's about it. Yeah, open it up. Oh, horsehair. Horsehair tail from Mongolia, grows back, 26 inches. There are 2 places in the world, both France, owned by Arbez, and also England, the Boyd Company. We can dye the horsehair, and ladies literally weave it for carriage trade. There you go, that's all horsehair. Antimicrobial, there it is as a strie or jasper dye. It's calendared afterwards. That's French, 1900. All right. Joseph Frank design, 1930s and 40s in Scandinavia. That's from Manhattan for Brunswick, way back in the 1940s. Yeah, pretty fun. Anyway, come play in the archives, come visit.
Scott, would you like to show the video?
Oh yeah, show video. So this is, so there you go, watch. This is the hand blocks. This is in Thailand. Each cubby is a pattern. Okay? That's Davenport from Lijofa. That's rotary printed, not hand blocked. Those are the blocks. They're all numbered. They're all artisans. He's carving. That's the ink he's dyeing in. He's going to build a dye bath. He's going to dip the block in there. He's going to line it up, make sure it's fully covered. He's going to hit it. He's going to lift it carefully.
On the main.
Doesn't get any better than that.
No, this is amazing.
There you go.
So we're going to leave everything out on the table, so at the end of the day, after we finish...
All right, here's the big, the main, right?
Oh, hello. So we're going to leave everything out on the table, so later on, after we finish the programming, you can come up and look. Scott will be here, you can ask questions. But we're going to get ready right now for our next segment, which is hear it from the experts, how to finish and get your clients their own space. So if you guys can take your seat.
Be here with all of you for today's panel, all in the details, hearing from the experts on how to create your client's unique space. So we have a lot of ground to cover, so I'll get right into our bios because we do have the best experts, I think, of all day. So anyway, I'm biased. So to my immediate left, Betsy Ruprecht has pursued her love of decorative objects and furniture for over 40 years.
Hello. Is this one working? God, is that going to be too long to read? But anyway.
Can you hear me now?
Is it on?
Go ahead. Testing 1, 2, 3.
No.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Give me a sound check.
Hello?
Good. Hello. Testing. Testing. Testing.
Hello?
Is it working now?
You're good. So,
What do you mean? Oh, it's okay.
is that all right?
You mean like that?
Like that, yeah. So now you should be okay. 1, 2, 3.
Why don't I button?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
There you go.
Good. And is yours on? Green. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear him?
Can you? Hello?
Yeah, you have to just
We'll just yell.
project.
Okay, here we go again. So as I was saying, Betsy has pursued her love of decorative objects and furniture for over 20 years. She began her work at Sotheby's after getting her BA in art history from Connecticut College. She learned to appreciate and value decorative arts, later specializing in silver and porcelain, beginning at BBA 4, the Uptown Annex of Sotheby's. There she met clients in the decorative arts and learned how to catalog and appraise, both for insurance and fair market values. When Sotheby's moved to York Avenue in 1990, began her own business, which she still manages and works at every day. She travels and searches for interesting, unusual, and stylish pieces in the areas of silver, porcelain, glass, and furniture that have aged and that are made in the 19th century all the way up to the 21st century. She has exhibited at the Antique and Artisan Gallery in Stamford, Connecticut since 1992 and continues to sell objects and furniture there that appeal to her and her sense of quality and design. After leaving Sotheby's, she also started a 2-day tag sale twice a year with Bunny Williams for 15 years. Some say it was the first pop-up. Betsy has been on the board of trustees at the Bruce Museum in Greenwich for the past 7 years, and has also been a member of the board of trustees at NYSID for the past 8 years. She lives in Greenwich with her husband Bill, who was the chief executive officer and chairman of Sotheby's worldwide until 2015. One son, Barney, also works in the business as well, selling vintage automobiles at Broad Arrow Auctions. Please join me in welcoming Betsy. David creates innovative and artful design in an array of styles for top clients in New York City, the Hamptons, Florida, Mexico, and beyond. An expert in luxury interior design and an avid collector of contemporary art, each of his projects are a reflection of his discerning eye and impeccable taste and impeccable service. David established his firm, David Scott Interiors Limited, in 1991, with belief that interiors should reflect the style and personality of its owner, not simply its designer. Visually stimulating yet extremely functional, David's interiors gracefully meld the timeless elegance of the past with today's modern life. For him, each project is a passionate journey, and the client is invited along every step of the way. It is this collaboration and detail-oriented approach that has become a signature of his distinguished style. His projects have appeared in all of the best magazines, and he has a beautiful book titled David Scott, Outside the Box, an interior designer's innovative approach to creating chic and comfortable rooms. David is an alum of the New York School of Interior Design. He currently serves on the board of NYSID and the Kips Bay Boys and Girls Club. He's a resident of Manhattan and Watermill. Please join me in welcoming David. And last, certainly not least, Gail Singer. Gail is the founder and direct division. that doesn't make sense. Oh, in the direct division of Visual Comfort and Company, formerly known as Circle Lighting. Since 1998, when Gail opened the first 375 square foot showroom event, I can't believe that, her business acumen has afforded the company broad renown among the design community and extraordinary sustained growth. Each season, product collaborations with the design elites, such as Chapman Myers, Thomas O'Brien, Alexa Hampton, Suzanne Hassler, and Kelly Wursler, earn praise in the pages of Elle Decor, Architectural Digest, Lux, Veranda, and more. By the end of 2023, the direct division of Visual Comfort and Company will have expanded its robust showroom and e-commerce business to almost 50 locations around the U.S., an international hub in London, and digital platforms that serve the U.S., UK, and EU markets. Alongside her brother, Andy Singer, founder of the company's namesake manufacturing arm, Visual Comfort, Gail was the 2020 recipient of the New York School of Interior Design's coveted Larry Kravet Design Industry Innovation Award. Welcome again. Before we first opened that, I wasn't even in the industry then, but I just remember.
It's a long time ago. And then it seems like nothing, also, all at the same time.
Well, congratulations on that, now 50. So one of the things that you all have in common is, in your various endeavors, is bridging old and new, bringing the past and present, and balancing traditional and contemporary. David, you do this with your interiors. Betsy buys and sells an array of fine objects spanning centuries. And Gail, Visual Comfort's offerings come in an array of styles, classic, traditional, transitional, and of the moment. Are those concepts something that's always top of mind for each of you as you approach your work?
It is for me, yes. I mean, I find the most interesting pieces people comment on are sometimes the contemporary ones made by a potter or a silversmith that's been working for a long time, catch your eye when they walk into the room. And I learned that from, not to name drop, but Stoker, who is the Duke of Chatsworth, who owns Chatsworth. I got to spend the night there with my husband many times, and he would always point out the beautiful piece of porcelain that was made by a potter that he knew next to the Sargent painting, or the piece of wood furniture that he met the woodworker somewhere else, and it would all blend together.
So it was the mini master class while on vacation?
Yes. Well, I was working, but yeah, he was working, but I was on vacation. Yes, but it was a wonderful master class, and I find that in our house too. I would just commission these 2 large porcelain vases. English artists worked in China, and somebody came over for dinner on Saturday night, and they went right to those pieces. Meanwhile, there's a lot else happening, but those are fascinating, and they're stories, and you're supporting an artist that is living and working.
I would join in and say that the most important thing for me when I'm designing is the dialogue between these disparate things often, and trying to find a thread that connects them, or whether that's the shape of it or the materiality, and how that juxtaposition creates really an interesting conversation, so that your eye goes around, there's not sameness, there's something about taking things from various periods and combining them. And particularly when you use contemporary pieces now that are made by artisans, like you're speaking about, they command a lot of presence. They're often a little unusual, and you're seeing a lot of that now in galleries today, design galleries, and at places like Salon, or where you're really going to see the latest creators. Yeah, of course, they could design by hand, etc. But I think that dialogue, you have to be a little fearless. You have to get out and say, okay, how can I make this work? Because if you love the object and you think that it's going to be an interesting thing to you to look at, or for your client, obviously, then you have to then figure out the best placement of that. But don't hesitate to combine disparate things, as long as you can kind of thread it together. I did something like that in my Kips Bay Show House this year, right? We had very old things, new things, and somehow it all just came together. So I think that that's kind of a really important part of the way I look at design.
So if you have a client who comes to you with like a collection of contemporary art or is passion for it, do you try to balance that out with antiques? Or if they come to you and say, I want contemporary furniture, do you try to balance it out with like an old master painting?
Well, we do try to expose our clients to different things, but in the end, they have to, get on board, right? So sometimes it's like, I can't deal with anything that's old and scratched, and I'm like, well, look at us. We need things with a little patina are good. So sometimes you have trouble getting past that when you have a person who loves contemporary design. Sometimes they just abandon all old things. I try to bring them back and try to look at things that can impart that character, but it's not always that easy.
Let's just try to appeal to them. I say, if you love it, you'll always find a place for it. Now, in the last 10, 15 years, you guys, everybody, I have to show my decorator, or I have to show my consultant, and it has to be the right 8 inches and not 10 inches. And I'm like, if you love it, please consider buying it, and you'll find a place for it sometime, eventually, right?
Sure. I mean, the most important thing is to love.
It's to love it.
And to be attracted to something,
Right.
not just to purchase it because it's good or it's, going to increase in value or all these things, doing it like as an investment only. In the end, you're living with these things, so you want them to be really something that you remain attracted to, and art is the really big part of that. So you mentioned coming with a contemporary art collection. We often curate the art collection and push them, and that's more my interest even than the objects at times, because there's nothing worse than empty walls on in one of these brand new apartments or something. So I think it's really important to as a designer to look at the contemporary art world and have that inform your work. And as you select things, sometimes one painting or one beautiful custom-made rug or something can be the genesis of of something really quite beautiful.
And Gail, in terms of visual comforts offerings with an eye to the past and looking ahead to the future, is this connection between old and new top of mind?
Yeah, always. And I think it's, we started as very traditional with Sandy Chapman's beautiful brass pieces, and obviously our company has grown exponentially throughout these last 30 some odd years. But really what it comes down to is timeless and classic, whether it's traditional, transitional, contemporary. Good design's good design. I was commenting earlier on Betsy's dress and how beautiful it was. And if you look it up close, the detail that it has on it, when you're looking at it closely, and good design is just good design.
I got it 15 years ago, guys, and I couldn't fit into it for about 15 years. So I was very excited.
Full circle is always good, right? But it really just comes down to good design is good design, and certainly living with something that you love, I think, is really important.
So this next question is sort of a long one, but we'll get to different parts of it. So in today's world of same-day and next-day delivery and disposable fast fashion, how do you talk to clients about how good design takes time? Art usually isn't an instant purchase. Researching proper lighting for both the functional and decorative approach isn't a quick exercise. And finding one-of-a-kind pieces is also no small feat. And whether it's a sofa, a chandelier, an antique, or a piece of art, how do you get clients to understand timing, quality, and pricing?
Shall I start with
Yes.
Sure. Because I have a lot to say about that. First of all, one of the things I probably to every single client, I probably say this at one time or another, design is not instant coffee. It doesn't just happen because, it's like that. You have to consider things. So beyond the fact that it can come tomorrow, meaning be delivered tomorrow, which is usually unrealistic, but Amazon and all these other websites have made it into a world of, lots of debris and instant gratification. But I think that you have to inform the client that if you want something good, like anything, it takes time. And that you're going to be diligent, you're going to pay attention, you're going to do your job, but it does take time. So when we are assigned like a new project, it takes weeks to just get to know the client and the brief and the environment and to kind of really understand that. So, we just tell them right off the bat. I think the most important thing is to say that the design process is going to be, 12 weeks long or 8 weeks long or whatever that's going to be. And then they kind of get excited by that presentation. We do a lot of look and feel things in the beginning so that we don't go the wrong direction, with something. So I think that's really important too, is we do like more of a Rorschach test in the beginning. And I think when clients see that you're trying to get to know them and you're trying to narrow this very enormous field of what's available to you, I think that they kind of get on board with it.
Or catalogs?
We do it with everything. We generally put it together in a visual presentation, like you would in school, and then we'll have materials and all of that as well, because touching and feeling is so important. It's nothing like getting great fabrics and having people pet them and say, oh my God, this is so nice, I want this. So I think when you get them excited about the components of what this is going to be and that we want this tailored to you, I think when you get behind that, they can as well. So you just be convincing and remind them when they're impatient. That's all, it's going to be great. That's all.
Okay, well, from your standpoint.
Well, we come kind of before, in the middle, and after, right? So we've got in the ceiling pieces and
Element is the company.
Elements, yes, is one of the architectural collections. So we have to get in the ceiling before it gets closed up. And then we have to work with the designer too. So that's usually with the builder and the designer and the client also as well. And then we get to the decorative lighting. The difference between kind of where we sit is you can't get your certificate of occupancy without your lighting. You can get it without the chair or the sofa or the side table, but you can't move into your house until you have your lighting. So, and it's a long process. It could be, because it's all connected to the design process. So we kind of come in from the middle, and then there's middle and end where it all kind of gets together and gets installed. But we can't wait for the chandelier. We've got to be able to deliver. It has to be there.
And generally we hang lighting all at once, right?
Right.
The decorative lighting.
Well, because the builder wants the electrician to get out of there.
It's actually the first thing we deliver to a job is all of that decorative lighting, besides the architectural lighting. But that's our first delivery.
That's interesting.
Is all of your lighting.
Hopefully after all the painting has been done and the floors are
Oh, yeah.
No, there's nothing worse than walking into a project. Yes.
Yeah, where they're like still sanding
They're
the
still
floors and
sanding
putting
the
up your
floors
lighting.
and the lights are up. And
It does happen once in a while. Not good.
Because again, the builder wants the electrician to be done and move on to his next project.
Yeah, so there's all these like practical aspects of the sequencing of all of those things.
Right. So we kind of push to have, what is in stock and available at the time that the
You carry very huge amount of stock.
We have a lot to choose from.
Anything to add about this idea of how things take time?
How things take time. Well, yes. I mean, at our store up in Stamford, she actually has a warehouse where you can put everything into the warehouse, and then 2 years can go by, and then the designer and Marianne, who works with me, installs it all. So it's a warehouse that you can buy from you know, Harry and Dick and Joe and Susie, and then it all comes together in one place, and then 2 years go by, and then they install it all. So the customer knows that in 2 years, you're going to have your townhouse full, and they'll put sometimes the sheets and the soap in, right? I mean, you'll do.
Well, we do everything.
You do everything.
Most of our clients just arrive with a toothbrush. Honestly.
I just can't believe you guys, because haven't you spent years looking and appreciating and discerning what you like? I mean, as the customer, I mean...
Well, no, so I think we just don't want them to screw it up and put them in. So we want to make sure that our gorgeous interiors that we've created now are accessorized properly and have all the good things that they should have. And actually, down to a scent. So we'll also look and see whether or not, do they have certain scents that they like. And nowadays, we're very aware that it has to be soy-based candles and all these things, no paraffin. And so we learn a lot about environmental things and low VOC and all these things that you learn in school. You definitely need to apply them to today's design process. It's extremely important. The more we know about our health and these things, I think, and applying that. So there's all these many categories. We have to go through the criteria, right, to get to the point where we're putting the sheets in.
Sheets in that. You're right.
But it is many years, often many years.
Many years, and sometimes I'll go shopping with the customer, and you'll go to, if you're lucky enough, you can go to a nice place like Paris, and you go to the flea market there, and you can shop with the person to see what they like, right?
Yeah, the only problem now shopping overseas is freight.
Is the shipping. I was just going to tell
So
you that.
we used to do a ton of that. And now it's become so prohibitive. You find something for $3,000, and it costs $4,000 to ship it. So it's really changed that kind of idea. Like I'm doing a project right now in Mexico, and we're going to shop in Mexico for certain things. So I think that because they don't have to endure going through San Diego and then get it brought in by truck, through the Mexican border and all these things that are required. So it is an interesting thing what you bring up about shopping overseas. And it's a wonderful luxury to do. It is an incredible experience. I'm not trying to belittle it, but
it's harder to do now.
It's hard to sell something that it costs more to ship it.
And it's hard for me to go there and buy because like you said, I can buy 10,000 bucks or whatever it is, and it's going to cost me double that to ship it back.
But you do containers, right?
You do containers, we just did a 40-foot one from Paris.
Right, so when you do that, you can consolidate. And there are ways. But if you want to just buy one thing, like on First Dibs, it's like, oh, this is great.
The freight's speaking a little bit better, though. Right.
A little. Yeah.
It's one of the few things that hasn't really, COVID has really changed a lot. So anyway, we don't have to get into that.
So we've touched on this a little bit, but customization and curation are two important roles that design professionals can offer their clients in creating one-of-a-kind, truly unique spaces. How do you make clients aware of what's available without overwhelming them? Even the most sophisticated and educated clients can sometimes be paralyzed by too many options. And I'm sure you see it.
Well, we see it all the time. So we have certain things on our website. Certainly our training for our staff on product training. We know what we can customize and what we can't. We're not typically a custom shop. We can make anything. It just takes time and money. So because most of our signature, all of our signature is handmade and it's hand casted, and so the castings alone can cost thousands of dollars. So if you just want one piece, then it's sometimes cost prohibitive, but we have done it, and we will do it if somebody has the time and money that they want us to do it for them. But really, we produce to have stock, and but everybody wants a different custom height. We can change finishes, and we can do things like that. And so part of it is our product knowledge that we give to, we train our sales associates in, and then a lot of it comes from our customers who always want something different. Like, I want that, but can you make it purple, and or whatever it is that they're. So they kind of demand what it is that whatever kind of customization that they want. And if we can do it, we will. We do a lot of it.
your question really is about how do you narrow the field vision for a client so that you can, so.
Because obviously there are things that you can just go out and buy, but then when it gets down to doing anything you want, that just.
Yeah, so I think we just do really a mix of things from deciding what pieces really should be custom and or need to be, whether it's the size of it or the uniqueness of it, or it's really going to be a signature piece that you're, focal point. So we'll invest much more in that, and the client can very easily get on board with something really special, or they get to meet the artisan, as we spoke about earlier. I think that I'd say maybe 40% or more of what we do is custom.
What percentage?
At least 40, maybe more. Depending. I mean, almost every sofa we make is custom designed. Many tables, lighting. Depending on who we're working with. But it's. I think when narrowing the field, though, that takes skill from the designer to have already assessed like what's appropriate, what's going to be the theme of this direction that we're going to start in at least. And I think that helps, keeping and doing the presentation not in a showroom or whatever, doing it in our office or at a Zoom call where we're actually, able to show visuals and keep the kind of combination of things more focused. But I think that there is a huge amount of choice, and then you also get the client sending you things like crappy things, and then what the question is like, how do you answer that? That's like, how do you respond to the ugly things that they want? So you just tell, sometimes I just don't respond, and then they get the hint.
Or you take them around to galleries or auction houses or exhibitions if you have that kind of relationship.
Yeah, or their local,
or their local shop,
antique shop. And they have the time. There's many factors, right?
There are many factors,
I mean, I'm working for 2 very busy positions right now. There's just like no time. I mean, in fact, they said to me the other day, why don't you just do the house entirely? We don't have to have any meetings. We already have one house done by you. It's perfect. Why don't you just do this? And I was like, that's not how it works.
Isn't that the dream? Isn't that the dream client?
It is. They are the dream client. However, they still have to approve and pay for everything.
No. Why say they don't get it both ways? You get the money.
Yeah, but that's not. I like this idea, but that's not.
Well, this is an
they have to sign.
You and the
they have to
client.
sign it all. But I do think trust, which is one of the most important things that a design professional can think about, is: are you trustworthy? Do they think you are? Is the client trustworthy? Like, these are things so that you can build this relationship. Are the vendors you work with trustworthy? Like, all of these things are super, super important as you decide the criteria of how you're going to conduct yourself as a professional.
And you were saying earlier, David has clients, he's done 9 houses with them, or 7 houses. And us at our gallery store, it's the same interior designers. It's the same, we call them private, somebody that's not in the business. Those private women, usually women, sorry guys, they come. And that is your core customer base.
Yes, but we're always looking for new, exciting people.
Yes. Yes.
And I think that, and I think the antique world is coming back.
Yes, people like more of the brown furniture.
There's value. You can buy really beautiful things.
Beautiful.
That are substantially less than they were 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So speaking of clients and your clients and customers, do they always know what they think they know or what they really want? How do you get to the bottom of it? They might say one thing, but your intuition and expertise might signal a different approach, whether it's how they want to live in a certain space or even something they might want to purchase or collect. How do you do your investigating?
Well, I spoke a little bit, I touched on that a little earlier, through like look and feel, a little bit of a Rorschach thing, really trying to get the confidence to make those initial decisions. And then I think that, you know, once you establish some criteria, I think it becomes easier. As you know, the design process is, once you build on something, it can keep growing. And I think that keeping a client focused is not always so easy. And you just need to, I guess, be specific, right? To what it is that your objectives are. But they do get distracted. But we're in charge. I always say, like, you're the most important thing here, but we're in charge of this process. So they kind of sometimes look a little sideways at that because it's their money and it's their home, and but in the end, you want this done. We need to stay on track, and this is how we're going to do that. And we also lay out, when's the next presentation? What are we going to do at that presentation? So we get their schedule. We understand, because many of them are busy and traveling. So I think that we get a lot of information. The more information you can get from the client, the easier it's going to be. So, there's the practical side, and then there's the objective thing about what they want, in terms of something, the aesthetics, which I think we have more command of than that.
Again, we see that from the product side of things.
Yeah, and you have to understand how the customer is going to be in their space, what the space is, how it's going to be used, right? So they may have picked a swing-on wall lamp for their 5-year-old's room. We're going to suggest maybe that's not the best item for a 5-year-old to have a swing-on wall lamp that they're going to hang on and throw their clothes on and, burn their hands on the milkshake, or but maybe not so much with LED lights now, but you have to figure out where they're going to be in that space, who's going to be in the space, and how it's going to be used, so you can direct them into the right products that make sense for that space. And scale. Scale is really important.
Which is why it's so good to
learn scale.
Yes.
If I get to our 75 to 80% of our customer base is the interior designer. Our number one reason for returns is scale.
Yeah.
Partly, some of that is our fault, right? Our website, even though it lists all the dimensions, sometimes the smaller fixture looks bigger on the page and in the product page than the larger fixture, so they'll pick that one instead of reading what. So read, okay, actually know what it is that you're getting, and learn scale, because I think a lot of times, it's, especially with lighting, it's not you learn furniture scale and rooms, but learn about lighting, because it really is an important element in the entire project, and a lot of times it's not taught with the emphasis that it needs to be.
But it is here at NYSID.
It is here. Yay.
So at NYSID
Go
we have a
NYSID.
great lighting
Great.
program. We even have a
Good.
master's program in lighting design. I think this is super important what you're saying. The other thing is go to the showroom. Go out, out from behind the computer. And go to these wonderful showrooms and see wherever, or anywhere, and see the things in person. And then
you can come to Stanford and take it out on approval. Now, yes, the client's going to pay for the shipper to put it in the space, but it's worth it for 2 days to see if they like that piece of 19th century furniture or 18th century furniture below the 1970s painting, And stores will let you do the approval. They'll let you do that. So it's worth it.
Most.
But I do think it's really important to go out and touch and feel things.
Right.
You can't see texture in an image. It's just not the same.
And you can't tell what a piece of silver weighs and looks like until you touch it and put it in your hands. That's how I learned the late 70s at Sotheby's, bringing each object back to 3 experts, and then they tell me, well, Betsy, it's worth this, this, and this, and then I'd have to go back and tell the client, and that's how you learn.
Yeah, and the auction house is a really amazing place for students.
Oh,
because you can touch everything, you can open it up, you can turn it over, everything is available to you, and there are experts there who can educate you. So a great deal of my education outside of NYSID was going to auction houses and showrooms and dealers and seeing these things and asking questions. Do not be intimidated by the beauty of the showroom or the luxury or whatever. They're there to sell things. So the way they're going to sell them is by actually engaging, but it takes you to ask the question, you know, and
go to the exhibition, then get the catalog, look at the catalog at home in bed. Oh, I saw that in the gallery, but now I'm looking at it in the catalog.
Yes, and read. And you know, there's all these other, you know, if it's art or something really precious in terms of design, decorative arts, there are databases that can give you more substantive information about that. So it just, I think the one thing that I'd love to have you all leave with today would be, and I don't know if you're asking a question like this, but it is to maintain your curiosity. That to be curious is to be learning every day, and then you will grow as a designer, you know, and I think that that's critical. I mean, I just can't say any more about curiosity.
Well, we have like 30 seconds because I'm going to leave time for a Q&A, but 2 rapid fire questions to end the session. Is there anything you think no room should be without? And finally, what keeps you all excited about design today? Betsy.
What should the other room be without? Should have. I think color. I do like color, even a soft white. But I just did a pool house, 32-foot high ceilings, and because there's so much height, I've done sort of neutral walls and color down here, and it moves around. So, and I think the contemporary pieces, as I was saying, and great lighting. I agree with that. I learned a lot about lighting, and you can turn it on and off on your phone now. Did not know that, kids.
David,
So the first question was, what should
no
no
room be without?
Not
shouldn't be without comfort.
Gail?
Dimmers.
Perfect.
Color, comfort.
So thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Anybody have any questions?
Up in the front.
Okay, coming.
A question for you, David, actually. Earlier in the discussion, you had mentioned something about sustainability, and at NYSID, I'm taking a sustainability course, and one thing that has really stumped me kind of in my own running thoughts has been, let's say I'm working with a client, and this client particularly maybe doesn't, I hate to say it, but care about sustainability. How do you deal with a client that may not care about an aspect that's important to your firm? So one thing that I would imagine would be, let's say this client doesn't care about the sustainability. How does that reflect your firm? How do you deal with a client like that? Do you let them go, or do you still work with them?
That's a great question. I think that if it doesn't matter to them, then you need to educate. But you need to be gentle with that education. You can't force feed things, but you can drop those hints. Now, you're also talking about whether that's revealed to you right away and whether you take the client or not. That's generally not revealed, meaning that they don't care about sustainability. They would kind of upfront tell you that if they cared, right? But if I make them care because they have small children, or all these things are so important, and that's a great way to sell vintage things is to explain that this is the ultimate sustainable design, reuse. So there are many ways to kind of weave that, but I think the most important thing is to not be monofocused. So there's always going to be some other way to navigate in. And so you have to be a yes person, to kind of get in there. And I think that people do eventually with education respond to that. If they don't, then they don't. And then it's going to be your decision as to whether you can deal with that. I would advise you, if the money's there, if you say yes.
Right here.
Hi, I have a question. Both of you spoke about working with artisans and, picking beautiful pieces that they worked on and customizing it. Do you also look at pieces that can be revived from like older skill sets? Like if it's something that's been done, 50, 60 years ago and it's kind of a dying art, do you guys also try and work with artisans to revive that into your projects?
Well, I'll answer that because my husband, who did run Sotheby's, was a woodworker way before he became the rug expert. And he was into ornamental turning, and he bought like 50 lathes through 30 years from all over the world. So he's now opened a workshop foundation to teach people this technique, ornamental turning. It's Plumier. There was a real priest in the 18th century with the last name of Plumier who taught the Russians how to do this. Fabergé took that technique. I don't speak as well as Bill does on it, but so I feel really important. I feel that is a wonderful thing to do. Is trying to now hook it up with the craft school at Yale or in Aspen, actually, they have this huge art school and they want to incorporate what Bill's doing. So it's called Plumier, and he's making objects now. And people go, well, what do I do with the object this big? I say, well, you can put it in your bookcase or put it on your book, on your ottoman. And it's a piece of, living wood that he's bought that exists. So anyway, I think it's a great way to explore and to learn and to incorporate it into an interior setting.
I think that most of the kind of really intensive hand making, it can be slowly going the wrong direction, right? That there's less and less people doing that. Yeah. So the way to do that is to bring it in, to show that this is going to be wonderful and it's such a beautiful form. I work with almost every one of our jobs. We do something with a woodworker. His name is Caleb Woodard. You should follow him on Instagram. And he does beautiful, beautiful hand carved things. He's in Tennessee. And he only works in like three or four different types of wood, and he does allegorical things and carving.
Objects?
Yes,
yeah.
Furniture.
Furniture.
He'll do anything for us.
Yeah.
And each piece is commissioned. But I do think that it's our job to just get these things out there. Weaving, textile weaving. There's so many incredible people doing really modern, interesting things. Even from commercially available things, because the looms are being rediscovered. There's just so much the Kravets use their archives and take things out and resurrect them. So I think that it's our job to just keep the decorative arts in the forefront and just don't let things die.
Adrian Sassoon is a wonderful English dealer that sells a lot. He's at the Winter Antique Show, a big fancy one. You can go visit him. And Woodard, and then Bill's is plumier.org, or it's on Instagram as Plumier.
Okay, we have one last question.
Hi. I was just wondering how you would maybe handle a client that might want to go out of your resource, or maybe Rolodex, family friend millworker, family friend who hangs wallpaper. What would you do in a circumstance like that?
You mean about letting them hire someone?
Yeah, like if they know somebody who maybe hangs wallpaper and they didn't want to use your wallpaper hanger, or they know somebody who knows how to do the tile work. They're like, oh, let's use my friend who knows how to do this. How would you handle that?
Was that the answer?
You saw that sigh.
Well, yeah, a little sigh. Yeah. I think that, generally you need to tell clients that you need to work with people that you trust and that can do the work that, so it's something about your relationship with these trades people, these crafts people, that you really are.
And you're ultimately responsible.
Yeah. So it's a hard thing. I'm not gonna, that's why I sighed. It does come up periodically. Some of the people they recommend could be amazing. So then you have to look into that. I mean, obviously you have to see if they're like, oh my God, this is someone that, 3 of my friends actually use, or is it somebody that is not gonna be able to do the quality work? And you have to tell them, you have to tell them, you have to be honest. Honesty is very important. It could be, yes, exactly. It could be a great resource. But, you know, it depends on, like, the way you're setting that up, it kind of sounds like they're not really great.
Okay, well, I want to thank our panelists. Thank you. We have 2 books that David has written, and we're going to raffle them off. So I will let you do the honors.
Arthur Tildesley.
So thank you. Now, you all know how important windows and furniture are to your rooms as you design
This
them.
one is actually not me. I'm a different Alana. Alana
Alana, the other Alana, we will find you something. So, as I was saying, windows and furniture are essential in your rooms. So the next portion, we're going to bring up our sponsor, the Shade Store, and they're going to do a presentation on window treatments. And then we have a special guest from Kravet, and she will be speaking about furniture. So stay tuned.
It's a little like cream sausage, right?
Before you had to seek them out.
Yeah. I'll show you his Kip's Bay
Okay, we're going to begin. Everyone in the hall. We'll wait 2 more minutes. Okay. So we're going to start with windows. And these gentlemen are with the Shade Store, one of our industry sponsors that we appreciate participating very much. So thank you, Shade Store.
Great. Hi, everybody. Thank you, NYSID, for having us. We're very happy to be here. Very grateful partners of this great school. But my name's Adam Skolman. I'm the VP of Sales for the Shade Store.
I'm Charlie Kavik. I'm the Regional Sales Manager for New York and the Northeast.
And we want to take you through what you need to know about window treatments. We're going to keep it quick and leave some time for questions, because I think you guys will probably have some questions along the way. The long and short of it is, what you need to know about window treatments is you can kind of do anything you want, but it needs to be super functional. So we'll talk a little bit about form, a little bit about function, the marriage of the two in a product category that your clients are going to interact with every single day. So that, I think, as we run through this, is the most important thing to think about. Is this is truly, it's not just a decorative item, it's something that is used and is needed in every single home. I'll give you a little bit of background real quick about the Shade Store. We're a third-generation family-owned company. We started as a very small neighborhood workroom, working with local designers and end users, creating custom window treatments, upholstery, anything fabric. And from there, we've really grown to be the nation's workroom, essentially, for window treatments. We have 150 locations across the country. We really encourage designers and their customers to come in, touch and feel product, interact, not just with us, but with the window treatments themselves, because it can be a really educational and fruitful place to meet your customers about this key product. But we can kind of do everything for you start to finish. So design, selection, manufacturing, measure and install, and beyond. We take it all on for you guys to make it super easy for you as designers and as business people. But today we'll take you through essentially 6 categories of window treatments, our most popular product categories that you guys will be working with pretty much on all your projects. We'll spend most of our time on rollers, romans, and drapery. We'll probably speed through blinds and valances and cornices a little bit, although every time I do this, that's the category everyone has the most questions about, are valances and cornices, so we'll see how it goes. And again, focusing on form and function, really how to think about how's this going to be used, how is it going to look, what are the kinds of questions that you should be asking your clients about how they're going to be using this product. So we'll start with rollers. I love roller shades. They are absolutely the simplest window treatment solution to really any functional need that your customer has. And you really need to think about really 2 key things with each and every window treatment, and think about it room from room, which is how much light do I want to either let in or block out with a window treatment, and how much do I want to see through it? Do I want view or do I want privacy? Those are the 2 key needs that, from a functional perspective, you'll need to consider for every single room. And roller shades and solar shades are really the simplest solution to either of those 2 needs. They can be super private, they can block out light, or in this picture you see it's letting through a ton of view. And they're just super functional, very, very minimal. If you really have a customer or in your design scheme, you're like, I would prefer to not have window treatments at all. You still need them. Your client will want them, I promise, but roller shades is that category. They can basically disappear when you don't want them or need them, bring them down when you do need privacy or light control. So it is a workhorse, but at the same time, just because they're simple doesn't mean they can't be really, really elevated in terms of design, very chic. Few different categories. Rollers and solars are essentially the same product in 2 different materials. It's a roll, it's material, it's a bottom bar. That's pretty much it. So very, very simple, and the material itself is what's going to do the work in terms of function and in terms of aesthetic. So your material choice is really, really critical with a roller. But you do have some more decorative options, double rollers, Venetians, Zen rollers, but rollers and solars are going to be, they're certainly our most popular product, and they're going to get the job done from a purely functional perspective 90% of the time. So we mentioned both light and privacy. Blackout is obviously the material you're going to choose if you want to bring these down at night, block out all light, sleep in the morning. Light filtering is really about letting light through and maintaining some sense of privacy. So you really have to think about how much do you want to see through this and how much do you want to be seen through this. My recommendation with any window treatment, but especially with rollers, because you can't line them, the material you select is critical, is to take a swatch of the material, and it's not just about how does it look in the light, does it go with the sofa and the carpet, but tape it up on the window. Have your clients live with it for a few days. Even go outside and try and look in at night when their lights are on. Can I see that the TV's on? Can I see what show they're watching? Can you see what colors my pajamas are? Whatever it is, what's important to them, it's about interacting with the material. The other aspect of rollers and really any window treatment is going to be control. This is how you interact with the product every single day. Window treatments are meant to be used, to be pulled up in the morning, come down at night, anywhere in between. Motorization is obviously the question on everyone's mind. Automation is kind of the theme, and what we're seeing moving forward is how can a window treatment interact with all the smart home technology in a home? How can I set timers and light filters and have it interact with not just Google or Alexa, but with my climate, with my decorative lighting. So all of our products can absolutely be motorized. You can go as smart as any smart home or as dumb as me. Remote on the nightstand, it's there in the morning if you want to click it when you wake up, click it again when you go to bed. Or absolutely manual if you know, some customers out in the country, when the power goes out, they want to be able to raise and lower their shades. So sometimes continuous loop, just simple or even cordless is the way to go. Again, it's about talking to your customer about their day-to-day needs. How are they going to interact with this product? Come in, try it. Try the remote. Feel it in your hand. Feel the chain in your hand. Because they are absolutely going to use it every single day. Things like chains, brackets, this is where a roller shade becomes elevated. The hardware. It can be super chic. It can stand up with any decorative lighting, any finish on the leg of a sofa or a table. We have really beautiful hardware as well. We'll talk about mounting with rollers. We probably won't touch on it with a bunch of other products because it kind of is the same consideration over and over again. Do you want this mounted inside your window, literally just sort of encased within the trim, so it's self-contained, minimal, or do you want to outside mount it? Do you want the window treatment to make the window look bigger, the ceiling look taller? These are the sort of just true design and scale choices that you need to make with window treatments, because again, you can do whatever you want. You have to think about how much do you want this product to be a true design element and stand out, or how much do you want it to blend in with the rest of the interior, because you can do either. We talked about how much you can see through. Solar shades specifically, I think are a great just base level, put it in every window in the home and layer on top of it, because it's going to do a lot of work in terms of climate control, heat, different levels of privacy. And if you are, you know, as David and Betsy were talking about, incorporating whether it's amazing art, antiques, rugs, these things need to be protected. Even when we talk about sustainability, like you asked about, this is how you keep a home energy efficient as well. So solar shades are a great sort of first step. Super minimal, layer on top of them later with Roman shades or drapery, which we'll talk about next. some amazing pictures of some roller shade projects we've done. As you guys look at windows, hopefully you'll look at them a little bit differently. How do you want to use window treatments to truly enhance the architecture, enhance the window? Do I want to break a shade up into multiple shades across an expanse, or do I want to do one continuous shade? Do I want the bottom bar to match the trim of the window, or do I want it to match the faucet and the cabinet hardware? These are the kinds of things, absolutely, like I said, you can do anything you want with window treatments. It's again, how do you want it to elevate and be incorporated into the rest of the design scheme? Charlie's the Roman shade expert, so I'll let him talk you guys through Romans.
It's the only thing I'm going to talk about today. So Roman shades are kind of a great marriage of the beautiful softness and textural aspect of fabrics and draperies, but with the ease and cleanliness of a roller shade. So it's always my personal go-to for a Roman shade to treat a window. It's just always going to be clean and work well with any space that it's going into. We have 6 amazing shapes to choose from. We have our flat, just your classic Roman shade, our cascade, which has really clean seaming running through it side to side, so a really nice tailored look. Our Aventura, which has dowels on the front side, so it's kind of reminiscent of like a Japanese screen, so a little more of a textural ornamental element. Our pleated, which is going to be really full and luxe. And then our relaxing tulip, which I like to refer as our crock pots of the Roman shades. You're just going to set them and forget them. They're not made for everyday use, so those are just going to be more decorative pieces in a space. Obviously we have a ton of great fabrics of our own, and we do work closely with the trade taking in COM. So generally with Roman shade fabrics, we want to make sure that we're picking fabrics that are medium and lightweight with limited embellishment, because they do need to fold up and down. It's not going to be the same as drapes, they're just going to the side. And some of those more decorative ones do require a little bit of dressing day to day. So if they're looking for something that's going to be no fuss, no muss, we have styles that are going to lean more towards that, which is going to go up and down with great structure that don't require any dressing. Generally, when playing around with fabrics, fold it, just see how it actually reacts when you actually do pleat it up, and make sure it still holds its shape.
Looking at what Scott presented from Kravet Archives, obviously there's a huge range of materials that can be used for window treatments, but some of them can't. So, I think it's really important, like Charlie said, these things do fold and move every day. So does it wrinkle? Does it stretch? Does it contract in the winter when things get colder or drier? Like all of these things, just like you're selecting upholstery fabric or even fabric that you put on walls, it is a living, breathing thing with the environment and also the user. So fabric selection is key. We're obviously here to help you with that, but we do, encourage designers to bring in fabrics, whether it's things from archives or from great fabric houses. We know which ones will work and which ones won't. We can advise you on that, absolutely.
Selecting linings. So unlike the roller shades, we can add different kinds of linings to the Roman shades. So we offer an unlined, privacy lined, blackout, and privacy and interlining. So unlined, if you're looking for that really sheer ethereal Roman shade, picking with the right fabric, we definitely can do that. It's going to preserve that natural transparency of the material. The trade-off of that is you're going to see some of the workings of the shade, so the strings on the back, kind of where some of the material seams up and meets. So there's a little bit of a drawback or things to be aware of when doing that. We do offer a privacy lining, so this is going to obviously give some privacy to your clients, as well as protect some of the material itself. So anything you might be afraid of sun damaging, adding a privacy liner is going to give that a little bit more longevity, as well as give it a little more weight or heft. Blackout linings are going to be your bedroom go-tos. Generally blocks out 99% of the material. It's also going to give it a great amount of structure. So I know I talked earlier about having to dress the shades. Adding a blackout liner is going to give it that little bit of heft. So when it goes up and down, it's going to automatically know where to fold and break, so you're not coming through and redressing it. And then privacy and interlining, I personally like to use on some of my more decorative Romans as well as drapery. It's just going to give that really lush, full look to the fabric and to the shade. Roman shade mountings, we kind of touched on this.
Kind of deal.
We're going to go inside or we're going to go outside.
Talking about linings, though, blackout lining is also a great selection for Roman shades or drapery because you can, if you are inside mounting, you can kind of trick the eye into where the window is actually starting. So if you choose something that's light filtering or letting light in, you bring it down a little bit over the top of the window, you can very clearly see where the window begins and ends behind it. If you blackout line, pull that Roman shade like as far up as, say, the crown molding in a room, it's going to trick the eye into thinking that that window is going up even higher. Same with drapery, which we'll talk about in a second. When you blackout line and you can expand beyond the window and make the window look even wider. So there's design and aesthetic considerations with lining too. It's not purely functional.
Controls here, we have continuous loop again, which is probably the most easy and standard control for raising and lowering the shade. It's always super dependable. We offer a core lock, which is your classic string control, pull to the side to lock it. We have a great cordless option, so super child-friendly, easy to use. And then, of course, we offer motorization with multiple types of powering, even a rechargeable option, which again, we can sync into any kind of home automation or just use with a click of a button on a remote control. Some great images of some Roman shades that we've done.
Bringing in things like trim, tassels, fringe, if you want to go that route, absolutely, this is a product you can really play with. Double borders, any of that, and also customizing, where does something scallop or seam in conjunction with the mullions of a window. You can get as custom as you want with these, or do something that's a little more minimal and classic, a little more tailored, like you guys see here. Again, these are great examples of light filtering shades. You can see the one on the right where we haven't done blackout lining. When light comes through, you can see the window behind it, which here I think we're playing with. We're actually like elevating the design and highlighting something. It's a contrast with the horizontal seaming on the shade. You have the vertical mullion behind it, but something to think about when you're choosing lining is, do I want to see the window behind it or not? My other recommendation, these are great examples, go outside and think about what do you want to see through the window when the shade is down, because you will see, like Charlie was saying, rings, strings, things like that. What color is the exterior of the home? Are you painting it jet black? And then do you want white lining on your Roman shades? These are kind of considerations. It is one of the few interior elements that can be seen from the exterior of the home. So really, really important to think about. I'm gonna breeze through. How are we on time? Get going. All right. Woven wood shades are a thing. They're just like Roman shades. Yeah, absolutely. So just like Roman shades, they function the same, but they're made from a super textural material, usually a bamboo or a grass. We can line them, we can motorize them. It's essentially the same product, different material.
Just, it adds a nice organic element to a space, a little bit more of a natural texture.
A few different styles. We can also do woven woods as rollers. So if you like that minimal look, but you want the texture, again, almost like a grass cloth wallpaper, you can bring that into a roller element. I want to get to drapery.
I was just going to say, let's get to drapes.
So drapery is the product you think about. It is the window treatment you think about in terms of just classical design, and we do a full range of it. The thing I like to really talk about with drapery is the fact that it can be 100% can be modern, it can be clean, it can be crisp, and it can be tailored. It is not always like the castle in Normandy with, fringe and tapestry. It can be very, very simple. Few different styles. Our most popular is ripple fold. So it's a super functional, very modern and clean window treatment style that is highly functional. If you want something that you're going to open and close every single day, you want it to keep its shape, still look tailored, look chic, ripple fold's the way to go. However, if you want something that's a little more traditional, transitional, tailored pleat, pinch pleat, still very functional, but will have a little bit more of that traditional style to it. again, there's a lot of parts to drapery, and they all can be customized. So you have a leading edge where it meets in the middle. Do I put trim on that? Do I want a border there? Do I really want to kind of highlight where the drape meets the window or meets the window treatment that's behind it? How do they overlap in the middle? Am I really concerned about blocking light? Or are these going to be mainly stationary and stay open most of the time? How's it going to return to the wall? Am I doing a double layer? So does that return to be even deeper? Do I want it to return and hide the trim that's behind it? So it really interacts with the architecture of a window and of a room, and you have to think about all of those elements. I'm not going to educate you guys on buckram right now. Come into a showroom.
Yeah, these are the kind of things you can come in and we can talk about when actually going through your projects. Because they change. Everything we do is custom. Every window and room is going to be different. So this is the kind of stuff you can come in and we can dig deep and dig into.
I do think control is especially important with drapery because do you want to handle the material? It's not like a Roman or a roller where you're necessarily going to have a chain behind it. So if it's a delicate material or your customer doesn't want to like get up and draw a heavy curtain every single day, motorization is a really, really good option for drapery, especially. Like I was saying, mount is huge. Are we going beyond the window? Do you want to bring the hardware high, as high as the crown molding or the ceiling? If you have 35-foot ceilings, like Betsy was talking about in the pool house, like you can mount it at the ceiling if you want, but if the window starts, and ends 10 feet up from the floor, do you want to mount it, a decent amount above the window? These are just kind of the things you'll want to think about. How far do you want to extend on either side? Fullness is really important. We have a standard fullness for our drapery. Fullness is essentially how much fabric do you want to pleat down to create the coverage width of a drapery. So do you want something that has a ton of pleats and folds or something that's a little bit more minimal? It also affects how much is drapery going to stack when it's open. Stack is probably the most unexpected element for an end user. I didn't realize how much of my window is going to be covered when these drapes are open. Everyone pictures like a neat little stack on the left and right of the window, but if it's a wide window and you need to open and close it, there's going to need to be a lot more fabric than that. So that's an expectation I really encourage you guys to manage with customers when doing drapery or really any window treatment. I just bought a whole house full of expensive windows and I want to show every square inch of them. Well, you need to think about how the window treatments are going to interact with that window. Obviously, some really stunning things you can do with drapery. This is an exclusive collection we have with Victoria Hagen. But obviously, trim, tassels, leading edge, drama, all can absolutely be accomplished with drapery. So why don't we leave it there? I will say we can be a great partner for you guys. Not every custom workroom is a place you can come in and bring your customers to interact with the products they're going to be living with. There is something nice about having a showroom that you can come in and truly interact with the product. And as you guys are learning about window treatments, we're happy to educate you. Tons of swatches, all that good stuff. Great place to kind of play in the sandbox. So would be happy to have you guys in, but we'd be happy to take some questions if you guys have any.
Quick questions? Yes.
Okay, so on the back of the Romans,
Mhm.
they have the strings.
Mhm.
I've gotten a lot of complaints about the strings because from the outside, that's
Mhm.
what you're looking at. So have we developed a system to hide the strings when you're doing Romans? And what is that system?
We have not, because of gravity and sewing machines. But it is something that's so key. I recommend, if it's truly an issue, that's where a roller shade behind your Roman shade can be so effective, because that will not show any strings. So even if you want the look of a Roman shade, but you don't like how it looks from the outside, or even you don't want to have the fabric going up and down, put a roller shade behind it, because that will block any visibility from the outside of the house to see the back side of the window treatment, and you can just use that as sort of your functional everyday treatment.
Just to build on that too, being aware of where those windows are. So is it like the window that's next to the front door, or is it the French doors that go out to the patio? Like, you don't want to see the backside of a Roman shade there, so it's not always the best option for certain spaces if you're concerned with how it's going to look on the backside.
We are going to be sponsoring a contest at NYSID for you guys to invent a Roman shade that doesn't have strings on the back. I will pay you a ton of money. Come up with something. There are ways to do it. I will say they almost render the window treatment non-functional, at which point you kind of don't need strings or rings anyway. Like, if that's what you want, we could make you a stationary Roman shade that just stays in one place. But if you really want to use it, you can't have anything interfering with the strings or the rings, especially if it's a weighty fabric. So again, I'm open to brilliant ideas. Bring them to us.
So thank you both very much.
You're welcome. Thank you guys. Here.
Who's going to be speaking about all things furniture.
Hey everyone, good afternoon. I have to say, I personally own a roller shade from the shade store, and it has saved my marriage with my husband. I will just tell you flat out, it's a great product. It really is. While they're finding my presentation,
Nice to see
I will tell you guys one thing. We thought a fun thing to talk about is how you specify upholstery and how it reacts differently with different fabrics. And we decided to show you kind of when it doesn't work well. So what I want to teach you guys today, or give you exposure to today, is how to take this to rooms like this. So we're going to just go through some great images. All of this furniture that you're seeing is furniture that we offer through our different brands. We started with Kravet. I showed you some Lijofa, Brunswick, and then Dongia, which is our creme de la creme. So, when you start, you're looking at fabric. And fabric is so much more than just color. You're working on a scheme, you're looking at different fabrics. Fabric really functions differently. And some of the things that you want to think about that you may not realize innately is the first thing is the thickness of the fabric, or the starchiness of the fabric, is going to actually affect the sit. So something that's loose, like a chenille or a linen, it's going to have a softer sit. But if you're going to pick something that has a very heavy weave, or it has a back on it, or leather, that's going to be a firmer sit. You can talk to your furniture fabricators about inserting breather panels. We do that all the time with leather. We do it with even some thick velvets that have a backing on it. I will tell you, I've watched people put a piece of fabric up to their face and breathe through it. It's going to tell you about breathability. It's crazy, but it's true. But it's something to consider. The other thing I want to tell you is be careful about delicate fabrics. This is showing you an image of an ottoman made And you can see this was an actual claim. A lot of these are claims, things that make me cry at night. But it's showing you where the velvet has been crushed. So there are fabrics, beautiful fabrics. I would recommend you use those on the accent pieces, the jewelry of the room, not necessarily the workhouse of the room. Or I would tell you, if you're pairing something that's very delicate or very special, pair it with something like Dongia, or pair it with some of the more higher end upholstery versus something that's an opening price point. There is something to be said for that. You know, I know you can take a very expensive fabric and put it on a cheaper sofa, but there is something to be said for the different craftsmanship and the knowledge of the people who are building this furniture. That does go into the price. So, just something to think about. Another thing to think about fabric is railroading. And so, everyone here, I'm assuming you guys know what railroading is? Ah, no. Okay. So, railroading is a random term. Don't ask me how we created it. But you can see on the left, the picture, that's showing a fabric that is applied up the bolt. Okay? So it's up the bolt. Most fabrics are 54 inches wide. You're going to have to seam it. So if you're doing a bench cushion that's 72 inches long, you're going to have to put that 54 in the center and have fill-out seams. But if a fabric doesn't have an obvious direction or pattern, let's say it's just a cotton weave, you can railroad that fabric. And so what they do is they turn it on its side. And so they can cut that entire bench seam out of the fabric without having the entire bench seat out of the fabric without having to seam it. So that's a really positive thing. I can show you kind of, here's an example. This is an example of a seam that they've had to apply, but the fabric actually has no obvious direction, so we could have avoided it. There you go, there's another example. So here's the thing, when you're speccing upholstery and you have something that does not have an obvious repeat, turn it around, see if you can tell, you want to railroad it. Really only matters on long sofas or chaises or things like that. Chairs, it's not so important. Here's an example, because in some cases, and this is why I tell you, befriend someone. And I'd also tell you math comes in a lot. I never thought math would come in a lot. This is a chaise that we've railroaded, but because the chaise is so long and so wide, we got to put a seam anyway. So it's all stuff to think about. A lot of times what we'll do is we'll try to hide the seam up underneath the cushions. But that's all the kind of things to think about when you're speccing fabric. Okay, here's another one. I tried to come up with like cute little things. To back or not to back. This is something that'll come up. And I've got a few examples of backing fails. You don't always want to back a fabric. There's two types of backing. One is a latex. It's kind of applied. Another is a knit backing. And your workrooms or your furniture fabricators will talk to you about this. Reasons to back fabric. You see this right here, it's an embroidery, and you can see where the strings are coming through. So if you were to back that, it would hide that. Here's another example. This fabric has a very loose weave, chenilles. You know how those things can kind of grow and they can kind of sag? Backing would have given this a little bit more heft and it would have shown. Another thing, light fabrics, see-through fabrics. You know, when we turn around and create a seam, you can see that seam kind of lining up. So this would be an example where I would probably back a fabric. Another thing to think about, if it's a thin fabric, you're going to want to knit back it because the latex can come through. I will tell you, backing can change the hand. It can make it sit a little firmer. You can deny backing. I've denied backing before. You know, if you're doing a silk on a chair, a small chair that's not going to be used that much, it's okay to say no. Okay, next one. Go with the flow. This is thinking about flow matching and how the pattern will be applied to the chair. So right here, this starts with when you look at upholstery from like the uber premium, Dongia, all the way down to, let's say, stuff you can get from a catalog or Ballard or someone else. That's a question you want to ask if you're applying a fabric with a pattern. How are they going to match this pattern? I love to look at the designer magazines and I pick out bad flow matching. I'm trying at night. So you can see right here, you can tell I don't get out much. You can see right here examples of where the floral is not pattern matched properly. And if you're going to spend money on a beautiful hand block like Scott showed you, that's where you want to have a beautiful flow match. Here's an example where that butterfly is shown up twice, and he's cut off a little bit on the end. This is another one where technically that cushion, the skirt, should have been moved up a little further so that the butterfly is complete. Curves ahead. This is like a big thing with the Kagan and the modern and these beautiful like furniture pieces that you can float in a room more modern. You got to be a little cautious when you're speccing these because they're hard to make. So if you're seeing a piece of furniture like our Carl sofa there in the corner, that has what we call compound curves. That means that it curves in two directions. And so you think about fabric. Fabric is one kind of form, and you're trying to like wrap a piece of furniture in it. You want to pick something that's medium weight that will stretch. If it's too thick, think about like taking a leather and trying to wrap it around a basketball. It's not going to work well. So you do want to think about the fabrics that you apply on these. One, if you're going to pick something that has a repeat, as you go around the curve out back, it's not going to match up. This actually doesn't bother me. You know, it's something that you have to think about whether that's going to catch your eye, whether that's going to be something your customer isn't going to like, because some customers are going to fixate on that. If you think your customer wouldn't like that, how could you put that fabric on the chair? I do a contrast out back in a solid. It could be just as beautiful. It looks like a design element, but it solves your problem. Here's another one. Stripes and plaids and curved frames just don't go. Again, this is an example too where it's probably not the best fabric selection for that frame. Velvets. This is something we struggle with on a regular basis. Sometimes when you're going around curves, they're gonna wrinkle. I like to call it comfort wrinkles. So you can use that term if you need to, but you can see even the best seam people, there's going to be a certain level of wrinkles when you're looking at a velvet. And this is a case of where you can talk to your local contact and they can help guide you in the right direction. Okay, straighten up and fly straight, fly right. Dealing with stripes and plaids, and we lost the little thing off on this side. You would think you'd be safe with stripes, but, however, if you've got an imbalanced stripe, you can see here where it's not matching up. Another thing, if you've got something with tufts, or this has got some channeling, they can start to line up the stripes in the center, but as you go further out to the sides, it gets a little bit harder. I would always be careful with anything that you're going to spec that has a tufted or a channeled back. Usually something solid or something that has kind of like an all-over print are the best things. The other thing to think about is thickness. You know, when you talk about creating tufts, you know, you've got a lot of fabric that you're folding and putting in there. It's the same as when you're speccing Roman shades. A lot of times take the fabric and like fold it in your hands to try to figure out, will you be successful? Here's an example where a workroom made an error. You can kind of see how they actually flipped the plaid over on the outside of the skirt versus the front of the skirt. Yeah, I know. It's something you're going to sit there and stare at and say, something's not right. That's it. And that's, again, where, you know, you want to find a good resource. Someone who understands fabrics, understands the expense, knows how to cut and apply. The devil's in the details. This is the last one. And this is coming from someone who loves trim, loves all of this stuff. Most furniture, higher end furniture, the welt is cut on the bias. And so what that means is they take the yard and they cut it on a diagonal. Okay? And they do that because it gives the fabric more movement when they're pulling it around the corners of the furniture, around the arms and all of that. However, in this instance, you can see just below the money roll, you can see where it's on the bias, the stripes going diagonally. this would be an instance where you'd want a spec to have it cut straight, because then it'll flow match all the way down. This is one that's just, you know, like a pet that you want to keep in your house and, you know, maybe you need to bring to the groomer. But fabric that has a nap or some kind of a longer weave does not make good welts. Even mohair, I would recommend not. Find a nice, flat, solid, coordinating fabric. Like you could have found like a nice kind of cream, you know, like a cotton or something, and it would have been so much more successful. And then the last, these are actual pictures, guys. I mean, so like, here's my big thing again. Don't be embarrassed to ask. Don't like, what do you think about this? Do you think this will work? I mean, we're all in this together. We all want to make a beautiful piece of furniture and make you and your customer happy. This is an example of where a designer did not measure the length of the bullion versus the skirt. We can change the skirt height if you tell us what the bullion is. And that's probably one of my parting suggestions. Well, here's one last one. Sometimes if it's too heavy and you're putting a heavy trim with all that tassel on the velvet, it's going to drag it down, especially with a waterfall skirt. I think the thing for me to tell you guys is when you're working on upholstery, you try to find your fabrics and your trims before you actually write the check for the deposit for the upholstery. Because you can show that to the salesperson, they can look at it, they can talk to you, they can maybe even save you some money or help you come up with some idea that would make it even better. So again, I mean, if anything, a good salesperson's your best friend when it comes to spec and upholstery. So.
Thank you, Maria. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, our next,
Hi. I'll just stand up. Do you have any resources you suggest for finding upholsterers in other cities? I mean, there's tons, obviously, in New York, but like the Workroom Association, I know, has lots of window treatment people. Where do you find great upholsterers?
Okay, so I'm biased. I'm going to tell you to come to Kravet, and we can do everything you ever wanted and make you very happy. However, I do know that such a thing as a workroom exists, and they can solve things that I can't always do that. I would probably tell you again, it's word of mouth. You know, you want to, I mean, even if, like, I can remember when I used to work at 200 Lax, and I remember if someone would come in and they would talk to me, and I didn't have or I couldn't do something, I'm happy to suggest someone else or to give a recommendation. You know, like even when I was selling my own upholstery, I knew workrooms that did other work for me, fix something if I needed something fixed, or designers who said I'd use that. So I really think word of mouth is the best way to go. And usually, I would guess the local ASID, you know, or the design centers, you know, there's things like that. Any other questions?
Anybody else? We have the shade store people still here if you have any window questions. Anyone? Question. Speak loud.
Can I ask a question as the window treatment person?
You can ask a question. Yes, please do.
How do you explain yardage to customers that don't understand yardage? Because we get it all the time.
That's math again, and I have to tell you, I really didn't think I was going to have to do math when I came into interior design. Yardage is really hard, and what I generally try to advise is it's better to have a little left over in the end than be scrambling to find half a yard or what have you, because you never know what's going to happen. I mean, like I've actually had to repair like an arm panel or something, and it's the same die lot. It makes it so much easier. We try very hard when we calculate the yardage for our furniture to be conservative, but we also have to think about all the different variations on fabric that we're going to get, whether it's going to be railroaded, whether it's going to be up the bolt, whether, you know, even when it's cut, you know, when some of these beautiful large repeats are cut, you don't always control where it gets cut into the repeat. So if we're making a chair and it's a toile de joie, and we've cut off the person's head, you got to go down a full repeat to find that. And so in that case, it's better to give them a little bit more and ask for it back. Because most companies, they'll send you back whatever's not there. You can make a pillow, you can, usually what I do is I just store them in my closet because you never know. I have dogs.
Anything else? Anyone? Real quick? Okay, we have another book to raffle off. This is 100 Years of Inspired Design. It actually is a book that Kravet put out, and I'm going to let Maria.
I have this book actually. It's very nice. I can't read anything. So Jasmine Batelli?
Jasmina?
I should put my glasses on.
Jasmina Batik? Right here. Coming once, going twice. Should we pick someone else?
They have to be.
I kind of feel like you're not here. I'm sure you're a very nice person, Jasmine. Okay,
I can't read.
Carissa Pintello.
There we go.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time.
So our next panel is moving forward into the future, the business of design. And our moderator is Sabine Rothman, and she will introduce the panelists. So, no, here.
All right. We're coming.
Carissa, the reason I believe in good fortune comes for a reason.
Oh, my.
The reason you
Okay.
is because
I'm live
we just
now.
met in the hallway and you paid me and Scott
We're
such
sitting
a
here?
nice compliment. Seriously, that's the reason you want to be.
No, I just didn't know if I was on or not.
So glad.
Should I introduce myself? Oh. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Were the moderators introducing themselves? Oh.
I have it. Yeah, sure.
Water. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. Hi, I'm Sabine Rothman from Interiors Academy, and my business partner Victoria is here. Oh, from London, right there. And I was an editor for a long time, and now we have a brand consultancy, and we sort of connect people through events, content, direct introductions, and so that's what we do. And I think it's funny that we are doing a panel called Moving Forward into the Future, and we're talking to you, but you're really the future. So ironically, we're going to ask you to hold your questions till the end. And now I would like to introduce Pete Lau, Akeisha Franklin from Halden Interiors, Young Ha, and Claudia Tejada. But I'm actually going to let you introduce yourselves. Tell us a little bit about who you are and how you got into the business.
Okay. So my name is Claudia Tejeda. My company is Claudia Giselle Design, and actually I came to NYSID as a continuing ed, nights and weekends. So it took me about 7 years to get my degrees while I was working full time. So I can really relate to a lot of people who are second careers. How did I get into the business? I did not have a choice. One of the biggest lessons I've learned in life is like when life gives you lemons, what do you make? You make limoncello. So this is during the very rocky 2008, 2009, 2010. So I started freelancing, and all of a sudden I had enough clients where I needed to actually make it into a business. So that's how I got started.
My name is Young Ha. I have my own interior design firm here in New York City. We do residential and hospitality design. We've recently been named to the AD 100 as well as the El Decor A-list. And we also have projects across the country and are starting to have projects globally as well. So to tell you how I got started, I went to law school. I'm Korean American. My parents told me I could be either a doctor or a lawyer, and that was it. So I went to law school, and my first week of law school, I knew it was the wrong job for me. I was like, I do not fit in here. But somehow I made it through. I took the bar. My husband was driving me to the New Jersey bar exam, and he's like, this is a waste of time, you know that, right? But I did take New York and New Jersey bar, and then as soon as I did that, I turned around and found this career in interior design, worked for a lot of designers, went to the wrong school, Parsons. But I am on the NYSID board, so I fixed that. You know, it took a really long time. A lot of people say, oh, like, how did you, you know, become a successful designer in 5 years? And I was like, honey, I opened my firm in 2007, and I started way before that, so it takes a long time, but happy to be here.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. I am Keisha Franklin. I am the CEO and principal designer of Halden Interiors, which is my paternal grandfather's name. My former career was being in event production. I used to do a lot of really large corporate scale events, and also I was a wardrobe stylist and backstage production manager for Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week for probably about 7 years. During that time, had my chops in, you know, event life and being able to transform spaces. I was fortunate enough to be presented with an opportunity downtown Brooklyn to open up a bar lounge that we actually named Beautiful. During that time, I didn't really know much about interior, to be honest with you, but I was designing. Didn't know I was designing, I was just trying to get this project off the ground. Didn't work out, it was a lot of work, way more than I was prepared for, and my husband at the time. And so Shanad Bodner, I always like to talk about Shanad. Shanad was the architect that I was working with on this project. And when I went to his office to basically say, hey, Shanad, this is not happening, and I needed to, like, you know, close out the account with him. And he said, Keisha, have you ever thought about getting into interior design or architecture? And I'm like, me? You know, I'm like crying. We invested so much time and money and energy into this project, and it wasn't happening. And he turned the screen around, like I literally remember it like it was yesterday, and he said, look at the work. And for the first time, I was viewing it differently than looking at it of like, okay, let's move this here and put that there. And he says, you know, I work with a lot of interior designers and architects, and you really had a real sensibility for this. He said it seemed like it came very easy to you. He says, and I think you should really look into this. And funny enough, I did come to NYSID for an open house. At the time, I had 2 young children, and I said, you know what, this is probably a little bit more than I can chew. But I did take Shanad's advice, obviously. 14 years later, I started my business, and now we're in business now 14 years. And so, yeah, because of Shanad's belief and seeing something in me is the reason that I'm sitting here today. So thanks, Shanad.
Hi, everyone. My name is Pate Lau, and I was a student at the New York School of Interior Design. I walked through all the halls. I'm like, this feels very familiar.
And her, if I could just interject,
yes,
you are also in the exhibit 11 Women in Interior Design that is in the gallery now, so you can go look at her work.
I nearly cried yesterday when I walked. Saw that.
So nice.
So I don't have a very traditional background at all for interior design. You know, I always hear kids be like, oh, I was moving things when I was like a 5-year-old with I never did that. So for me, I was a musician and I was an opera singer. I played classical piano like every Asian kid, And so I really wanted to be like a performer, a singer, and my dream was to go to Juilliard. That was like the one thing that I was dreaming about. And so, but when my father passed away when I was 18, I decided, I was like, oh, I don't want to be a performer anymore. I was like, this is not, too much. And so I basically was trying to figure out what I wanted to do, and I spent 10 gap years, going around the world and living in different places and trying to figure out who I was. And so I ended up in Thailand, and when I was in Thailand, I had a restaurant, I started a clothing line that I manufactured in India, like just kind of going for it and just not really, just trying to figure it out. And then I had this opportunity where a hotel was opening a restaurant and they had asked me to design it. And so I was like, yeah, okay, I'll do this, And I didn't even think about being an interior designer at that point. And it wasn't really until my friend's father, who was a businessman that had bought a villa on this tropical island that I was living called Koh Samui, he had come to the restaurant to have a drink and have some dinner and see me. And he was like, oh, I love what you did. Come over and work on my villa. I just bought a villa. And I was like, sure, okay. And so I got there, and I just kind of figured it out. I would go to the market up in Bangkok, and I shopped, and I would find people to do my window treatments and just kind of figure it out. And so I was like, wow, this is really fun. I'm really good at this. And it just felt, for the first time in my life, I felt empowered by having this kind of like incredible like creativity, but making it kind of come to life and happen. And so it was from that opportunity, he was a friend, so I was just doing it for fun. And then what became my mentor was his friend, who was a financial advisor, bought a villa next door to him. And he was like, I want a red Chinese bordello. And I was like, okay, I'll do it. And he became my first client. Then he ended up building another house up near Bangkok. And then the big project was a project in Mauritius. I was like, where's Mauritius? Had no idea. And if you don't know, it's a little tiny country in the middle of the Indian Ocean near South Africa, next to Madagascar. And so I basically would read books and try to figure out, and I would fly back and forth between Thailand and Mauritius to build this house. And I worked on that for about 1.5 years. And so when I was done, I was also getting a separation from my first marriage. And I was like, wow, I really need to take this seriously. I feel like this is the first thing that I could do for the rest of my life until I'm 90, hopefully. And I just felt I was always going to learn something and do something different. And this was a period when Obama was getting elected. I had lived in the overseas for like over 7 years. And I was like, it's time to come home. And so I moved to New York, and I decided to go to the New York School of Interior Design. So that was
That's good.
I lived in New York for 10 years, and then I moved to LA, and my practice is in Los Angeles. But I still split my time between New York and LA.
And it's always nice when you're here.
Yeah, I get to see all my
really
friends.
Exactly. So the future. So we're going to approach the topic along 2 lines of discussion. One is sort of each person's personal point of view and individual process, how you move your own business forward. And then the other is sort of how the design industry is changing and what that might mean collectively. So I wanted to start with broad strokes. Why not? How do you move your business forward? You all kind of got into it a little bit organically. But do you now have sort of a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, or do things just continue to evolve?
Wow. I'm ashamed to say I don't have a 10-year plan. I'm just lucky if I've planned what I'm having for dinner today. I think but however, you do have to have plans. Obviously, when you do a project, you have to be so good at organizing projects. You have to be the consummate project manager when you're an interior designer, because there's so many trades, so many crews, so many people, and then you have all these really funky timelines. There's the construction timeline, there's the custom timeline, there's the strike-off timeline. So you have to be a really good project manager. And then among that, you have to think about how you want to grow your business. And that's That's really a challenge because your projects can take two years, 2 to 10 years sometimes, depending on the project. Really long lead time, so it's kind of hard to navigate, unlike other brands. But I think you do have to imagine, what do you want to be? Who do you want to be? I started out with just me and an assistant, and now we're about to hire our 10th person. And we sort of did that by just keeping our heads down and doing the work, and taking on better and better projects, I guess.
I would say similar. I actually have a year. It's every year. I don't really do a 5-year. My team and I, every January, right after the new year, we kind of bunker down for like a 3-day retreat, so to speak, and put a list together of what are the goals for this year. And it just feels like we're able to kind of bite it off that way. Sometimes the 5-year can feel overwhelming, and as we all know, life is not forgiving. So, you try to make a plan, and it's like, yeah, but we got this going on that you need to take care of. So the 1-year goals seem more approachable. And I would say the growth for me and for my firm and our team is that we're always trying to figure out, like, who's the client, right? Who's the client this year that we're trying to attract? And obviously that client looks different and looks bigger every year. In 2014, I did the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Business Program to kind of really start to understand business, because as interior designers, you get into the process, and it is very much about the interior space, right? About how it looks, how it feels, how you're servicing your client. But you will learn very quickly that this is a business, first and foremost, and then everything comes in. So that business program was extremely helpful. And one of the things that they had shared and kind of, drove home during that course was, it's one thing to attract certain clients, but who's the client that you want, right? Like, I find that I get people, especially now with social media and things like this, I get inquiries all the time, knock on wood, right? Luckily enough. But may not always be the client that I really want, right? I'm now, every year, that client that we aspire to is one that makes me uncomfortable. That makes me nervous, because then I know that that's going to push growth. So that would be how I would say that we continue to keep moving the needle as we continue to grow. And it's worked. It has worked. We don't always get every box checked, but enough that the needle starts to move.
So I didn't know that like I said, I started as a freelancer, really, and I eventually needed to build a team and needed to get an office and buy softwares for accounting and for computer generating, CAD, things like that. And I was just about 5 years ago. I've shared the story in the past. Like 5 years ago, I turned 40. And I was kind of like going through, let's say, like a midlife crisis. Like, I really, really love my job, but I was just, that's all I was doing. The business was actually running me. I wasn't taking vacation. I wasn't taking time off. I felt like I was missing out in life, and yet I was like busy, and like clients loved me, and they loved what we were doing, but something was lacking, and I just didn't know what that was. So I started doing some business coaching and things like that, and I read this book that is called The E-Myth, and it identified that I was being the technician in my business. Basically, I wasn't delegating. I didn't know how to be a leader. I didn't know how to run a company. I was just going with the flow. And at that point, I started learning how to be a leader, like learning how to trust people, learning how to hire, learning how to, delegate is a big one. And delegating for me meant giving up the fear of somebody else making a mistake that you're going to pay for. So, and giving people responsibilities and paying people well, and so they have a sense of ownership in the project and the business. So that's when my transition happened, like I said, 5 years ago, where I realized that my job as a business was not really to be a great designer, but it's more like help my employees be better designers, like help them grow. And when that shift happened, it was uncomfortable, but it allowed me to free up a lot of the day-to-day, and I'm still very involved, like I'm almost like a little too involved sometimes, and I'm working on that, to like letting other people handle the things that I don't need to be involved in.
So a lot of this is about change, and then also client relationships, which is interesting. Do you think, so you're looking at trying to attract different clients, but also do you think that the client relationship is changing or has changed?
Actually, I know what you mean in terms of attracting different clients. What I'm learning is actually, I'm actually working on my client's third house overseas. And I felt that rather than going out to getting new clients, I cultivate my existing clientele. And I keep working with the same people, working on their second homes, working on, different projects. And I feel like that has been a good strategy for me, because the getting a new client requires a lot of learning, there's a lot of dating that happens. It's like, do you like this, do you like that? Now it's more like, well, I know what you like, and here's what I'm presenting. The process is way easier. The problem with that is then you be kind of like, it's stuck. And then like, how do you unstuck yourself to getting yourself out of like growing? So it's a really very delicate balance, because you want to embrace the clients that you have, but at the same time, you want to keep growing. So I do increase my fees as I'm growing, so with the existing clients. So they don't, and it took me a few years to do that, like bring those fees that when I started 12 years ago to where I am now. It's like, hey, by the way, my prices are double of so, and they're okay with that, because they understand the value that they're getting.
Have you changed how you charge? I mean, obviously you charge a lot more now than you used to, but structurally.
Well, I wanted to kind of go back on that one comment about repeat clients. I had the best advice when I had lunch with Reynaert, who's an incredible architect and designer, and he said, if you're really lucky, you'll have 5 clients that basically you'll repeat with your whole career. And he has a very extensive kind of, when he told me that, I was like, yeah, that's really, amazing. And so I think with that said in mind, you really think about the client relationship to answer that question. It's I think one of the things that I really discovered, I'm still at the part where I'm like, okay, this is really trying to make it a business, and function, especially, it's pretty much just me and I have an assistant. So, and I outsource a lot of my team, but, I think one of the things that I've realized more and more, that it's such a service business. Like the design, like we had that conversation that day. We could design all day long. Like we could design in our sleep. But at the end of the day, it's about a service and how you're servicing your clients, and getting that sense of, because that's that sense of like feel good, and what you're doing, beyond just like the pretty stuff. As far as like, I think when I have repeat clients, I do obviously tell them like, we've been together for a long time and these are now my current rates. And sometimes I'll give like friends and family rates depending on the type of project or the scale. So I sometimes kind of like guesstimate between like how much it's involved, and meaning like how am I going to get into this bed with this person or with this family, so.
Yeah, the repeat client also provides a nice ease.
Yeah.
Because the trust is there, so that's a key thing. I even heard David Scott, I was sitting in on his panel, and getting the client's trust is like so important. So it's amazing, it's a good process the second time around or the third time around when you can they're just like, here's the key,
Yeah.
do your thing. So that's awesome. But to your point, you've kind of been there, you know it, you understand it, and it doesn't always pose a challenge, right, for that growth process. And you don't want every project being a challenge, because then you're in trouble with that, because then you're back to I have no life, mentally, physically, emotionally, all of the above. But every once in a while you want those projects that create the growth. And I do think changing your price is also one that sets parameters, right? That also will bring about the client that you may want, one, because they're meeting that criteria financially, but also the repeat client and the new client understand the level in which you're doing business, right? I think that sets a standard as well. And so that's also something else. Every year I try to look at it and I say, okay, where are we going this year? And it grows. Sometimes it jumps a big number, sometimes it's a small increase, but it always increases because I'm increasing, I'm learning, I'm growing, I'm educating myself. You know, whether that be with vendors, whether it be, you know, with education, whatever it is. So if I'm investing in me, then I need you to also have some skin in the game, kind of almost in a way, to support what it is that we're doing here.
And how do you sort of respond to, I mean, we've had a lot of unexpected circumstances lately, COVID or external circumstances that you may or may not be able to predict, like an economic downturn. So how does your planning dovetail into responding to things that happen that you just cannot control?
I think for us, COVID was really, we thought it was going to be the end of the world, but it ended up, you know, people often say, find the opportunity in a bad situation. The opportunity for us was that we now became very nimble with digital presentation. We never used to do that. Back in the old days, you know, I would bring swatches, you know, schematics. I did physical boards. Do any of you do physical boards anymore? I'm so curious. Like, I had to sit there with an X-Acto and cut and cut, and you know, I would stay up all night for these presentations. Now we do everything digitally. We had Zoom meetings. I just found like that really made things really fast because clients could see renderings, digital presentations, and then approve. They just wanted to get going. And we actually found that we could do multiple client meetings a day. Back in the old days when I was, you know, bundling up all my boards and carrying this large portfolio, I could only do one client meeting a day, maybe 1.5, like a short one. Now we can just keep doing these client meetings because we have so many clients that are, you know, not necessarily in New York City, that don't require in-person or don't want to have in-person meetings. So things have moved a lot faster, I would say.
Second that. Yeah, actually, this is so funny. A year before COVID, so that's like March of 2019, I had this like amazing idea of like, instead of meeting in person, what about if we meet online? I think it was like, it wasn't Zoom, it was like GoToMeeting or something like that. And I proposed it to 2 clients and they said, absolutely not. Like, we will stop working with you if that's what you're doing. And I was like, okay, so that's not gonna work. So a year later, you know, all of our meetings are in Zoom, and then we see how efficient, exactly what you said, how efficient it is. And so we do still have in-person meetings. If it's not an in-person meeting, then what we do is like we send them a box with all the samples, because you can't really see materiality and color through screens. But Zoom has been an amazing thing, or even like you said, technology. Like, we're doing a lot more 3Ds, and we're doing videos. You know, a lot of video presentations, so people can watch them whenever they have time. Like, I have clients that they're so busy that like they schedule their like time to go over little backtracking, we give our client their schedule when things, like this is what we're going to present to you, this is when your feedback is due, this is when payments are due. So we give them a schedule ahead of time on when all of this is happening. And so we found that doing video presentation has been awesome. Anyways, so using technology, Zoom has allowed us, COVID has allowed us to experiment with a lot more things that I think people were willing to accept before the pandemic.
Yeah, and that sort of goes to my next question, which is really like technology is a part of our lives now, which is why I'm trying to use an iPad instead of paper, which awkwardly, but And so I was wondering sort of what are some of the digital tools that you can't live without that you've discovered that have made your business run better or that have allowed you to design in different ways?
So I used to use Photoshop, but I hate Photoshop, and so I thank God that's no longer because there's so many other software. So I usually used Keynote for my digital presentations because it's really easy to use. And then obviously I use AutoCAD for drawings, and then I usually will outsource all of my renderings and my drafters. And then that's also Zoom because she lives in Canada or they live in Mexico, or if some are in Indonesia. So that's kind of been really helpful doing Zooms and stuff like that. I also use WeCora, which is a great app. My friend Ariella over there introduced me to that, which is a really great platform where you can pretty much... WeCora, WeCora, and it's $100 and something. It's great. You can clip stuff on your phone, you can take stuff and you can send it, and it's basically a platform where you can create projects, and then you can also communicate with your clients, and they can kind of communicate back and forth, and there's different pricing, and so that's been a new software that kind of developed, which is great. I use Slack also for my projects sometimes with my clients. One of my clients actually works for Slack, so she introduced me to it. And so a project that I just completed was we started construction. This is a repeat client, actually. We started construction on February 2020. I was in Los Angeles. The clients had moved out, lived in upstate, and then the contractor was working, and then we had the architect who was working in New York City. So we literally had Slack to communicate, and then also use Zoom to basically have once-a-week meetings while they were off-site. So Slack is a great one for project management. I also use Evernote. I don't know if Evernote is just like a notebook, and I religiously live on that because I'm so like ADD that if I don't write things down, I won't be able to remember. So that keeps my, and then Asana, another project management with my team or with other people. So, and then of course Adobe.
For me, I do use Photoshop in design. We use Studio Designer as far as like project management and keeping in contact with clients about the proposal and where we are in the process. Joanna, who is my project manager, she's technical support as well because she's the brain who keeps me on track because I remember nothing. So I have to shout out Joanna. And then, yes, we outsource renderings, which I think has become, I don't know, it depends on the client. They are extremely helpful in allowing the process to move very quickly, especially I find with husband and wives, when I have couples, because they're usually on two different spectrums, but when they can see it and really visualize it together, then we can quickly make those decisions and kind of come to a meeting of the minds. But then also some clients get very locked in to what you create. And for me, the process needs a room to grow. So I try to create renderings almost, and I use language like this is just a draft. It is, just an idea, a concept, but it's not the actual, because I'm sure I see the work even walking through the building. These renderings are like real life, amazing, conceptual, visual. It looks like you actually took a picture of the room. And so clients can get very locked into that and want you to create exactly. They're like, well, what happened to the lamp with that? And I'm like, oh, are you serious? Like the lamp was a filler, like, come on, not the lamp. But it is good to quickly approve. I find that it's very helpful. So we do invest the time and the energy, and it is a lot of time and energy that goes into creating them. But I find that to be a very helpful technical tool, I would say, in my process.
Me?
Communication and design. Well, it's
very
fun.
bad
Yeah.
at technology here. Pate and I are on a group called the Asian American Pacific Islander Design Alliance. Long name. Hope all of you will join. And there's a very young member who's like, oh, you know, I want you to do Slack. I want you to do this. I want you to do... I'm like, I don't know how to do any of these things. But what I do use a lot is Dropbox. In case we're at a site meeting and we really organize our Dropbox files so that, you know, they take the place of old binders. Do you guys know about the binder system? Yeah. Well, we used to print and staple and attach, and keeping those binders up was just like constant. So now we do the digital binder. So everything's in Dropbox. All my specs are there. My drawings are there. Pictures of things, blah, blah, blah. So that if I'm at a site or a client meeting and then I'm sort of caught with my pants down and they're like, what's this? And I'm like, I don't know. Hold on a second. Let me check it. So that's been a real lifesaver. And we also use Studio Designer. Highly recommend that you guys learn that because design is nothing without ordering. It's so much about order management. You know, that's how you make your money, is ordering stuff, so learn how to do it. And then we also use Asana to keep track of who's doing what. And no one's allowed to assign me anything.
Because you won't do it. That's funny. So it's like organization, visualization, and communication are like the three kind of buckets of tech for the technology that seems useful.
Yeah.
Katie Curtis was just telling me about something she's been using that I've forgotten the name of. It's like, I thought she was going on a yoga retreat. It's called like Mind the Journey or something, and it's like AI, and you like feed in information, and it comes back with some rooms. So I'll remember that eventually.
I tested that.
Yeah, is that what it's called? What's it called? Mid-Journey.
Mid-Journey. Oh, yeah.
I thought she was going to India again. Sorry. Anyway,
So
I can't do it, the mic.
Similarly, so we use Studio Designer for project management and billing, and so that's like the bookkeeping, project management side. In terms of client communication, we actually stopped using email with some clients, not all of them. So we for the last 2 years, we've been working on a client portal where basically we keep all of our files in Google Drive, so same as Dropbox, and everything is organized. So the client gets, anytime we want them to look at something, we send them, hey, check out your portal, here's the link to the portal, so they have access to what is that they either need to approve or look at. And what's great about that is that it minimizes the emails, like how to find emails where then they go into their client portal and all of the informations are there, like schematic design 1, schematic design follow-up, design development 1, design development follow-up, budget, alteration agreements, like everything that we need to correspond with the client is happening in the client portal. For the internal team, we use ClickUp. And in terms of drafting, we use this amazing software, which I know it's not very popular here in the United States. It's called Vectorworks. It's a Mac-based software, and it's actually, what's great about it is that you can actually draft in 2D, but you're drafting in 3D at the same time, similar as Revit. So similar to you, where it's like, where is that lamp, or where's that a piece of accessory that doesn't exist? It's just like a block. We don't do those anymore. So we do 2 levels of renderings. One of them is just black and white, and then I say to them, we don't even model the piece of furniture because we don't want people to think that that's the furniture they're getting. For that, they need to look at the spec book. So that's one way of avoiding, it's like, hey, you're just looking at mass, you're looking at volume, you're looking at, massive volume in a space. But if you really want to look at a piece of furniture, you need to look at, at the piece of furniture that we're specifying. So we do that in black and white, and then for the final, it's like a shaded. Because again, I wanted to look at the samples, and because it's a lot of work to make a blue look like the blue that that you want, as a swatch, and then when you print it, it doesn't look anything like it. So we avoid. Obviously, there's clients like developers or even a commercial job that they do require those photorealistic renderings. Those we don't do in house. They're like, it's just we don't have the skill set to do that, but we definitely can produce some really amazing renderings that in the last 3 years have been pretty awesome with the approval process.
That's amazing. So now I'm going to switch gears quickly and then open for questions, I think. So just to some of the, you could have a whole forum on either of these questions, but I wanted to talk for a second about how the industry as a whole might be changing and topics that we think people would be talking about in the future. Two that might come to mind for me would be sustainability, inclusivity. Well, there was a third, but I can't remember. So what do you think people are going to be talking about next? Or now? Or should be?
Well,
yeah.
May I?
Yes, please.
I think, so my parents sorry, Mom and Dad, they're in their 70s, and that's something that I was not prepared for as a child, And I think that they are baby boomers, so I think that the next probably 10 to 20 years, we're going to be talking a lot about this understanding of aging in place from a different perspective, because this generation of aging people are doing it differently, and we've seen that in the last 20 years when they, when they turned 62, that was such a big deal. This was 10 years ago. So I think the definition of aging in place, I think, is definitely going to have to be looked at. The reason I say this is because my dad just had a knee replacement surgery. And a lot of the stuff that's on the market is pretty ugly in terms of that you would need to help with the recovery. So I think that's probably going to be a big topic for the next 10 to 20 years.
I think I'm a really big, ooh, I sound loud.
That's probably because I've been fiddling with my necklace and it's messing them up.
I think a really big topic in the future of design and for you all is globalization. I just had a meeting, a big meeting, developers meeting, and now you can't assume your hotel client or your condo buyer or your development is just going to be American buyers or local buyers. Now you have to anticipate Spanish buyers, Chinese buyers, Korean buyers. They want to know that you know about Chinese art, Korean art, American art. So I think that kind of information exchange is really exciting. It's also very overwhelming because now I think you have to assume your buyer, your client, is extremely well educated. They're going to Art Basel. They're going to Design Miami. They know at least as much as you sometimes. So, you have to be on top of it. Don't get too intimidated, but definitely, really education, global education is very important.
I'm going to say something I'm interested in now is the whole AI, right? So you think about what's happening in the film industry and how does that affect our industry, right? So I actually was on a panel a few months ago, and the conversation was about input, right? So you go into, forgive my brain, but what is it called? Something chat for the AI? Cheat chat, yes. And so you're able to just type in a few words and it just kind of spits this whole thing out, right? And so I'm a creative, so I'm thinking to myself, and this may already exist because I'm older than Claudia, but so that part. But so I thought to myself, what if the client is able to, they start to create an app, right, where the client is able to type in, you know, I want kind of like a modern farmhouse living room. And visually, it just spits it out for you. So where does that now leave my intellectual property, right? How do I get squeezed out? Where now I become, maybe, right? I'm totally just throwing it out there, speculating. But what if now the person that they hire is just someone to execute and no longer to create? Because now AI can create this. And now my fee no longer makes sense because, like, well, I already figured it out. And not only is it figured out, but AI now spits out this beautiful imagery, but also tells me, or tells the client where to go get it, right? So then there's that part. So I'm concerned a little bit and kind of heightened about what does that look like for our future and for our industry, because I see it going in that direction in some way, and the access being more to the general market. I see it also being very helpful within the industry too, right? Where if I want some other ideas, right? So you have a team, I'm a team of 3, now AI could be a team of 10 because its brain is pulling from multiple sources. And now we have something that we're trying to figure out. We have a question, we have a project that's new, one of those new challenging projects, and we want to kind of get information. Now this becomes a help to our business, to our firm. But as we all know, AI is not just for us, right? It's not just an internal business for any particular industry. It's given globally, it's given to everyone. And so what happens when those types of programs and access is given, and where does it leave us? You know, how do we navigate that? So that's something that I've been kind of, you know, shooting around with.
I think it's a tool. You can look at it as a really incredible tool to be able to come up with an image that you're like thinking about and you can see it. But because I've used it, but it still is not coming out with what you're, you know, you're getting kind of a visual sense. It's a tool. But I think at the end of the day, like I think our business is so much of a service.
Agreed.
It's that human feeling, that human connection, that client relationship, which is so important that I don't think that can ever be replaced by AI.
Yeah, I agree, but you do have clients that I personally come across who like, you know, how quickly can we get this done? Right? Then you have others who truly understand that this is an art form and they're fine with it taking the process that it takes. Yeah. But I think there are some clients out there who are like, oh my God, it's beautiful, and they're not interested in the internal, you know, nuances of it, and they just want it done because they're having a 50th birthday next year, January, and it's like, you know, I need it all done so I can host my 100 guests.
Right.
I mean, those clients do exist for me, so, you know, it's not for every project, for sure, but what about that market that it can service?
Right, and to be honest, there are probably more of those clients than the people that David Scott's talking about who want you to commission everything. Correct. So, yeah, should we open for questions?
Oh, I didn't get to talk.
Oh my God! I'm sorry.
Okay. So one of the things I'm really interested in is like the future of like good design resources, like specifying you know, sustainable products and working with makers. And I think that's something, there's a bunch of new programs out there and chapters of good materials, living, living materials. And so I think that's something I think is really interesting, and it's just getting on the tip of it. So I think that's something that everyone should really look into, because we're the first ones to be responsible for specifying different types of materials that's good for the environment or good for you. For example, I was in Austria in July at a wood flooring factory mill, and so I went and watched the whole process, and it was really incredible. And it's the only company in the world that is a completely green, sustainable, all natural hardwood flooring. And so people think like it's stained, the color of the wood, and it's not, it's cured. And so I literally watched them like chip it and re-bring it back to life. Anyway, but the point of that was really inspiring because I started, all the people that came were, there is this whole generation or this whole group of people that, you know, I think is well, actually, the part that I wanted to talk about was, so there's ashwood. So, you know, everyone's like wanting oak, but ash was like a type of wood that is that got a disease, and so everyone's had to cut it down. And so the manufacturers were telling us like, hey, like to really help, like this is a really good wood that we need to push out, and it's actually really beautiful. And so I thought that was an interesting thing for us to learn about. Like, okay, this is our job to specify these types of materials out there. So I think that's one thing I'm really interested in, is live material, like living materials and all these different new products out there with technology that is products that are good for us, you know, instead of all the bad stuff.
Yeah, they're amazing
Which is,
things.
there's a lot of it out there because
So
we
much
just
innovation.
don't know better.
Yeah, seaweed, mushrooms, all kinds of, they're amazing
Mushrooms.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Do we have a few questions? We have time? Okay, questions. Sorry. One over there, I see.
Hi.
Hi.
My question is, because I'm coming from Southeast Asia, where many of this idea of sustainability, well, I mean, it is known, but it is not commonly knowable among most people. And so I guess my question to you is like, exactly how do we bring all of these sort of knowledge, this importance to parts of the world really that maybe are not so familiar with this. I mean, I've talked with my parents, and they're just like, okay, so they don't really care. And I explained to them, and it's just not part of their mindset. And you having worked with in Indonesia, which I'm from, so like, how do you bring sort of those things? Really
I think it's education, right? Because it's about, to me, my philosophy is design as a way of thinking, and it's like, how do you change the course of the way that people are thinking, and most of the time they are kind of set in their ways. They're like, oh, but I think it just, with practice, and I think with practice for me, like, I'm just trying to educate myself on the different types of products out there and learn about different resources that I can understand that are happening, So I think it's, I think it's keeping that dialogue, continuing to have that conversation. The first time it's not going to stick. You just kind of have to continuously keep diving, keep being curious, keep learning about different things. I think there's something happening all the time. But I think once you kind of open your idea and open your mind to thinking about in that way, you're going to start seeing things come more and more. And so I think it's just having that conversation, keep continuing to have that conversation.
And I just one thing that I've been doing is sometimes you can sort of stealth do sustainability. Like for instance, our projects, everyone used to want a huge gas range. It was like gas. And then we've just been saying to our clients, hey, induction's really cool. It looks good, it saves energy, you're breathing in all these bad gases. And you know what, it's worked. Like, I didn't have to even sell sustainability, really. I tell them that afterwards, but I first sell, like, this is cool. And that has worked.
Actually, I want to second that because a lot of times it's our job to educate our clients. But also educating people doesn't always work in giving them facts and information. Sometimes you have to appeal to their heart. So things that, that's when you know your client, that's when you know the people you're talking to, you know your audience. What is it about that it is that you're trying to sell or promote that could appeal to them? And that's where your job as a designer, as a communicator, somebody who's curious, somebody who's going to be learning, is like, hey, I found this product. How cool is this? How cool is that? It's like making it fun and interesting, appealing to the heart and not so much the head, because I think a lot of people don't want to be taught to or talked down to for not knowing.
Yeah, and I agree. To chime in on the appealing to the heart. When I want to introduce sustainable items, furniture pieces, I talk to them about passing it down, right? So it's like, we should invest in this piece because your daughter or son, even if the daughter or the son is 2 years old, right? Because it's going to sustain and it's going to stand the test of time. I even do it personally, even with my own children. If I purchase something, I get their input and I'm like, well, what do you think about this? Because ultimately, I want that, you know, when I close my eye, that they're excited about those pieces, that they remember when I purchased it or that they saw it in the home. So I do appeal to more of like the heart and the emotion on it. And then of course, you know, sustainable pieces. I mean, when we think about across the board what's on the market, I mean, these pieces are beautiful, right? More well-crafted than a lot of the, you know, quick manufactured pieces that are on the market today. So it is more for me about who gets this, right? Beyond its initial use. So that is how I weave it in there.
And probably also, I mean, I don't know, but I think like if like you as designers keep putting pressure on the manufacturers to make things sustainable, then they will do more of that as well, right? And another question? Yes.
To be able to say, well, I'm a designer, and be able to say that with confidence. When was the turning point where you can sort of introduce yourself or look in the mirror and say, I'm a designer with confidence?
Well, I'll take this because everyone up here shared that they have a degree in interior design and I do not. And I will say that what I realized throughout my career and through this journey is that this is an innate gift and talent that I possess. And I think that anyone who enters into the business possesses as well. It is a decision, yes, to make if you decide to get an education. I think the other side of it is being able to understand business, right? Because we're talking about that this is a business. But as far as just the talent, I think that's just something that you either have or you don't have. And if you know that you have a sensibility for it, I think you approach it as such. And then you do learn. You do have to learn the business, whether that means going to an institution or it's taking courses or it's reaching out to fellow designers, friends. And there's nothing better, I mean, it's how I learn, hands-on. I mean, a harder way to go, probably. I'm sure if I had done, you know, gone to school and I probably could have skipped a couple of bumps, but I wouldn't trade it at all. You know, I feel, and I will say, it took a while. I thought I was a bit of an imposter in the very beginning. I did. I will admit that. But when you keep showing up with the work and you're looking at it and you're like, someone paid me to do that, you know, and paid me well. I'm not, this is not a pretend, right? So I think you have to get there for yourself. But there will be certain things that will come to you, whether it be through your clients, through family, friends, and colleagues who will ultimately not necessarily give you that validation, but kind of say, you know what? Stop saying that you're a self-taught designer. Stop making it the thing. Because I had to get to that place. And, you know, now you're just like, this is what I do, and it's what I do well. So it will come. It will come.
I do want to actually add to that because
yes.
I'm a certified interior designer. I went to NYSID. So I have 2 degrees. And I also felt like an imposter for many, many years. That it's like, are they just saying that it's good because they're trying to be nice to me? You know, so we talked about this in our chat. You know, it's like the sooner I hit my confidence level, and I'm very open about sharing my age because I don't care. But when I hit 40, that was a big turning point in my life. And I think that's like when confidence kicked in. So some people get it in their 20s, some people get it in their teenagers, or even when they're 2 or 5 years old. I mean, I think tapping into the confidence, that's when whatever it is that you're going through will just dissolve, because it's really more about believing in yourself than anything else.
I was gonna add getting your first big check as a. That's when you're like, yeah, I'm a designer, someone's paying me.
I would add to that the first time you don't screw up scale, because that takes a while. When you didn't buy the light fixture and it's too damn big.
That's a big one. Mine's not really a question, but more of a thank you. Thank you all for sharing your incredible experience. We are definitely going away for 3 days to talk about the next year.
We're going to set intention. Exactly.
26 years ago, I came to New York and I met Ellen, and she very kindly set me up in business. And I want to say thank you.
Aww.
Thank you all. Thank you to these amazing women who are incredible, inspiring the future. The future. Thank you.
And I think that was terrific. Gave so much insight. It was really, really great. Each one. And thank you for sharing your stories with us. It's not often that we hear from the beginnings. And you're all very successful, and congratulate you on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ellen.
And I'm sorry for my mic.
Don't go yet. You want to get a picture right here and one in front of the step and repeat. And we have a very special guest that has will graciously stay and meet all of our.
Oh.
She here? Alexa Hampton was here last night.
Oh, Alexa.
Alexa Hampton
Do you want to take
is
this?
a trustee in the college. Most of you know her, and she came back today to specially meet and mix and mingle with our students. So please feel free to take pictures of her in front of the That's what that's called, by the way. It's 7 repeat. I have no idea why it's called that. And she will gladly answer any of your questions. So please welcome her with your questions. And we're having a break first. But,
yes.
During. So thank you. So,
lead the discussion. To my left is Linner Hollingsworth, and next to her is Susan Crater, and I am going to let you both tell your stories.
Thank you. Well, that's a little switch. Thank you, Karen. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you, NYSID. Thank you, students, for being here. I think for me, I have a high-end residential firm, and we specialize in residential interiors, and we also, over the years, have made a tremendous amount of custom product. And so, lo and behold, we now also do design product for the market. And we have a partnership with Kravet, and just this week we've recently launched a small furniture collection with an American company by the name of Designer. And it's a really beautifully heirloomed quality furniture that's handmade in the U.S., which is massively important to me. We use sustainable materials, and it is just endlessly customizable. So that is something that you guys can check out. Susan, do you want to talk a little bit about yourself, and then I'll talk about how we got here?
So my name is Susan Crater, and very glad to be here. My grandmother was Sister Parrish, who was an American icon in this field, but she was also my grandmother. She started out in working during the Depression. She worked through World War II, mainly working for friends, and then Jackie Kennedy tasked her to work at the White House, and she brought on Albert Hadley, and they formed the firm Parrish Hadley. So thinking about her career, when she died, the New York Times obituary, and speaking about her in the beginning of the obit, said that she epitomized the rise of women in the professions in the 20th century, which would have meant very little to her because she didn't think that way. But it meant a lot to me. I had a working grandmother when a lot of women didn't work. So I think she had an incredible imagination and a sense of houses and history, but she was also a role model for me and for my mother, and I think a lot of women in this industry. So I'm grateful for her in many levels. And in 2000, I started a fabric and wallpaper company, sort of picking up the baton of her business and her archives. So we brought the Parrish Hadley set of custom wallpapers and fabric into the marketplace in 2000. Then my daughter joined us, Eliza. She's the creative director. And we're mainly American made. And I feel really grateful to be continuing in our family's design legacy. So thank you.
Oh, gosh. Well, a funny story. I was once, 100 years ago, where you are sitting right now. I didn't have formal education, but I was setting out to be an interior designer after having been in fashion. So I was first in menswear, and then I was in womenswear. I renovated our home in Connecticut after our third child, and I thought, this is great, I'm going to be an architect. And my husband was like, no way, you're not. You cannot. We will not eat. You will never be here. So he said, listen, just hire an architect, but do your thing if that's what you want to do. So I started this firm not knowing even how to have a firm. I had been fortunate. I had a tremendous background in textiles and wovens, so I had that, and I had a lot of sales experience, and I had an innate passion for this great industry. But I didn't know how far it would take me, so I just kind of jumped in, and I hired people and whatnot. In the early part of my career, I came upon this book, and the book was titled Sister, and I read it. And Susan was the author of that book, and it is remarkable. I'm not sure that it's still in print.
It's actually out of print, but you can get it if you Google it, and we have a lot at our office.
It is a must-read for all of you because it is hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious, and Susan's grandmother, that we're going to talk extensively about, is an absolute remarkable woman, and I say is because she lives on in my heart every day. When I read this book, I related to it like no other book I've ever read. It is, the foundation of the book is set in New York society. She was born into a very well-to-do family. Susan would be very humble, I'm sure, about all of this, but she knew how to perform in service. She knew how to create a beautiful home. She knew how to, have the bed linens just right. She knew how to care for silver. She knew what this group of clients that she was friends with, that she ultimately ended up servicing in such a beautiful way. She knew what they expected, what they hoped for, and what made them comfortable. And so I think that is something that on the psychology level of what we as designers deal with every day is very important. And from that point of view, I don't think the industry has really changed because we're in service. And I think that's something we're going to talk a little bit about as we get into this. But she was remarkable. She was funny and she was fierce. And Susan will probably add all the stuff that I don't know about, but we'll talk all about that. So I had read this book, and when Kravet came to me and they said, we're going to do this student forum that we've done in Savannah, which I knew was a huge success, and I couldn't go to it when it was down there. We're going to do it at NYSID. They said, we'd love for you to speak, and who would you like on the panel? And I thought long and hard, and I just wasn't really excited. I thought, what was the most impactful thing to me in my career? And it was really reading this book. And it wasn't about only the rooms, the way Sister Parrish did the rooms and her philosophy and how she looked at the world of interiors. It was really also about how she ran her company and how she related to people. And we're in a people business, and everything we do is based on trust. So that's really, really important. And it informed me of, here I am, I'm starting a company, and I didn't even know how to hire people, much less train them or anything. And so this, for me, and you didn't know this, Susan's hysterical herself. She's such a beautiful writer. You feel like you're sitting with Sister.
I'm now going to be the most boring person.
Okay, so just so you all know, I'm not funny. Everybody knows that I am not a funny person.
We're going to flip this one.
And you are really funny. And you don't have to be funny here today.
Okay.
You just have to talk about your gorgeous grandmother.
Okay.
Because I felt like she was my auntie. And so I said to Kravet, I said, you know what, there's one book that was hugely impactful. When I didn't have anyone to talk to, I read this book. And I felt like she jumped off the pages, and she was an icon. You have this book in your library, this beautiful wall essay of interior designers that you have posted out there. So you've got to grab it. And read it and reread it. You'll just giggle. So I said to Kravet, I said, could you ever get Susan Bartlett-Crater, do you think she would ever talk to us, be with us, sit with us for a minute? And they're like, well,
who's that?
No, they knew exactly who I was talking about. And they said, well, we'll try. And Kravet's Kravet, right? So thank God. So I got this little call from Karen Lehrman, and she was like, you're not going to believe it. And I was like, yeah, I know what this is. And she said yes. She said yes. So the reason there's a big build-up to this is because Susan was Sister's granddaughter, and she knew her like none of us will ever be able to know her. So you guys are sitting in the presence of quite something right now, and don't be bashful, because I have to call it as it is. I'm no bullshit. So I'm going to tell you this is a real deal, and we're going to get into it right now. Okay, so the first, oh God, how did I even do that? Is someone clicking for me?
No,
I did that? Okay, sorry. I'm not very technical either. Okay, so this is a great picture of Sister. And Susan, can you talk to us a little bit about just this?
Well, clearly, so Parrish Hadley was her firm, and that was a book about the firm, which one of the things that you could say about Parrish Hadley was that it was an education in itself, because David Kleinberg worked there, Mark Hampton, I know Tom Felicia was speaking during this time, Bunny Williams. So the list goes on of people that were trained there. And that's one thing we were talking about earlier with Alexa and with Reynaert, the training that you guys have and working for not only starting your own firms, but working at a place like Parish Hadley or smaller, where you really do have a mentor or a rabbi or somebody that shows you the workrooms and introduces you to how a big office is run, I think is huge. But that was her office, and it's obviously for a magazine because she didn't sit in a pile of cloth.
But she kind of did.
Her office was very much like an apartment. When you went there was a front hall, and you were let in, and you were going to have lunch. Lunch was served, and it was all very sort of elegant and dignified. Because I think what she brought she had an intrinsic sense, she had a great imagination and a great sense of color, but she really did honestly know how to make people feel good in their houses. And that's something that in selling our fabric and wallpaper we try to do, which is just create, I mean, people talk about sanctuary all the time, but you really want to come home and you want to feel happy and safe in your house, and you want to bring your friends there, and you want to have drinks and huge meals, and it's all part of life. And she made those places kind of magical. And I really think that is the fairy dust that decorators bring, which is coming in and feeling like you brought your own personal fairy dust. So here she is surrounded by cloth, but she, was of that era where you were dressed up every day, everything was, you wore pearls, you showed up in a way that was respectful of the people around you. And it's such a different time. It looks really dated, but I think you all do that in a different way. Just you're creative, so you present yourself in the way you want the world to see you. And so that's her in what we kind of called her Maggie Thatcher look. So anyway, those are what those slides are.
I think that slide says so much. I think it says, as you were saying, that she's dressing. I mean, look at the pearls. Yes, it's a number of years ago, but it really doesn't change for today, because our job, so there are two jobs with interior design. There's front of the house and there's back of the house, all right? And front of the house goes out and gets the jobs and does all the entertaining and all of this that you're seeing. You dress, you inspire, it's a show. Every day it's a show. And you go home and you're exhausted, but you get up and you do it again because you love it. Back of the house can do a little bit of that too, but it's also more of a support system. The people that are innately can spend tremendous time with the detail to support the front of the house. And they're both really, really important. There's not one that's more important than the other. But they're two entities that must exist for a successful firm. And I think exactly what you said. She got up, she dressed, and she inspired. When we go into a residence with a client, they see the flash and mirrors, which is the media around a layout that you see in a magazine, or you might see now in a digital tabloid, right? So it's all of that goes on behind the scenes, and unfortunately, if we're really being authentic, it takes hours and hours of skill to put that together and make it look like that. I think there's a beauty in authenticity to show kind of a little bit of the good, bad, and the ugly as well. But I think this time, this era, and I could be wrong, but I feel like she was the original tastemaker. It's like she was the original influencer, and society was looking at her.
Yeah, I think, she had very big clients. They were sort of the American aristocracy of the time, like the Paleys and the Astors, etc. And those houses were so big and major that they were more taking rooms that had Gauguins and Degas and trying to make it normal. So you could go in and put your feet up and sit in front of the fire and not think, oh my gosh, there's a Gauguin right behind me. And like just major art collections, which is a whole other thing that interior designers are doing now with buying art. But her clients had that art. Like a lot of them have wings of the Met in their name. So she was trying to make them a place where, like I said, you could open up the door and you felt real, like it was like
casual
realized.
luxury.
But that also picture was in the 60s, and you can see she loved batiks. They went to Guatemala, so she loved chintz, but she really liked a lot of different styles, and she used to mix it up. So that was Parish Hadley's thing, was mixing the high and the low. And we talk about that now as if it's kind of trite, but that's what they did. Like in this very grand room, you'd see a little simple basket that was from some basket weaver that she knew because she loved anything that showed the work of the hand. That was a big thing with her, and she supported and promoted American crafts. She sort of was responsible for starting the American country look, which was really taking your grandmother's things and making them glamorous. And at that time, that wasn't that popular. People were like, those really are my grandmother's things, and I don't want to see them. But it was, you know, beautiful blankets. These are crafts that have been handed down in this country for a long time, like quilts. Diana Vreeland was a great friend of hers. She's like, you got to go to the Freedom Quilting Bee, which was promoting, you know, women in the civil rights time in the 60s, and they were these insane quilts, and Diana Vreeland put them in Vogue, and Sister put them in, you know, the Astor's house. And so that was the 60s. That was very much a time of a lot of change, you know, politically and aesthetically, and she just loved it all.
It almost sounds like she was what Peggy Guggenheim was to art.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, she really thought a good interior designer, her, if you said what makes a good one, she would definitely say imagination. That was her thing. And I think that the people that she trained and came out of her office showed that quality, and that's just something that I think you're kind of born with, but you can also develop it just going along in your life. You know, you have it as a child, but you can't say someone doesn't have an imagination. That's crazy.
I think one of the things that was really evident when I read the book was what a hard worker she was, and how there was a discipline and a rigor, and yet she was really, really fun. And she put things together in her own way, as you were saying. It's almost like she was she was boundless as far as whatever she felt kind of worked together. It went together, and then that's how she sold it. What do you say?
Yeah, I mean, we had a question we were going to talk about, because this is called Then and Now, was what feels timeless and what feels dated. And you probably have clients and you're looking at their houses and wondering that.
Wrong direction, keep talking.
Keep going. But I think, and I was talking to my daughter about this today, timeless just means it works for you now. You know, it isn't really something that, it usually is something that was good in the 20s and it's going to be good, you know, in 15 years. But this room is my daughter's guest room. You can see she likes pattern, and she loves color. She loves Diana Vreeland reds, and
look at that quilt.
The quilt, yeah. So that's one of our materials, Sintra, done on the reverse on the curtains with the red background and then the white on the walls. And it looks like it could be like overwhelming, but it's actually one of the most peaceful rooms to sleep in, because the pattern is sort of like built together so that it's almost uniform. But and then we have one of Linner's rooms that she designed, completely different look. But for the people in those rooms, it's timeless to them because it makes them feel good. You know, I think, and there's nothing dated about either one.
No, and I think I do fabrics, and I'm so inspired by the scale of use of the patterns of the way you put them together, Susan, and that we can even get these patterns still today. I didn't realize that. That is incredible. I think Susan and our firm and Susan's firm, we do, rooms that are clean and more spare, but I think the architecture of the rooms is still the same. Like you have your feature wall and you add your comforts and your pieces, and you just maybe imagine it. Today it might be a little bit more spare for some clients, but there are also these wonderful rooms that you go into and they're like this, where it's like cloaking you in a little nook where it's just super cozy, So I think both of these are good examples of what, as you said, people feel comfortable with, and it just depends, what your client's asking for. I think really the balance and weight and the color throughout these spaces is something that your grandmother created, this framework that we all live with. I'm going to jump to one of these. Oops, sorry, wrong direction again. Here's another space, and I feel that, I'm not sure if this was hers, Susan, or this is a shot from one of yours, but that ceiling, the fifth wall, is something that we love to celebrate. And I love the use of color, and again, all the pattern, you know, the different scales, the different types of patterns all put together, so it's just not too precious. It's livable, you know, it's casual luxury.
Yeah, this is my daughter's dining room, and so we love the ceiling too.
Love the ceiling.
And a lot of people put our fabric on the ceiling, but that's like Farrow Cook's Blue, I think. And that's a grass cloth called Palms in the back. It's Serendipity, which is used in a lot of children's room, but Eliza just is a romantic, and like that room at night is unbelievable. And it is pattern on pattern, but it just altogether just works.
And you know, I just recently had a client from LA, very high-end client, and she was encouraging me to do pattern on pattern, and I'm not as comfortable with that. It's like something that still scares me a little bit. I'm just being totally authentic with you. And so this to me is exciting because when I look at it, I'm like still studying. You know, I feel like I'm still a student of this, but you probably are so easy with this because your grandmother did it and you grew up at her feet, you know. I don't have that, that magic.
Well, I love in that room, like Eliza didn't have a lot of money for chairs, so she did these ballroom chairs with that kind of slipper on top. You know, that is not that expensive to do. So it's just a simple chair that's made to look, you know, sort of luxurious. And so a lot of it is the romance of the room also, what you guys are trying to achieve when someone comes in. Like, how are they going to feel in that room? Are they going to feel like they're going to have a great meal? Because when I went to my grandmother's houses and I walked in the front hall, I always felt like something fun was going to happen. And I love that feeling in the house.
Yeah.
So.
I think that we also wanted to talk a little bit about how interior design then and now has really has changed or not changed. And I think that again, the layouts of the rooms and the structure of the rooms where you celebrate the dining area can be done either way. I think where there has been a tremendous change in our industry is in the technological aspects and what you have available at your fingertips. There was a day, I'm not formally trained in this, and here you all are in school. And today, I will tell you that we don't hire anyone who doesn't have a formal education, because we move quickly, and in order to move quickly, you need those skills. And so I think, you know, when I was reading this book, I realized that, well, you were going to tell me a little bit about sister and schooling and how she felt about schooling.
She went to an all-girls boarding school in Virginia, and she was kicked out. She did not like it. She ended up most of the time in the infirmary because that was more comfortable. And then when before that, she traveled in Europe a lot. Her parents had an apartment in Paris, and she said that when she went to Europe, she would squeeze her eyes as tight as possible not to look at anything, because she was a very petulant child. But yeah, she was trained, I think, through being in great houses. Like, doesn't everybody learn so much when you're in somebody else's space and you're just looking around and like, where did that come from? And this slide is, that is Bill Paley's apartment. He was the president of CBS at the time. He was married to a woman called Babe Paley, and they were great sort of style setters. And she painted, that was a beautiful, you know, pre-war apartment in New York, and she painted the walls taxi cab yellow.
Wow.
And then the sofa is like brown sateen, and then you can see kind of like Guatemalan pillows on the sofa. Then there's a tapestry, it looks like, I think, sort of pouf in front of the fireplace, and I think those are like Rodin brass sculpture. I don't know if that's a Gauguin, but you can see major artwork. But again, this is just a room that's sort of glamorous, but you also feel like you are going to sit with your cocktail on that sofa and have an interesting conversation. But she never blinked with color. Like, she was painting wood that people revered, and she was like, no, going to be yellow. And so I think that kind of confidence with color is tough. But if you trust yourself, I think anybody can achieve it.
And I think you should trust yourselves, you know, and you should be like totally okay with you might kind of totally screw it up.
Yeah, you have to be prepared to make a lot of mistakes. I
Yeah.
think that's the key.
And that's good.
Yeah.
It's because that's how you learn. Like, I don't know, when we get it, you know, seemingly right, and we get it installed and it's all fine, that's fine, but it's really when we do make those mistakes that we learn. And we do.
Yeah, and the process, like what we try to tell people who are buying our fabric and wallpaper is it really is a journey that should be fun.
Yeah.
You know, what's more fun than buying things for your house or someone else's house? So it's the process as much as the purchase. So it's like a trip. So much of the anticipation is planning the trip. Well, that's the way designing your house should be.
One of the things that I noticed about her rooms endlessly as I looked through some of these images, like this one here, was the level of quality. Even, yes, and it's comfortable, it's totally comfortable, but it's the layers and the level of the pieces that are gorgeous, you know?
Yeah, but she would also, like in a room like that, you have to bring it down too with some pieces that aren't like important furniture. Like I think like probably that chair in the back, and those walls were lacquered, so that was like 50 coats to get that yellow. And so there's just a lot of craftsmanship that goes into it. But I think anybody who's in a room, like I think Diana Vreeland said, every room has to have a little bit of bad taste. It's like paprika, you need to like spread it around, and we're all a little better for some bad taste. So not to say that Sister had that, but no one wants to be in a room where they feel like they're not going to be comfortable, you know, that they can't take their shoes off. So I think that she was good at doing that in some very grand rooms.
I think she was very modern too, in a way. I mean, if you look at the other people that were tastemakers out there, very, very refreshing. One of the things that she, I feel, was known for, and correct me if I'm wrong, but was the painted floors.
Yeah, so painted floors were something that have actually been around forever, but she sort of brought them, used them a lot in houses that she was doing. Like there's a New England technique, they I don't know if you guys have seen it with linoleum floors and you flick paint on it. Are you guys familiar with that? And it's a spatter look. And that's all over very simple houses in New England. And she took that and she put it on a white glossy floor, and then a painter would just be spattering paint. A bunch of companies have spatter fabric now. But that was in very simple farmhouses, and then it was in very fancy houses. So it's kind of mixing old crafts in higher end places that I think gives things interest.
This room that's next to her slide, that room we did a high gloss white floor on. And the walls were also lacquered and the ceiling. And that was something that I definitely had looked to her for, you know, years ago. And it just keeps it so light and bright, and that shine people always tend to love.
And that's so chic, but like that looks very Billy Baldwin to me, with the brown and the white like that. I see the references to his color schemes.
Well, those colors I feel safe with.
Yeah. Well, they're fresh. It's a very fresh looking.
A lot of white, a lot of white.
Yeah.
So this, oh my gosh. So this next picture, I just have to say, I'm not sure if this is her picture, Susan, or if it's one of your projects, your family homes, whatever, but I always feel that bathrooms are like a little gem box, and they're the perfect place to celebrate design, but they are also some of the hardest rooms in the world to do because they're tiny and they're specific.
Yeah.
And there's only, you know, they have a few walls. I mean, it's just really, it's like, it's saying, what did you do last summer in 3 sentences? When you go back to school in English class, and you have to like narrow it all down. So this is hard to do, but I think it's amazing.
Yeah, so this is at my house, and Eliza decorated it. So I just moved, so it's an 1805 house, so there's a big like claw-footed tub in the room, and obviously I don't have flowers like that every day. But so the other thing my grandmother was really into was, and we talk about this now like an everyday thing, but it was collecting. And starting your clients off collecting right from, the beginning. And so you always, I got that tall chandelier at a estate sale, and I didn't have a place for it, but then I moved into this house and it was perfect in the bathroom. That's our, one of our new prints called Reland, and that's our print Dolly on the walls. But I think what Sister did, which is a very English thing, is that they treat their bathrooms and their kitchens like rooms, like living rooms. So they put upholstered furniture in them, and they put paintings in them. And they don't think of them as that's the bathroom, that's the kitchen, utilitarian. And Nancy Lancaster, who's a famous interior designer, was the most famous for that. And when my grandmother, actually, she was fired from it, but she was hired to decorate a newly built house for Prince Andrew, who's now very famous, not so much then, and his wife Fergie. And so Parish Hadley had a lot of bathrooms that they thought there should be 2 bathrooms, one for the man and one for the woman, all this extensive thing. And Andrew was very disparaging. He's like, oh, you Americans and your bathrooms. But, people spend a lot of time in the kitchen and the bathroom. And so that was always her approach, was they were like a room. So that bathroom is pretty great.
Yeah, I love it. And we don't often see it. And so I was really interested in the story behind it. This bathroom on the right, we do a lot of built-in, structural, architectural. Our firm is more architectural. So we keep it, we build the structure out, and there's a whole way we speak to our clients about that. You can either buy it at the D&D, or you can incorporate that into your, we can build it for you, so it's an intrinsic value of your home, right? But again, driven by the vintage pieces. I know she was a big collector, and I remember with our first child, I would put him on my back in a little jumper, and I would be out at the flea market at 6 in the morning up at Elephant's Tusk, up in Brimfield, or wherever, you know. And it's something that is so near and dear to my heart, because we see these pieces that have traveled around the world, and now we get to put them into houses and kind of create our own style and our own heart and soul as it might translate to a client. And you have all the elements. And so I threw this slide in there because those lights are vintage, and then just some artwork and whatnot. But a place to sit, just like the structure of the room, and also very classic.
Because also when you buy something, so you're bringing that into the room as a memory. When you go on a trip and you even just get a few prints or something, and you bring them, you remember when you went to Italy, and it's part of the room. So I think that's the great thing that collecting it brings to a house.
It's so important. It's so important. And I think today, we look through magazines and we see quite a bit of product. I think we're actually inundated with it. And I think for me, the magic is finding something that's not out there, because that is special. Because especially, I don't even know, is it especially working it with clients at a high level? I don't think so. I would be any different. No matter what interior I'm trying to create, I want to give them something unique.
Yeah, and I think you can also do that. I mean, talking about sustainability, we call it sustainable luxury, which is using things you have and redoing them. Like, you could have a really ugly piece of a chair that was in your family, and you just think of it as the ugly brown chair. And maybe it was in your dad's, room, his man cave room. But you can paint that chair white, and if it's a comfortable chair, and you can reupholster it with a vintage fabric or whatever you like, and then that's a whole new chair, and you didn't go buy something that's kind of cheap. I think using things that you have in a different way is a huge part of sustainability, not just throwing everything away. And it's also a way of bringing your family's history into your spaces.
And we have clients, and it's really spinning it, isn't it?
Yeah.
You spin it a different way.
You make it your own.
Yeah, you do. And we have clients, like you might run into this as designers in the field, where, oh my word, someone will come to you and say, oh, you know what, we're going to do this room, and we need to keep the carpet. And that's a good thing, because then you start with the carpet, right? That's a good place to start. But they may say, we need the light fixture, we need this. My husband gave it to for my birthday when we lived in Japan, or, you just never know. And so you honor those moments, and I find typically, because we do that as a firm, there are people who are just like, get rid of it, get rid of it, get rid of it, but I really don't think you can do that. I think you have to be very, very careful and very respectful, but I'm not here to give advice, except for that. But you have to be very careful. But I find that by the time we get to the end of the job, and this is true with every job we do, when the client is involved, and we have lovely clients, I have to say, the project is better because they were involved.
Yeah.
And they love it even more because we've listened to them.
Yeah, because like decorating is storytelling, and so you're taking their stories, and it's all about being authentic to what you like. You know, you know, you're not looking at a magazine going, oh, I want that because that person has that, and that looks like a room set. I think, you know, the more authenticity there is in a room, the better it's going to be.
I'm not sure what this next slide is, but I do have another question for you, Susan. Hang on, let's just check for a quick minute, okay? Oh my God, okay, well, I'm not going to be honest, the question, I've got to go right to the White House.
Yeah, so that's sister and her partner, Albert Hadley. And so this was Jackie Kennedy's room at the White House. And you guys are so young, you probably don't think about the Kennedys that much. But they, at that time, were, you know, the youngest family that ever lived in the White House, I think. And they came in with 2 very young children. So sister had worked with Jackie before. She asked her to come to Hyannis and work on this cottage, which was sort of political because Kennedy's own it. She's this young bride. And the first thing that sister said to do was to get this florist in Boston to come and bring in huge tubs of flowers and things to bring the room life. She was very much into always having fresh flowers and plants. You know, if it's at Christmas, it's bulbs. So she sort of brought this charm to Hyannis, and then she worked on their house. She was a senator, and then she did the White House. But her thing was that she was humanizing an official space. Like when she first started working for them, the dining room was downstairs in the public rooms, so she made it much more personal and brought a dining room, had a dining room kitchen installed in their private quarters. And I don't know if any of you saw what Michael Smith did for the Obamas, which I thought was unbelievable as a family house. But that's essentially what she did. But the house was in really bad disrepair after the Eisenhowers, and she formed this committee called the Fine Arts Committee, and Jackie was a preservationist, and they brought all this furniture back to the White House. But, you know, that was just basically a woman's, you know, bedroom, and you can see her books at the end of the bed and like her personal things, and it's just kind of a soothing space in a very public place.
I just want to interject for 1 minute because there's a little behind the scenes here, and you can please do correct me if I'm wrong, but when I read the book, what you go into is the day, and there are many letters in the book from Jackie. The correspondence back and forth is all handwritten or typed, because there were no emails or, you know, way to digitally communicate as we have today. But they wanted to, it was like a sympathetic renovation, right? But they needed the money to do it.
Yeah.
And I believe they enlisted sister to help raise the money, not raise the money, but reach out
to her clients,
and people who would like to be tagged as giving the desk for the Lincoln Room or whatever. If they would donate pieces so that they could procure this furniture.
Yeah, that's how the Fine Arts Committee started.
And I think, you know, when you're dealing at any level of society, any level of community, and you are in service, you bring your relationships to that, you know, to that union. And this is something that luckily she was able to do because she had a very deep well of connections.
Yes.
But even with that, I think it was still a huge ask.
Yeah, but they sort of brought the idea that this is an historic house. It hadn't been deemed that before. But, you know, on another level, the weekend of the inauguration, she took all of her samples, which you guys can appreciate, and put them in duffel bags and drove to Washington by herself during a snowstorm. I mean, it was like that then. This is before she had Albert. And President Kennedy was picking out a toile. He was picking out she put a toile in his bedroom. They had separate bedrooms. And he picked out angels. And later on, she just thought that was so incredible, that that's what he wanted on the walls. But yeah, she did help with that. But I mean, I think she had a lot of pride. She ended up getting into a few tussles with Jackie.
Like not them.
But she's very proud of the project.
Well, what an honor.
Yeah.
I mean, for both of them, quite an honor.
Yeah.
Right, because she was such an incredible maverick, and she had the know-how to get it done. She really did. She had the skill set to get it done. But she also had the desire, and she had the understanding of how to work it. And she knew what she had to do. She had to get in that car with those samples and drive to Washington.
Yeah.
She did.
And you guys are all going to do that.
And you guys are all going to do that. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I think one of the things that we also wanted to talk about was that you're here at NYSID and you're getting the most brilliant education. You're at one of the premier interior design schools in the world. And the best thing you can do to accent that and to support that is to work for a firm that will give you boots on the ground training. And find a firm that has a principal or people at that firm where you find a like-mindedness with, someone who identifies you and they truly see you, and you can feel when that happens. You can feel when that energy transfers and you have that communication and it just opens up and it's easy. And I would say find that firm, because you will need people to invest in you. You will need people to give you the time and to train you when you're in the field. What you learn here is vastly important, and you're bringing that gift to this firm that you're going to intern at or you're going to later work for. But what they can give you also is massive. It's a whole different level of education. So really that is what I think we both feel that way. We were talking about that earlier, how valuable and important that is. I think I'd love for you, if you don't mind, I know that I get tickled every time I hear about this, but I'd love for you just to talk a little bit about Albert and where he came from and the magic these two share.
Yes, when Albert came from Nashville, and he had worked for somebody called Eleanor Brown. I think she was head of Macmillan, and she and sister were a little bit competitive. And one time they were in the D&D elevator together, and there was no conversation, and then Mrs. Brown turned to Mrs. Parrish and said, "Oh, are you still working?" Which reminds me of an off-topic elevator story at the D&D, because I think one of the most important things that we all have to do is have a sense of humor in the business. And I don't think my daughter is still here, but she ran into Mario Bawada in the elevator, and she had not, and there was a lot of people in it, and she had not ever introduced herself to him, and she went up to him and she said, "Hi, Mr. Bawada, I'm Susan Crater. I'm Eliza Crater, Susan Crater's daughter." And he goes, "Susan Crater, the last I heard she was in prison." Everybody in the elevator is looking at Eliza. So it is very important to have a sense of humor in these fields. But so they were the yin and the yang. They work incredibly well together, because he was really he was an architect. He wasn't by training, but he was always thinking with that mindset. He was kind of a minimalist, and she was a maximalist. And so if you do end up with a partner, I think it can be great if you're in the same wavelength, but also amazing when you are kind of these almost clashing forces that come together, where the sum of the parts is better than them.
It was like an energy they shared, right? Like she like came to life with him when
the rooms were definitely two different points of view coming together.
And she needed to hire him at the time so she could finish the White House.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, she needed somebody. And when he first came, and this is such a different world, she was having dinner with this man called Van Day Truax, who was a very important person at Parsons. He was head of Tiffany. And she was sitting next to him at dinner, and she said, I really need someone. And he's like, I know this young man, Alan Hadley. So he came over. She called him, and she said, come to my apartment at 5 o'clock. She loved to have a cocktail. And she answered the door in her stocking feet, and she met him, and then she said, can you please zip me up my dress? She turned around and he zipped her dress up, and he's the most proper man in the world. So I think it took him like 5 minutes to recover. Then she asked him to make her a drink. And she liked, at that point, Jack Daniels because of the color of mahogany. So they were switched. But Albert fixes her this drink, and he's terrified. Is it going to be the right strength? And he brings it over. She takes a sip, and she's like, "That's the worst drink in the world I've ever had. It's way too weak." So, you know, she was immediately very comfortable with him, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And they just went on to make, design history together.
Yes, they sure did. I had the good fortune of meeting him working on the McGivney House up in Bridgeport in Connecticut. And I don't know if any of you ever knew him, but he was such a dear, dear man. And he started Rooms with a View, which one of our fellow NYSID young ladies is going to be doing this year. But he was humble, and he was, Southern gentleman and absolutely lovely. I remember this, I had gone to the Hunt Club. There was, right before Rooms with a View, there was a breakfast they would have, a designer breakfast. And then it was, at the Hunt Club, they set it up with antiques everywhere. Well, of course, that was the best. So you would walk the field, and he was so adorable. He stood up in front of everyone, and they would serve breakfast. And of course, I couldn't eat. I'd already had 2 coffees, and I had my office manager with me. And we were just like, like Mr. Hadley. Oh my God. Because you're in the presence, you're in the presence of an icon. And you're just so respectful, and the reverence, like it's just quite something. And he stood there in front of the stage before, and he would walk everyone around. So before we started walking, he had a mic and he had a little box because there was no real microphone. It had powered by a box. So he'd be carrying a box around, and the mic was in the other hand. But I had a very surreal moment where I looked at all these designers, and they were all like getting themselves breakfast, and he was standing there. He was ready to go, and they were a little oblivious. And I was so nervous for him. I was just so nervous. It's ridiculous. This is rude, right? So I said, Maggie, let's go. We're going to go say hi to Albert. So we walked out and we said, hello, Mr. I introduced her, Mr. Hadley. And, we kind of just kept him busy until everybody was ready to get going. But I just think that, life's a little bit about that. Being aware and being respectful.
Definitely.
But the magic they had was quite something. And no one else has ever had this. The other thing is, which is crazy, this is so in your blood. This design stuff is crazy. It really is in every bit of your fiber. Sister Parrish's cousin was Dorothy Draper. What the holy cow? How did that even, who's married to who? What's going on?
I don't know, but I'm going to use "what the holy cow" now all the time.
Well, I just really learned that. And I was going to talk to you about different icons in the industry, and I'm like, we got Dorothy Draper, and then I think you or someone had said to me, oh yeah, that was Sister's cousin. I was like, wait a minute.
She's a really fun person to read her biography, if you guys have time for that. And she also wrote a book called Decorating is Fun, which talk about branding. But they were cousins. She was a little bit older than her, but when she did the Greenbrier, was doing all these Hollywood sets and everything, it's the same kind of sense of color, but she's a fascinating person to read about.
I want to say she did a hotel in Monaco too, didn't she?
Yeah, she did a lot of hotels.
And the scale was voluptuous.
Yeah, she was also kind of like the Martha Stewart of that time. She wrote all these columns, and she's definitely something to read about.
Very
big
cool
personality.
Great, crazy family. I love it. Okay. Oh my gosh. Let's talk about this. So this is a picture of Susan in the garden. Well, the front yard.
It's in the back of her store.
With your grandmother. Please tell us what is going on here. This is
well,
like I would have liked to have been there.
Okay, shocker. This is for a house and garden article because we didn't always sit in our backyard with lampshades. It was so we've always done decoupage and collage, and my mother's an artist, and you can see like lichen in a basket. My grandmother loved anything I said that really was tactile. So you can see sort of rattan baskets, a lampshade that she had decoupaged and painted, and I did a lot of decoupage for a long time, but haven't been doing it anymore. Ribbon. So I think that crafts and just sort of American makers have been a part of my family for a long time. And the people that we use in the mills and the printers and the wallpaper printers, we place a huge premium in our relationships with everybody who's printing our fabric and wallpaper. And I mean, my grandmother had a loom. So much of it is just part of the whole, like I said, the whole process. That's the cool stuff, I think.
Did she must never, I think one of the things that I've never, when we do custom product in our firm, we've always just done it. You know, we interview the clients and they think they're interviewing us, but we interview them and we find out how they live and what's important to them. And often many of them have these like, I wouldn't say they're odd, they're just like these idiosyncrasies of how they live. Stop it. And, you know, and that's okay because that's who they are and we're here to help them. So we try to make sure that, like, you know, the chair that's at the desk, if it needs to be like made like the office desk, like everything's at the right height or whatnot.
But you're saying you don't want a macrame planter like in the back of the
well,
desk.
well, I think one of the things that I've always heard about your grandmother is that she loved the right layers, but she also liked to edit.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, I think that the way people should think about it is not like, what am I going to throw out, but more like, what do I like, you know, in this room? Like, I think that's the approach you should take when you're,
yeah.
Are you winding up?
No, keep leading. I'm so sorry, that was so rude.
No. But I think, like, collecting is, you know, such a huge thing. And, you know, as we look at our houses and there's the whole Marie Kondo, whatever, I completely agree with get rid of stuff that bugs you and is in your way. But I also think that the process of the collection, and I'm repeating myself, but that's really how you bring it all together. So with your clients, if you don't like some of the things they have, if they have just tons of like Asian art that's overwhelming the house, like, I don't know what that's like to say to someone, maybe you want to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I think she was such a modern woman,
Yeah.
and I think that she did her own thing, which is refreshing. And I think one of the things that I came away after reading this book, Sister, was it gave me permission for me to do me. And I think that's really one of the reasons I really want you guys to read this great book. Because, you know, we're all like these little kids and we're out in the world and we're pursuing this passion that we love, but we want to be professional, we want to be respectful of our clients, and we want them to see us, and we want to put out good work, you know. And I think that you will hear stories when you read this book of how she dealt with clients. And you'll have, of course, as I said, many giggles, but how she dealt with clients, and that will inform you of how you could deal with clients, you know. And then when you think you're just about crazy because you're thinking this certain way about something and you have no one to talk to about it, you read the book and you're like, I wasn't crazy at all. I'm following in great footsteps because Sister was right there with me, you know? And I think there's a lot of healing, like really good stuff that comes with that. And I feel like she was our sister, you know?
Well, I think really honestly what the Kravets are doing and with all of you guys, it really is a community. And maybe one thing we don't do well enough is support each other in this community, and there's sometimes looking over each other's shoulder and a lot of competition, but it really is like a rising tide lifts all boats of any like industry I know. So seeing something like this today is just so energizing for us, and I hope for you guys.
Yes, it is.
I just want to really thank Susan for showing up today. You are awesome, and thank you for your beautiful gifts of crafts and writing. No, I mean it. You are the best.
Okay, we have 2 books. We have 2 books.
You want to use mine? You can have my money.
Okay.
I'll pick up one and then I can pick up one.
Do we have time for questions? Because I love to chat. Okay.
Wait, Karen, I'm having a hard time that I can get the first name, but those, the handwriting. It's the first name is Eva.
Eva.
EVA. PR. It's really, the handwriting is really tough. I have worse handwriting, but.
Well, the first initial of the first name is E, and the initial of the last name is P. Does anyone have initials EP?
They left.
They left.
Okay, so moving on. Sarah Chester.
She was
You can say your Sarah Chester.
If someone knows her, or Melanie Lewis.
Perfect.
I feel like I'm on a game show. Okay, this I'm going to have a hard time with pronouncing the first name, last name Wang. First name begins with a T.
T with the Wang. Okay, let's have questions and we'll.
We're going to go.
Okay, one more name. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Go for it.
Was her name really sister?
No, her name was Dorothy, and she had 3 brothers. She was always
That is cute. Just in case you want to pick another one.
Okay. Are there more questions?
Okay. Questions?
Yes, right here, back here. You can ask anything. We'll just try to answer it.
I was just wondering what informs your wallpaper design, because I love wallpaper, and I just want to know what inspires you.
Well, we worked a lot off the Parish Hadley archives, so those were custom for their clients. And then when, in 2000, we brought them into the marketplace so anybody could buy them. But for me, wallpaper is like the best facelift ever. Because you can just have a room that has no personality and put wallpaper in it and just bring in the charm. Or you can have like a great grass cloth that'll give a room texture. Like I think that paint and wallpaper and fabric can take a room that doesn't have a lot of architectural detail and make it very interesting. Or a room with architectural detail and just make it, I don't know, bring it up another level.
I'm going to just jump in on that. I've just recently seen some of the patterns that Susan's firm is putting out under the sister brand, Sister Parish. And her daughter, Eliza, is helping her run the firm and spearheading it to the next.
She's a creative director.
She's amazing and cute as a button. But the patterns are great. And I would say that they're inspired by your grandmother.
But she brings
they're
a lot
fresh
of her own.
and modern.
Yeah, she worked for Mark and Robert. She was a project manager and she had a career as a stylist and then worked for an interior decorating firm. You saw a couple of the rooms that she did. So it is inspired in my grandmother. She's a lot like my grandmother, but it's also fresh and now.
Very fresh.
Yeah, the last thing we want to look is old lady dated. And so I think she brings a lot of pizzazz to our current collection.
Can you share with the students where it's being carried right now? Because you just did a transfer and you were going to
We're in New York. We're at James showroom, which has just come to. They're a Texas firm that just is opening up like next week.
Yeah, so go check it out. Very exciting.
So thank you both very much.
Wrapping us up.
Thank you all.
It was such fun.
Thank
you guys.
Thanks
Thank
a lot.
you. Great fun. Okay, I have a name, just so you know. Stephanie Lear.
We can do it down. We can go to the back of the hall and keep.
We'll keep drawing. Thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
I'm fine with that.
Goal and what you can do with your education. So, without further ado, I'll introduce our moderator, Hadley.
Thank you. Is this, do I have a mic on? Oh, great. Okay. I'm pretty loud anyway. Thank you all for being here. We're sorry we didn't mean to be keeping you this late on a Friday night, so we'll try to make it spicy and worth your while. But I know this group is really fun and all very, very talented. And they will have lots to say, so get out your pens and paper. So I'm Hadley Keller. I am the editorial director at the Design Leadership Network, which is a professional community of interior design and architecture and landscape design professionals. And before that, I was a longtime editor, in which capacity I got to know a lot of these talented people. So with us today, we have Inea White to my left, who is an interior designer. We have Crystal Lochavio, who is a visual merchandising interior designer for Kravet, our lovely sponsor today, and basically responsible for all the kind of design magic you see in Kravet's showrooms across the US. Tina Ramchandani, who also has her own studio, and Eric Espinoza. I am very excited to be here with all of you and to talk again about kind of beginnings of your career and lessons learned. So we're going to kick off with getting right to the point, and I want to ask each of you, what is one thing that you had really wished you'd known or been aware of or thought about before going into your first job in interior design? Who wants to start?
I guess I'll start.
Let's go.
So I think that there's a lot of misconception about what the job actually is in terms of the day-to-day being in the office. It's not all fun and games all the time. It's a lot of paperwork,
business, right?
It's management, it's admin, it's clerical, a lot of data entry. And someday hopefully you have somebody to help you do all that kind of work, and you can focus on the purely design work. But starting off, it's a lot of that. It's a lot of admin work, a lot of calls, a lot of follow-up. So you have to remember that going into it, it's not always going to be as glamorous as it sounds.
That's a great point.
Are we talking about our first job or starting our firm?
I think it can be your first job, unless you've got to really, give us your best answer.
Well, I guess maybe the answer is sort of for both. I think the value that you put on the relationships that you make, not just with your clients. I think I went into this really thinking of it more, the relationships with the clients, but the relationships with your trades, with your friends, designer friends who can help you and answer questions for you. And I think relationships, vendors, I think I just didn't realize how much help I was going to need because I just thought it was design, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and that I'm good at that, and that's all I needed. So yeah, relationships.
Kind of piggybacking off of both of them. One thing being, you know, always remember why you started. From every single job you're at, they can be really frustrating, especially like internships or, you know, you are doing some of the busy work that he was talking about as an intern. And then also like when you're getting started, you are not always designing. You're doing some filling or whatever it might be. And just appreciate every moment. If you're getting frustrated, go for a walk and go back and play with some fabric and then go back to it.
That's a great. I want to. I think of your answer because you're not getting off of this one. We're still going to ask you, but I think that's a really good point, and I'm curious, and anyone else could jump in here too. But when you're in that, say, first job, and you're really dealing with paperwork and kind of admin, and you're not, how did you stay kind of inspired or still connected to that creative side? I like what you said about playing with fabrics. Is that what it was for you? Just like looking at the swatches?
Yeah, I looked at like mood boards a lot, and I was like, okay, let me just play around for a minute and then go back.
Yeah.
I'm also a career changer, so you know, going back to it and being like, okay, you love this. This is what you love. Like, you know, appreciating it. And I know a lot of you are probably just starting out and starting your first job, so I don't know if there are any graduate students here either, but a lot of career changers.
Oh, we got a couple of them
in the graduate program.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
that's great. All right, Anaya, what about you?
Honestly, our world can just be so pretentious. I think that, like my first job, I worked for a small design firm, and this client was like millionaire, and his house was on the top of a hill, and my little putt-putt car, I would have to like literally put my pedal to the metal to like make it up. Like I can't stop halfway up. So I think just knowing how you can personally bridge the gap in your mind, whether that's like pick one thing and be so knowledgeable about it so like you feel like you belong, like it's such a mental game. So I think I would early on just work on that, like just making myself feel like I belong somewhere. And knowledge can do that. I think also just letting your own personality shine. Like if you're really funny, like make jokes at the meeting. If you're really stylish, like if you love pink, I love pink, wear hot pink. Like whatever's gonna make you feel comfortable. And
That's a great point. And I think, the reminder, especially if you're working as a designer, you're working in creative, I mean, people are hiring you for your expertise. And so lean into that kind of confidence, I think. So the next question I want to pose for you, Tina, especially because you kind of hinted at it, but several of you here have had, at this point, many different jobs at different firms, your own firms. Tell us, how did you know in your career that the time was right to move on from, say, your first job to your next or second or third, whatever?
I don't know if this is a good answer, but
Let's hear it, baby. We'll judge.
Okay, it was really intuitive for me. I think I was at a place that I really loved the people I was surrounded by. I loved my job. It was not like a difficult job hours-wise. You know, I was able to like have a balance, but at some point I was craving something more, and I knew that like I had gotten to the top of where I could be at that firm, and I was like, I don't really want to go to another firm and kind of do the same thing. Not, the same thing. I don't mean it that way, but like I loved where I was so much that like for me to change that job, the only next step would be to start my own firm.
Yeah.
And so I left, I think, on great terms because I gave them like 4 months and, plus extra, like, because I really enjoyed what I was doing, and I knew that I was leaving for like a certain reason, not just because I was like, I'm done, I have to start my own firm. That's how my life should be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm going to ask a couple more questions about that kind of navigating, process of moving from one firm onto your own. Eric, I'll do the next one for you because I know you could tell us a little bit about kind of your past. You worked for Anthony Bourrada. Tell us a little bit about kind of making the most of working under a creative that's well known. If you're lucky enough to get a job where you're even sometimes maybe it's administrative, maybe you're in a lower position, how do you really make sure you're kind of using that as a learning experience?
Well, I started as an intern, and that was in 2011. And I think that a big aspect of starting under anyone under any one period is to be really curious and to sort of demand to be challenged. And it sort of adds on to what Crystal was saying before, that like, what do you do when you're overwhelmed? Because a lot of that intern work is grunt work, is kind of tedious, is kind of exhausting. It sort of stabs your soul a little bit. But what do you do to...
But it's character building.
Yeah, it is. And it's important because you need to know how all of that operates. You can't be blind to that. But part of my early years was asking to do creative things and asking like, oh, you need a piece of furniture there? Can I design it? Can I look up? Can I do some research? Can I look at your library and find inspiration? You have to have that kind of hunger behind it so that you don't burn out, so that you still have, you're feeding that creative need that you expect out of the first job.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think that's great too, the kind of volunteering, kind of always raising a hand for things that interest you.
Yep.
Inaya, tell us about, I think one of the challenges early in a career is whether you're starting out from school or you've been at a bigger firm and you want to start your own firm, but you don't have projects of your own. How, what are some kind of tips about going about kind of creating a portfolio or creating a kind of style for yourself before when you're really just establishing yourself?
Yeah, I would say in the world of social media, don't post anything that you wouldn't want more of. And if you don't have those kind of projects, you can create them because people are still open to it. So like I would go to the D&D building and I would get all the fabrics I would want to use. I had no business checking out like a $200 a yard fabric. I was like, I'm not even at the D&D, I'm at CB2 at that point. So just show that. I would do sketches of like spaces I would want to create. Do that. So that was my lean in, and then before you know it, people know that's your style. Like, oh, she likes pink. Oh, you're always posting pink. Oh, you're always posting floral. And then that's who starts calling you.
You were great with that on social media, especially and kind of on stories. I know, showing your desk, showing your sketches. Everyone, you should follow everyone on this panel on social media. For that reason, interesting to see. But you did definitely a great job of it. Crystal, the next question is going to be, I think, a fun one. Tell us about the first big mistake you made in your job, and what you learned from it, or how you, maybe you didn't learn from it in that moment, but how, in hindsight, what lesson you took away.
I mean, what mistakes don't we make
Yeah.
to start out?
It's good.
I think one of my big mistakes was actually in the D&D. I put too many fabrics on one of my designer's accounts. And I got a little in trouble. But I think it was, starting out, you're so used to going to the D&D all the time and all that stuff. But I think I learned just, understanding who you're working for or your client, or how they would, many people want you to bring as much as you possibly could. Some will have, reservations about that. So, understanding your clients, understanding your worker, who you're working for, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a great.
Sorry, it wasn't the most entertaining.
No, that's good. Does anyone else have an entertaining one they want to throw in?
I think timing of
Yeah.
everything. I mean, COVID definitely turned everything upside down in terms of lead times, but starting out, I feel like I could not gauge how long something would take to be completed. And even if they tell you it's 4 to 6 weeks, it's more like 8 to 10 weeks. And then the work included and just getting it all wrapped up into a package to be able to place that order, that's another 2 weeks. And so you really have to get into your mindset that there's this very long process and it has to be timed out really well. And hopefully you have help for that, but if you're on your own, you have to be very diligent about planning it all out on paper.
Yeah, that's a great point. I know one of the earlier panels, some of them gave us some good recommendations for software tools to help do that, so definitely explore those. But I also think a part of that too is not only you have to understand the timeline, but you have to make sure that you're communicating that to your client clearly, right? So it's all well and good if lead times are 2 years, but if the client thinks they're gonna be in by Christmas or whatever, you gotta tell them.
Absolutely.
So speaking of clients, I want to hear about a time that you dealt with a nightmare client. I'm gonna start with you, Tina. You have a good one? We don't have to name names because we're live streaming. But
That's okay. I have plenty. It takes time, I think, to understand. I'm going to say red flags, but I don't actually like that phrase. But to understand the nuances of when you're interviewing a client, to understand if they're going to be a good fit for you. So even now, we're still trying to understand, extrapolate from things that they're saying if they are going to be a good fit. So we've had many not good fit clients, and I don't actually think a lot of it is just their fault. I think it was both of our faults, right? Like, because I had an expectation, they had an expectation. We've fired clients before, and it is the best thing in the world. Like, but for both
It's
of
like
us,
a breakup with a bad
it's
relationship. You
breakup.
feel
And,
free
like,
after.
You feel free,
Yeah.
but like they weren't happy and we're not happy. So like we are very happy to end relationships. I'm not someone who's like so attached to things. So if it's not working, it's not working. Like I will pause whatever it is. I'll give you everything I owe you, and then you're gonna go find someone else. I think when I've tried to work through it, it's been really bad for me and really bad for the team. And they're the ones I want to take care of the most, not the client. I mean, I love the clients, but like the team is really like they have my full support. So if it's going to be a nightmare, we cut it.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else want to share about a nightmare client?
I haven't had that, thankfully.
You haven't? Oh, well,
so
lucky
lucky.
you.
Well,
And
that's
go
kinda like
ahead.
what they were saying earlier in one of the earlier panels, that you're at the level where if they know his design, they're coming straight to you.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what, hopefully we
Exactly.
established. But I heard a designer once say, like, the best client you ever have is the one you say no to. Like, if you say no to the right one, that's going to save you so much stress.
Yeah. But on the flip side, there have been times where we get approached by somebody who has money, they're wealthy, and they just want something done for them.
Right,
And
right.
they haven't put in the research, they don't know who you are, they don't even know who they're calling. It's like the weirdest
what a
thing.
designer does.
You feel like you're in the Twilight Zone, like, did you really just call me?
Yeah.
Like, you don't know who I am. But it's not even about that. It's like, if you're gonna approach a designer, then do the research, know their style, make sure it's a good fit. So we have had certain calls that came in that were kind of like that, and we've immediately just said, no, not a good fit.
Yeah, absolutely. And so looking a little bit into that, knowing whether it's a fit, those first interactions are so important. And take us through a little bit for you. What is that first conversation you have with a client? Do you have like a questionnaire you give them? Do you need to go to their home? How do you kind of suss them out?
Yeah, I don't think there's any one way. Speaking of so Jessica, the gal that works with me, we have a red flag word, and it's just. So if anyone
Just a little renovation.
I
Just a quick refresh.
need you to, and we're like, no. They have no idea. So in return, Tina was talking about like working with vendors, and so we're really careful. We'll never say, we just need you to apply molding to the wall. It's never just. So that's one of the ways we kind of like suss someone out. If they use the word just, we have to slow down and make sure they understand what's behind that, because they really do think it's just a quick
that's a great
thing.
point. Yeah.
And then it's managing expectations, but no just.
Yeah, that's great advice. And I think for all of us, collectively, we want to all everyone in this industry wants to celebrate it and make sure people understand the work that goes into it. I think creatives often get kind of underestimated in that way, so don't downplay it.
Really important.
So Crystal, next question is for you. I know you are a graduate of NYSID, and so obviously we're here in a kind of educational context, but I'm curious for you now, a few years into being post-graduated, having a job, how do you kind of continue learning in design, whether it's learning about new technologies or new collections or just design history? How do you kind of keep that spirit alive?
I never stop learning. I think everything I'm doing, going to this panel, I sat here all day because I'm just so intrigued by everything everyone's saying. Never stop learning, and I also learn new collections and stuff from walking around Kravet. Luckily in my position, I get the opportunity to go upstairs and see all the new collections and peek in and be like, so what's going on? What's coming out in the fall and all this stuff? What's coming out next year? See their whole process, and it's interesting to see the process while they're creating the fabrics or furniture or anything, and how it goes with the trend of what's going on. Because our showrooms also have to go with that trend.
Absolutely.
I'm also going to quickly, you said my title, but let me explain a little
Yes,
bit
please,
what it is.
tell us more about what you do.
I'm a visual merchandise interior designer, so I design our team designs all of the showrooms for Kravet, Lee Joffa, Brunswick, and Donkia. So we have 37 showrooms, and we have a team of 5.
So imagine if you had 37 clients, and every year, every season, you had to do a total renovation, do a total redo of their house.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a lot.
fun. It's
And
really fun. We
was
get
this
all
a
the
job that
fabrics.
you knew about when you were studying in school? Tell us a little bit about how kind of, how that came to be, and how what has been kind of surprising or most interesting about it.
So I graduated during COVID, and when I was at school, I joined ASID, IIDA, everything. I was always at panels, ready to just like jump into a commercial design job. But when COVID happened, that wasn't really available. So I'm over here emailing everyone, bothering Karen, and I found my previous career was in marketing. So I found this perfect position which combines marketing and interior design, and it's amazing. So no, I had no idea this even existed.
But I love that you're on this panel, and we were having a conversation about this earlier, that I wish we saw more of this. You know, I do a lot of this, of moderating and panels with people who run their own firms or work for really established firms. And I think one great thing to be reminded of is that there are a lot of different careers that are kind of in this industry, around this industry, whether it's working for showrooms, working for brands, working, you know, in-house, you know, as an in-house interior designer somewhere. So always good to kind of cast a wide net, I think. So to pivot a little bit and get, you know, to a juicy question here, this is going to be for everyone but Crystal, because we just heard a little about her job, but I want to hear about how you bill clients and how you decided on that method. This is like something that every single dinner I'm at with a designer, it's like no one does it the same way. Is it hourly? Do you do markups? Is it, you know, flat fee? Whoever wants to jump on this first, let's hear it.
I don't mind starting, because
right.
we were having this conversation in the green room. I didn't start with a very good method, but I was trying to explain what I think people should be doing. I'll tell you how I started, and I started by sort of making it up because I wanted to bill like a project fee, because I was like, tracking hourly is so hard. I don't want to do this. So I made up an hourly fee in my head, and I kind of was like, oh, I think like it will take X amount of hours, and then I multiplied it, and I'd be like, this is my project fee plus, you know, markup. And it worked for a while, but it was not sustainable because there was no method behind it. So I've since learned that you are supposed to figure out what you want to earn at the end of the day, and then work backwards from there and look at how many hours you actually have to work on projects. And now that changes because I also have to manage a team. So before it was just me figuring out
And you have to pay a team.
And you have to pay a team. It's a little more complicated now, but like work backwards and figure out how many hours you actually have. And from there, and how many projects you think you're going to have or you aim to have, and then come up with your hourly rate. So we bill hourly. I do very clearly communicate how many hours I think it's going to take to our clients, but it's kind of in their hands. Like if they're not clear on the outset or they change their minds a lot, then our fees, you know, increase, the hours add up. I've had clients that are very sharp and very clear and they know what they want, and we are within the range that I tell them. So
I like that idea that you're kind of putting it in their control. It's like, you can't complain if we go over budget, because like, you know.
It's, you know, and there are things out of everyone's control, and like, I don't think that we should be responsible for eating time when it's really the universe's fault, right? Things just happen in the world. And instead of doing a markup, we do a discount off of retail. So if we get like 25% off, then they get 10% off, and then we get to keep the margin. So that's where we are now. I'm thinking of changing it again, but it's working.
That's great.
So, yeah.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go. I think it's similar. There is a smaller flat fee to get in the door, and then we looked at where we get lost in our hourly, essentially all the things that they want to change that are slowing things down, and we attach it to like the top 5 things that will eat up on top of that. So there's 3 different price points. And then we tell them the same kind of clause, like if you're a quick decision maker, this is painless. If not, these hours
This is painful.
Right. It's just going to be a big So yeah, and to Tina's point, I think you're always learning how many people work for you. I personally just am a creative at heart, so I can just like harp on the creative part for a long time, and like I don't really spend any time doing these other things that I say I'm charging for, but I'm really just spending a lot of time in the creative space. So I think it really just depends how you're set up and what you prioritize, and what your clients value too, because they don't really want like white walls with me. They want something really creative and festive, and so does what I'm charging, how I'm charging reflect that?
That's a great point.
I feel like I'm kind of lucky in the sense that I I'm working with a legacy way
Right.
of billing,
Right.
right? It has evolved over time, but there's 3 components to it. There's a design fee, which is really like, this is the money that you're going to pay us to do the decorating, to do the work. And it's usually based on a lot of things, like what's the scope, how big is the project, are you reusing a ton of furniture, or is it a, carte blanche? And that design fee gets paid up front, and then we get commissions on top of all the purchases that we do for the furnishings. And there is an hourly component, but we don't use it a ton. We use it if we are needed for consulting on architecture, on space planning, on like plumbing and hardware and stuff like that. So all of the real decorating work goes into that design fee. And then the commissions is what really sustains us over the course of the project.
Yeah, yeah. Have any of you worked with like a business coach or anything to kind of advise on that? And did you find that helpful?
Yeah, I've been working with one for several years.
Okay.
And I find it, like, she helped me with this billing model.
Oh, that's great.
So that's great. That's why I was like, oh, I know there's a new way now,
yeah.
not like making it up as you go along. But she's also advised on when to hire, what types of next hires I should have. I was scared to invest in an office space, and she was like, you can do this, you know? So I think she helps in many avenues. Yeah.
That's great.
I couldn't do it alone.
And do any of you on the stage have a more kind of formal mentor? No. Interesting. Okay. So how about, I know that you spoke a little, Tina, about the importance of kind of networking, staying in touch with the, with fellow creatives and the design community. What are some of the ways that you do that? I'll ask this one to you first, Crystal. I know you mentioned you're involved in a lot of kind of trade organizations. Going to events, I think, is probably a big one. What are some ways that you like to stay connected?
Yeah, so going to events, when I was at NYSID, I remember like literally being in pajamas and coming to these events because it's like, if I just show a face and just keep learning. So always going to these events, it's so important. It's the beginning of the year, so it's like, you're not crazed yet, but come midterms, come finals, just come. Just get a group of people, come to these events, meet designers, don't be shy, just come up and say hi. And then joining networks like IIDA, ASID, all of them. Just join and keep learning.
Absolutely.
And take advantage of that asking questions at the end, because that's really where you get to have all of your real questions answered that maybe wasn't spoken about during the panel.
And that is a really good segue. I'm going to ask one final question to everyone, and then we're going to open it for a Q&A. So start thinking about those great questions that are going to really set your career on the right path. So my final question is, I'd love for each of you to name either one specific designer or a design book or maybe a publication, but specifically kind of pick one that you find yourself going back to and looking at for inspiration again and again.
Oh my God, that's really hard.
Well, I told you I might.
I'll just say full-ish circle. When I was at my last firm and I was like happy towards the end, I was like, what else is out there? And I was sitting at my desk, this was like probably like 6 years ago now. And I remember landing on Tina's website and I was like, I'm gonna apply here. Like, it's so classic, but there's color. And like, it's balanced, but like, it's like modern, but also I'm not like overwhelmed. So I don't know, I just think that's like cool.
That's so great.
Yeah, and I don't really like compare myself to anyone, like you're your own person. But I was just like, now I see you around all the time. I'm like, I was gonna go work for her.
Came up to me at the Bailey House auction, and then I like fell in love with her.
Oh
Did you remember
yeah,
that?
yes.
So
I
you
was
always
like, I just
introduce
wanted to
yourself.
say hi. She's
Yeah.
like, why are you
Say hi.
leaving? I was like, oh, I can be here.
She's like, I just wanted to say hi, and I was like, all right, sit down, let's have a drink.
Yeah, always make the intro. I love that.
I don't have one. I get inspired by, like when I was in school, I was inspired by my classmates or like anything new that's around you. Just always, search for whatever it is.
Yeah.
I think that's healthy.
Yeah.
That's good for you.
Nature's a good one. Yeah.
Social media. Throw it in there.
There's a lot you can find at any point. Yeah. about you?
I
Tina?
don't have. I mean, I would like to say books or name a magazine, but like I don't have the energy after work to like continue to look at. I need a break. So I think
she doesn't know I'm staring at a white wall.
I'm exhausted. No, but I think taking the break is probably
that's
you know because like
you've got to replenish in addition
doing
to
other things that are not design related actually ends up feeding my soul.
That's great.
Yeah.
I'm very biased on this question because.
Oh, I wonder what you're going to say.
Well, not what you think, but I'm also a NYSID alum, and I was the first recipient of the Albert Hadley Scholarship. So he, during my time at school, was among my favorites, and I still look at him today.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that's a huge inspiration for me.
That's a good one. And he didn't have a bad name either. All right. Well, thank you all. I want to definitely open it up to the room to ask any questions that we didn't touch on. I see one over there in the white blazer.
Yes, I am wearing my white blazer today. So I'm a career changer and just started school. I'm very excited about it. And earlier today, a couple of questions were asked of some of the folks who've been doing this for 30, 40 years about how they think about the future for their firms and how they think about strategic thinking. And I'm really curious about all of you and how you approach future thinking, innovation, your strategy, as you haven't been doing this for 40 years yet. And so I'm thinking of this myself. I'm not new to work, like full-time work, so I'm trying to think about it with a mindset of youth, innovation, creativity, as well as business acumen. So I'm very curious.
That's a great question.
I think a lot of it has to do with the clientele that you end up getting and listening to them and kind of hearing what their vision is for their own space and sort of taking the ego out of it, out of the equation, because you have a distinct style and you have a distinct approach as a designer, and ultimately you want to make your client happy. And with that mentality, the work continues to evolve and become something new every time. So, keep doing research, keep looking for inspiration, keep that in the back of your head, but listen to the client as well.
Do any of you have like a 5-year plan or have a kind of strategic?
Well, I was going to talk about Keisha's answer earlier because she said she has like a 1-year plan-ish, and I think like I went through this like kind of strange like program for 2 years about like your 10-year future self. It sounds really like bizarre, but it was amazing. And it was really hard for me to come up with the 10-year goal because I was like, I don't know what my life is going to be like in 10 years. I only know now. But it forced me to think, instead of actually like what I want in 10 years, to think about all of the most amazing things that could happen to me if the world was perfect. So I would like brain dump, and I still do this, like, because I journal in the morning. So like I just like kind of write down all the amazing things that could be, even if they're really far-fetched. And then when we do our like yearly planning, I bring up a lot of the stuff, and everyone's like, "This is insane! Like you need to calm down." But then we can take one of those things and like break it down and say, this is what we're going to do this year. Because I think what I learned from that course was if you only think for 2 years, you're really only going to achieve for 1 year. So if you think for 10 years, you may achieve for 5 years. So that's sort of how I've been approaching it.
Anyone else want to weigh in?
That's my new way of approaching it.
Yeah. All right, great. All right, seconded. Perfect. Go ahead.
That's good. Do that.
I'm really interested in a business coach, and so I'm curious to know if it's a design-specific business coach.
It is.
And how did you find that specific?
So her name is Gail Doby, so she is design-specific. She speaks in New York a lot, and if you go to High Point Market, I think she's speaking there again. I found her through the internet. I think there was a point where I had only had my firm. I've had my firm now for 9 years, so I was like early on. It was probably like year 2, and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I don't know how to deal with my finances. I don't know what money is mine and what money I owe to vendors. I just had like one bank account. I was like, this is a lot, and I was like, if I don't figure this out, like, I can't go on like this for 10 more years. Like, I just need to, whatever. So I kept Googling, and then I think someone mentioned her name to me, but I dismissed it. and I found a free download of like how to solve your finances and to know what's yours. So I spent the whole weekend like inputting this thing into this Excel sheet, and I was like, this woman is a genius. Like I went to her conference, which was a big thing for me to spend money to go to like learn from someone, because I was like, I already learned design, right? I don't need to do this. So I did it. I met her, and I was like, she's serious. Like I need her in my life. So the internet.
And good for you for knowing that you needed that.
Oh yeah, I need a lot of help. So I'm very open about it.
This, right here in the black jacket.
Hi.
Okay, anyways, like some of you have started your own companies, and others of you are like at a high level in firms that you're in. Because you're thinking about so many things other than design, like billing and paying vendors and everything, is it hard for you to switch off after you get off of work? And how do you also maintain that balance, not just for yourself, but for your team? If you do.
That's a good.
I don't know about a balance.
I was just gonna say, is this the best? Is this group of overachievers the best to talk about work-life balance? Who's figured it out? Let us know.
I mean, Anaya can talk about this too.
Yeah,
it's really hard.
Yeah. I think especially when you have your own firm, probably, because you're like you have to answer to yourself and your team.
It's a lot of. I try to do a lot of time blocking because when I'm able to be creative, which is like less so now, I really want to focus on it, and I don't want to do it in like short spurts. So I try to block that time out, because unfortunately the majority of my time is client service, billing, like solving lots of problems, networking, building the business, all of that stuff. So I try to block the creative, so at least I don't lose that. I can't switch it off after work. It's really, really hard, and it's really unfortunate on my husband and my dog, but we're working through it.
I know, I'm not speaking for myself, but I have heard some designers who meditate, and that
it doesn't work for me. I've tried. I journal in the morning, but like night is really hard. And but I think the good thing is my dog is really upset about the computer, so I can't work at night. Like I literally can't work at night. He just starts yelling at me, so I have to stop.
That's the advice you heard on this panel.
Yeah,
get a dog so that you can't work at night.
You can't work at night.
Inaya did it.
That's literally what, it was the best and worst decision. I had no balance before him. I got a puppy at 8 weeks, and you literally can't. You can't. And he doesn't like lights being on, so at past 9 p.m.
Oh yeah.
That's
you have to go to bed at 9:30.
And you can't like not walk him. He's like a ball of energy, so like, which you gotta choose. Get a dog. Yeah, get a dog.
All right, over here.
This conversation makes me want a puppy.
I just got one too, so join the club.
On another note, I think Crystal, you brought this up, like when you were graduating and reaching out to people, and I'm sure all of you have experienced this before you started your own firms or even in your roles now. Like, how have you kind of navigated reaching out to people that you might want to work with, that you're really inspired by? Like, how have you kind of figured that out, and what works for you?
Just do it. Yeah. Just cold call, email.
The worst you get is a
anything.
no.
Yeah, like I picked up a couple cards today. Just always have a connection. Yeah. You never know when you're going to need it, or what you're doing, or if you're going to be on a panel with someone cool.
Yeah.
So
I'll add to that you probably weren't asking me, but and I will say, I think, I agree. Just go ahead and ask. The worst someone can say is no, and someone can always just not reply or make an excuse if they really don't want to talk to you. But I also think always kind of try to be as specific as you can, and communicate it clearly, kind of what you want out of that conversation. Is it like, as much as, I'm usually happy to talk to people, if someone's like, I just want to pick your brain, I don't know how helpful I can be. What is it about? Do you want to talk about job searching? Do you want to talk about advice for writing? Do you want to talk about pitching? I think if you can say to someone, if it's just kind of connecting because you want to stay in touch, absolutely. But if there's something more specific you want out of that relationship, I think don't be afraid to say it, because then you can kind of set that on set the expectation early on. And also it might even be that makes it easier for the person you're asking, because you might say, I want to talk about a business coach, and they can say, oh, amazing, here's the name of mine right there. That's an easy start. Do you want to add?
I agree. I'll get a few emails a month saying, hey, can we meet for coffee? And not that I don't want to have coffee, but I don't have time. So I usually reply and I say, hey, give me like 10 questions, and I'll respond at like 2 a.m.
Yeah, right.
And they're probably like, wow, okay. But you've got your answers to your questions, and I didn't have to meet for coffee, and everyone's happy.
Exactly, and you still have that connection. Like I'm sure if you saw that person at an event and they come up to you and say, "Oh yeah, it's you," you still made that connection.
Yeah, same thing. Don't just reach out. Don't be afraid to reach out. We get emails all the time just asking questions from students, from people who are changing careers. It doesn't matter, and we just are kind and generous and answer them back, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Like smarmy, but I do think this industry is very collaborative in that way. It's very, it's not, cutthroat competitive. I think people are generally happy to share resources. The reality is also designing for a client is so personal, and you can only take on so much work at once. So like it's not so much that if you get a client that doesn't work for you, you want to recommend them to someone else. You want your vendors to stay in business. So I feel like you're happy to
we do that
to
all
give
the
them
time.
work. Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah, I tell my clients to call my friends, or potential clients that aren't going to work to call my friends.
Right.
If there's no right? Like if they're like,
not really that. Yeah, she sends all the red flags to Anaya.
Yeah, Anaya has all my. But Anaya is working with my contractor now because she needed a contractor, and I was like, this guy's amazing, and he needs some work. So
and you want them to stay in business. Like it behooves us all to help people succeed.
I've had a design friend text me and say, hey, I sent someone to you, but just say no. Say you're too busy, but they're coming your way. I'm like, got it. Don't do that.
I did that to you.
It's kind of funny. Like I saw the red flags in the end. I'm like, hey, so-and-so came. I'm like, I already have to say no.
Yeah.
But no.
Well, thank you all so much. This was so much fun, and thank you. Yay. Oh, sure, perfect.
So all of you have registered. So what we're going to do, since the fishbowl has so many names of people that may have already gone, we want to be fair. We are going to use the registration names and choose from them, and we'll get in touch with you guys. So that's how we'll distribute the remaining books. Okay. Don't leave. We have certificates of completion for all of you. So, David.
Thanks.
Now, David.
So I don't know how many of you were here this morning when I made some welcoming remarks. Just talking about the generosity of the design profession, and hopefully you understand at the end of today truly how generous people within the profession are, and the willingness to give and to help and give advice and collaborate we're talking about. This is going to sound corny, but I truly believe it. They say it takes a village, and hopefully this event and what you heard today demonstrates that village. And I'm happy that I get to be a part of this village, and I hope you all do too. So I also want to say thank you to Kravet. Again, the Kravet family, Kravet Inc. Kravet is here, the chairman of the NYSID board. Karen, remember, you can't get away with it without another saying thank you for organizing. And Karen Polisky, you were tremendous in getting this off the ground. And there are flowers coming into the room.
Nice. Oh my goodness.
Ellen, I think we're distributing certificates now. Is that what we're doing, Karen?
Yes, they're at the podium.
Should we? Yeah, I think we don't need to do the certificate.
You're free. Thank you.
Oh, should we take these off?
It has Karen's name on it. Everybody knows Karen by now. She has not sat down for a year and a half. putting this together. Now it's your time to smile.
Just Miss here. I just have to say I couldn't have done it without Ellen Kravet and her support.
Pamela Bruckbauer, and Pamela, you've done an amazing job. I know you by the way, Eugene is the chairman of our garden club in Woodbury. Multi-talented. Gene, thanks for all you've done the past couple of days. And this is for the NYSID, Karen Polisky, IT, everything here. Yes. Karen, I'm told there's one desk for you and your team. So, okay. All right, very good. It is completion time. You guys have stuck it out. So, thank you. It doesn't have your individual names on it because we did not know who will be the long haulers. And thank you for staying all day. So, here we go.
Take it very seriously.